Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Conquered the Soul Society Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The bridge that overlooks Tsukyoku is called Senzai-kyu. Gazing out at a man wearing a captain's haori, Ganju stood motionless. Along with a white scarf that blew in the wind behind him, he had long black hair and expensive-looking hair pieces that left a few strands hanging over his face in bangs. Ganju was deeply unnerved by the man's serene, composed expression and the incredible amount of energy radiating from him. The man calmly stared down at Ganju as though he were not a threat and said, "I felt some faint ryotsu heading towards the holding cell. I thought it was someone strong holding back their spiritual pressure, like the man that fought Soi Fon of the 2nd Division. But apparently it was nothing but a big fat bug. How dull." Rukia and a small, young, thin-looking male Shinigami stood farther back on the bridge, nearer the tower where she had been held captive. "Where are you going, Rukia-san?" the Shinigami asked her as she attempted to continue, stopping her. "I've been in that cell surrounded by Sekiseki, spirit-reducing stone, for so long. My Riryoku is at its weakest," Rukia said, struggling to pull herself away. "Let go of me, Hanataro. If we don't stop this now, then that man from the Shiba clan will die." She collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, as Hanataro moved to assist her. "Even Byakuya Nisama's ryotsu is too much for me." Rukia's shoulder was touched by Hanataro, who said in a confident voice, "It's okay, Rukia-san." Ganju-san walked so calmly into the confrontation. "He must have a secret plan that we couldn't think of. He has to." Just standing here is taxing," Ganju said, his game face belying his true feelings. "Damn it, his ryotsu is incredibly powerful. I'm just going to have to take a gamble on this one," he said, hurriedly lunging at his opponent and drawing his cleaver blade. "A few petty little tricks won't do any good with a difference in strength like this." In utter shock, Rukia and Hanataro gazed at Ganju, who had just lunged directly at a Shinigami captain, asking, "No plan?" "Eat this," Ganju said, pulling his other hand back to reveal fireworks to use as a means of approaching and confusing the situation. Before he knew it, Byakuya was behind him, having already cut his arm without anyone noticing. With blood streaming from Ganju's arm wound, Byakuya said stoically, "Be gone." He didn't even look at him, as though he had just passed by. "My sword was not made to kill pests like you." He continued to move in the direction of Rukia and Hanataro after hearing Ganju fall to the ground and scream in agony, but was stopped by Ganju's voice. "Hold on, are you deaf? I told you to leave," Byakuya said, turning to see Ganju standing with one arm totally useless. "Blah, blah, blah. You're so noisy with that old man demeanor of yours." Ganju yelled defiantly at him. "I don't know how it is with you nobles, but cowards that can be scared away by something like this don't exist in the Shiba clan." Rukia watched in terror as Byakuya pulled out his Zanpakuto and said, "I'll make sure that you don't walk away from this alive." Byakuya turned around completely to face him and said, "So you're from the Shiba clan? My apologies for going easy on you. What are you going to do from so far away?" Ganju asked, glancing at him curiously. To try to stop Byakuya, Rukia yelled, "Don't do it, Ni-sama." In front of his face, Byakuya raised the sword and said, "Shire, Senbon Sakura, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossom." The blade of his sword vanished into innumerable pieces that blew away like cherry blossoms. Rukia yelled, "Run away," at Ganju, but it was too late. Byakuya's Zanpakuto release ripped him to pieces all over his body before he could move or realized what had happened. Blood poured freely from the severely injured man's body as he fell to his knees. "Ganju-san," Hanataro said softly as he turned to face his fallen ally in horror. Rukia threw herself in front of Byakuya as he turned suddenly and raised his sword at Hanataro, intending to attack him. "Ni-sama, please stop. Don't kill him," Rukia cried. A man in a captain's haori with long white hair and a somewhat fragile appearance held back Byakuya's sword arm before he could finish his motion. "Ho, that was scary," he said with a disarming smile. "I think that's enough, don't you, Kuchiki Taiko?" "Yukataki Taiko," Rukia said, recognizing the newcomer. "Oh, Rukia. You've lost weight. How are you feeling?" the man said with a smile and a warm salute. Byakuya asked the fellow captain accusingly, "What is the meaning of this?" "That's what I should be saying," Yukataki responded. "Releasing a Zanpakuto in this area is a first-class offense, even if you were fighting the Ryoka. What were you thinking?" Byakuya stated matter-of-factly, You are misinformed, Yukataki Taiko. It's a wartime situation. The ban on releasing a Zanpakuto was lifted to deal with the threat. Wartime situation? Yukataki cried in disbelief. How can an invasion of a few intruders end up like that? Is this related to the murder of Aizen? He had heard about a Ryoka roving the area the day before, even about the 1st Division HQ being painted multicolor and the thousands of magazines printed and distributed around the Saratii that featured one of the attackers. However, it didn't seem that serious to him until he learned of Aizen's passing that morning. What had transpired was still up for debate. Suddenly, everyone awake on the bridge was hit by a high-level Ryotsu. What's this strong Ryotsu? It's at the level of a captain, but I don't recognize this person. Who is he? And where did he come from? Yukataki asked himself, somewhat alarmed by the sudden appearance of such power. However, Rukia sensed the familiar traces of the power in the air and thought, this Ryotsu can't be, there's no way. Suddenly, a figure flew past her at a high speed, stopped above her, and landed next to her on the bridge, capturing everyone's attention. Ichigo, she whispered to herself, barely believing who was standing there. Hanataro, are you okay? I didn't think you would run into another guy like this when I sent you ahead. Where's Ganju? Ichigo asked, passing her. I see, the smaller Shinigami said, pointing to the spot where Ganju's body was lying. Rukia, I came to save you. Her expression was blank, as though she hadn't heard him. Why are you making that face? I said I came here to get you out of this. Rukia said, you idiot. Tears began to well up in her eyes. I told you not to come after me. I forbade you to come here. And now look at you, covered in wounds, you're all beat up, you dumbass. Looking directly at Byakuya, Ichigo turned to face the two captains and remarked, you can get as mad as you want later, after I defeat him. Rukia attempted to stop him by yelling, Ichigo. And now you're probably going to tell me to run. He interrupted her and said, there's no way I'm doing that, don't make me laugh. It wasn't easy getting all the way here, you know. He glanced back at Rukia. No matter what you say, it won't make a difference. I'm dragging you out of here if I have to, so don't bother trying to get me to back down, idiot. What? What the hell does that mean? What kind of weird rescue attempt is this? She asked, her shock giving way to anger at the way she had just been spoken to. Shut up, Ichigo responded. You're the one being rescued, so quit babbling. You should crouch in the corner, shiver in fear, and scream, help, help. After exchanging angry looks, Rukia smiled and said, you never change, do you? You're still the same as before, never listening to anything I say. Of course. You always nag and worry about me. You should worry more about yourself right now. Ichigo turned away from her and turned back to Byakuya. But don't worry, I won't die yet. He grinned. I've gotten way stronger while you were away. Byakuya, who is that? Yukataki asked, observing Ichigo with interest. The aristocratic Shinigami captain responded, he's a nobody. He's just a Ryoka that I am going to destroy. I'm ending this meaningless skirmish here. It all stops here. Compared to the person laying behind you, he is not important. Ichigo laughed at Byakuya. Look at you standing there all carefree. You didn't even move forward while I was talking to Rukia for so long. Byakuya responded to the orange-haired savior by asking, who do you think you're talking to? Why would I need to sneak up on the likes of you? Don't think too highly of yourself, insignificant scum. Byakuya then used his Ryotsu to flood the bridge with enough force to knock Hanataro and Rukia to their knees. Byakuya, who was somewhat impressed by Ichigo's determination, remarked, not even a budge in front of this Ryotsu. It seems that you have indeed gained strength. I don't know how you got your Shinigami powers back, but you should have just returned to your normal human life, instead of throwing it away after so fortunately keeping it. How foolish. Ichigo simply held Zangetsu out willing to fight. Ichigo stated resolutely, I'm going to beat you and then I'm going home. I'm not throwing my life away. Before disappearing through Shunpo, Byakuya said, I just said don't think so highly of yourself, insignificant scum. However, Ichigo deflected his blow to his back, preventing Byakuya from killing or seriously injuring him in a single motion. Ichigo said, you said I think too highly of myself. I saw every single step Kuchiki Byakuya. Before hurling Byakuya into the air and battling another. I see. You've improved more than I thought. Well, in that case, Byakuya said, narrowing his eyes at Ichigo. Before you start becoming too full of yourself, I'll have to show you what you can't compensate for in 1,000 years of training. The decisive difference in strength between us. He held his unreleased Zanpakuto up in front of his face, just like he had done against Ganju. Rukia yelled, Ichigo run, because she didn't want Ichigo to suffer the same fate as Ganju. Shire. Yoruichi held a cloth wrapped around Byakuya's sword before he could finish his release command. Well, Shihuan Yoruichi. I haven't seen your face in a while. You disappeared for 100 years. Everyone thought you were dead. With his sword still raised, Ichigo said, "Thank you for coming to save me, Yoruichi. But please move. I have to defeat him." Defeat him? By yourself? Yoruichi scoffingly said, turning around and glancing at him from one side of her face. Idiot. Naruto materialized behind him before he could speak, putting one arm around his neck and inserting the other hand through his bandages into the wound on his body. With a serious expression on his face, Naruto watched as Ichigo gave him a startled look before shrugging and saying, "Best ninja ever." Naruto reached out and grabbed Ichigo as he fell forward, unconscious, saying, "Got him Yoruichi-chan. Either Gaiden or Houten." Releasing a powerful tranquilizer into the body. "You're here to save him?" Yukitake asked. "It's a drug, isn't it?" After taking a close look at Naruto, he matched it with a description, saying, "Wait, you're the Ryoka that has been causing a ruckus all around the Seirei, Uzumaki Naruto." He looked at Byakuya and said, "He seems like he has a stick in his ass. So you're Kuchiki Byakuya?" Naruto lifted Ichigo over his shoulder and said, "Yep. Nice to meet you, you seem nice." He gazed at the man for a while before saying, "You have a nice house." "Yes, that was you that ruined the clothes of my clan, wasn't it?" Byakuya said, staring at Naruto without comment. "Now you can't prove that." Naruto blinked. Byakuya responded bluntly, "You are a very unusual person. You wrote, Uzumaki Naruto was here and did this in the ground outside." Instead of answering right away, Naruto just stared at Byakuya before pointing at him and asking, "Are you related to someone named Uchiha or Hyuga? Because you look and act like the illegitimate love child of two people I used to know. Thought I don't want to know how they would have gone about making you." He shivered and then snapped his fingers, saying, "I've got it. You could be a clone." Byakuya felt a strong urge to stab Naruto right now for no other reason than the fact that he was a Ryoka. Yoruichi calmed Naruto down by saying, "Naruto, focus." He instantly put on his game face again and said, "Get ready to move." "You're trying to save him, Yoruichi?" Yukitake asked Yoruichi. "Did you think that I would allow that, senpai?" Byakuya replied quietly, "No, senpai, you won't be able to leave here freely. You are Uzumaki Naruto." "When did you learn to talk so big, Byakuya? Did you ever beat me in a game of tag?" Yoruichi asked with a confident smirk. Byakuya looked directly at her and asked, "Should we try again then?" before they both vanished from view. Let Yoruichi handle it for the time being, but Naruto's muscles tensed up to get ready to move if he was attacked. After passing Yoruichi, Byakuya quickly turned to swing his sword, only to discover that he had missed because Yoruichi had stolen Ichigo's body from Naruto and had hopped over the bridge's railing. When he came up behind her, Yoruichi grinned, believing she had him. "You can't escape me with that level of shunpo," he said. "You can't catch me with that level of shunpo," she said, tauntingly hopping on his arm as he swung again at close range. "This little fight is postponed until then. You can follow if you want to, but, Shunshin, Flash Goddess. Yoruichi won't be caught so easily," she said, abruptly disappearing from view and resurfacing atop the nearby tower. "I'll make him stronger than you in 3 days," she said, patting Ichigo. With a bored expression on his face and his arms crossed, Byakuya turned to face Naruto and said, "Finally. I thought you forgot about me." According to Byakuya, "You didn't run. What are you here for?" he asked, intending to move on and swiftly disable Naruto, who had not only waited but had also completely forgotten that Naruto had been there and hadn't attacked him. Smiled. "I'm here for you to leave a message with. I'm not Naruto. The real Naruto was long gone while you were playing with Yoruichi-chan. I'm a clone. Killing me wouldn't do anything. It might make you feel better though." "You're not a Shinigami." Yukitake replied to the clone. "You're not a Quincy like one of the other Ryoka that we've heard of either, but nor do you seem to be a regular human. What are you?" With his hands on the back of his head, the clone leaned against the railing and said, "I'm just your humble sage, just traveling existence trying to find a balance." He gave Rukia a serious look and said, "Don't get comfortable. Boy Wonder's going to be back here for you soon enough, just wait. And some advice, this beating yourself up for whatever reason shouldn't come into play when someone actually comes for you and shows you that you're worth the effort, because the way you want him to just run and leave you here is insulting." The clone rolled back first over the railing and took the long fall. Shortly after the clone left, Byakuya and Yukitake both glanced over the railing and saw a cloud of smoke in midair, but no Naruto replica was falling. "Hey, where are you going, Byakuya? What about the others, aren't they the reason you're here?" Byakuya asked, turning abruptly to leave the bridge while ignoring Hanataro and Rukia. As he turned to leave without looking at any of them, he said indifferently, "I lost my interest. Do whatever you want with them." As he watched his fellow captain leave, Yukitake scratched his head and said, "Ho, that guy always does whatever he wants at any given moment." He then turned to face Rukia, who fell to the bridge, saying, finally collapsed after the pressure suddenly lifted when Byakuya left. He sighed and said, "What a bother, maybe I should just call for them. Oi, Sentaro, Kion, please come out, can't blame her." "You called Captain?" the woman asked as the two Shinigami appeared at Yukitake's side. One was a small girl with dark blonde hair and a white shirt collar peeking through the top of her Shinigami uniform. The other was a man with black hair, a white headband, white shoulder straps, and a goatee. "So you were both here after all. How long were you both standing there?" Yukitake asked, glaring at them both. The man replied solemnly, "Since, that was scary, Yukitake Taiko." With an angry expression on his face, Yukitake remarked, "So from the beginning, didn't I say that it was dangerous, so don't come? I'm very, very sorry, but I respect you too much, Captain, and I couldn't help but follow you wherever you went," the man said frantically as he suddenly got to his feet and saluted him. Before turning to face Yukitake, the woman beside the saluting man exclaimed, "That was so cheap, Sentaro. Captain, I feel the exact same way. Actually, I respect you even more," she said. The captain took charge of the situation after the two got into a heated argument about who respected Yukitake more. He told his female underling, "Sentaro, please carry Rukia back into the prison." "All right, enough. Kion, contact the 4th Division right away. Someone here is gravely wounded here and we need a top-notch medic dispatched right away." After giving Rukia and Hanataro a nod, the man said, "Move aside, brat." In an attempt to shield Rukia, Hanataro exclaimed, "I refuse. I won't let Rukia-san be placed back in that prison." Sentaru's yell, "Get the hell out of the way, brat," terrified Hanataro. "Do you think I want to put her back in that damned place?" Sentaro walked past him and picked up Rukia, carrying her back inside. "Sorry, Kuchiki. Yukitake Taiko and I will definitely get you out of there. Just hang in there a bit longer." Kion trailed behind him to continue their argument, leaving Hanataro and Yukitake alone on the bridge with Ganju's body. The young Shinigami was unable to articulate his thoughts clearly, so Yukitake guessed his intentions and got a nod. "Of course I'd help. Until we figure out who murdered Aizen, you two are prime sources of information as well as top suspects, so I can't just let you die here. Furthermore, although it was completely half-assed and clumsy, you did try to rescue a member of my division. So of course I won't stand here and watch your friend die," the young Shinigami concluded with a smile. After closing a secret entrance to the hideout, Yoruichi placed Ichigo's body on the ground and took deep breaths of exhaustion. "Phew, it must be because I haven't had a real fight in 100 years, but I'm fighting so hard to catch my breath just after a few hundred shunpo steps. I'm sure a lot weaker." Yoruichi sank to the floor, sitting against the wall, and gazed at Ichigo's body. "Wake up, Ichigo, so I can get you stronger. When you get up I'll tell you about Zanjetsu's true power, and a few secrets." "Oi, Yoruichi-chan," she said, turning to face the cliff's opening. "A little help here?" she asked as she stood up and approached Naruto, who was hanging upside down in midair a short distance from a safe drop location. With a puzzled blink, Yoruichi asked, "How on earth did you end up like that?" Naruto smiled at her. "When you left I took advantage of all of the ruckus and ran towards the edge of that cliff. I tied some ninja wire to my feet so I could jump off and swing down here and anchored it with a kunai. Only I didn't see how far out from the cliff the hole was and now I'm here." He laughed sheepishly. "If I swing towards you can you catch me and hold on so I can cut myself down?" "Do you know any Shinigami with powers over illusions like that?" Naruto asked, returning inside, after recounting what he had done earlier that day and what he had witnessed, even up to the Shinigami who appeared to be in an illusion. She pondered it for a while. "It's been a long time and I never exactly took catalog of what everyone could do. I know from speaking with them personally in the past, Naruto, and powers like that are very rare. Anyway, we have something more important to worry about right now, like ourselves." She gestured to the unconscious Ichigo. "I need to get him ready to fight Byakuya, and to do that I need to get him to activate his bankai, final release." "Is it really something that important, because that Byakuya guy was no joke? I thought you were going to make me fight him off when we went to go grab Boy Wonder here. I just got through fighting Soi Fon last night. 2 captains in less than 24 hours is not my idea of a good time if last night was any indication," Naruto asked curiously as he sat down next to her against the wall she had been sitting against initially. Yoruichi gave him a grin. Oh, you might have been able to take him. She replied with a playful punch to the arm. And bankai could be just what we need. The power it will give Ichigo is something that we can't overlook or go any further without, not if we were to fight the captains that are being deployed to take us on now. Every captain with the exception of Zaraki Kenpachi has the ability to utilize bankai, a power-up for their Zanpakuto past the level of shikai. It's another Zanpakuto power? He inquired, so Soi Fon had another move that she could have used during our fight. Why didn't she use it? Not that I'm complaining, because she hit hard enough without another power-up. He glanced at his chest. This mark is still on my fucking chest. Why won't it go away? He laughed and said, looks like someone's still thinking about you. She laughed out loud. It's okay. It won't do anything as long as she doesn't touch it again and she can't find you, so it should be fine. It's impressive though. It's been at least 12 hours and it's still on. When I was here she could only will it to hold for 30 minutes. His chest was poked. I don't see what's so funny. If she touches this thing again I will die. He screamed at the dark-skinned. Why won't she be able to find me? If I know her. First of all, after last night she's going to be pissed. Second of all, if she's anything like me she is not going to accept the end of that fight the way that it ended. She's going to be looking for me. Doesn't this thing act like a beacon or something? Yoruichi nodded her head. No, and she won't be looking for you either because you beat her up pretty bad and she doesn't have your freakish, scary ability to heal. So that means she went to the 4th division for treatment. Naruto was now aware that the 4th division was the Seirei's healer medical unit. And this is going to keep her from running right out and hunting my sexy blonde ass down. Why? He asked incredulously, adding that he didn't find anything Yoruichi had just said appealing. If it were me, I would jump right out as soon as I could walk without a limp. Yoruichi grinned knowingly. Let's just say that you're safe and leave it at that, Naruto. Trust me, Soi Fon isn't going to be out and about for a while, and she sure won't be out looking for you. After giving her a bewildered look, Naruto smacked his lips and asked, why? Headquarters of the 4th Division, Medical Bay. As Soi Fon quickly put her uniform back on, she was fighting the urge to sneeze repeatedly because she felt compelled to follow up on her fight with Uzumaki Naruto from the previous night. He won't get away from me, she said. How far was he able to go? I just need to track him down once more and eliminate him. Where do you think you're going, Taiko? Soi Fon had begun to put on her sandals when she was interrupted by a rather soothing and calm voice. Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, was standing there grinning at her as she turned almost robotically toward her room's door. She was a stunning woman with blue eyes and long black hair styled in a single braid in the front. She was dressed as Captain Shinigami, but instead of the sash that the others wore, she wore an obi. I need to get back out and find the dangerous Ryoka Uzumaki Naruto. I fought him last night and he has to be out there somewhere, still wounded. He couldn't have gotten far, Soi Fon said, slowly beginning to try to put her sandal on her foot while keeping a wary eye on the medical squad captain. Unohana nodded her head. I haven't released you or cleared you for duty yet, Taiko. We already have one captain deceased and another in worse condition than you. I would like to not lose any more high-ranking officers just to let them go chasing after one Ryoka. That's why I have to go after him. Soi Fon insisted insistently. This Ryoka has demonstrated skills in infiltration, sabotage, and assassination that at the very least reach my own level. For all we know he could have been the one that murdered Aizen Taiko and he's still out there. Any one of the other high-ranking Shinigami could be next unless someone stops him and none of you would be able to do so. Unohana produced a magazine with Naruto's smiling face blown up to fill the page and asked, You mean this Uzumaki Naruto? Somehow these found their way all over the Seirei yesterday. For being a completely narcissistic, self-gratifying piece meant to be a joke, it's surprisingly well written and entertaining. Huh, did you know that he's an author? That must be why. With a twitching eye, Soi Fon said, the fact that he infiltrated the HQ necessary to even make that proves my point. He's dangerous, Unohana Taiko. He plays the clown but in battle he's a killer, don't be fooled. She was referring to the magazine she was holding. She put the magazine up and said, be that as it may. You won't be hunting for him until you're cleared, so please put your hospital clothing back on and get back into bed, please. Unohana's smile told one story, but the aura she was creating and the presence she was creating made Soi Fon hesitate and slowly comply with her request, greatly reducing the tense atmosphere. Thank you, Soi Fon Taiko. Honestly, despite his rowdy demeanor and attitude, Zaraki Taiko is a better patient than the rest of you. That's probably because he isn't even awake yet and you scare us half to death when we're in the hospital, Soi Fon said without saying anything as she slid back into her bed. Despite his presence, he most likely knows better by now. Barbarian or not. She looked up at Unohana and blinked in bewilderment when the magazine was put on her bed. Unohana left Soi Fon alone and left the room, saying, "So that you don't get bored." Before the room's silence and the fact that she was unable to even get up to meditate caused Soi Fon to glare at the magazine, she thought to herself, "Know your enemy, I guess," before opening it and starting to read. Subsequently, Tsukyoku Hill Hideout. Yoruichi saw Naruto heading toward the cliffside entrance to the hideout and asked, "Where are you going?" "You don't need me here to teach the kid bankai, do you? I mean, I don't know how you're going to train him, but I doubt I'll be any use unless you want me to fight him," Naruto said, rolling his shoulder joint in an attempt to stretch. The young Shinigami was still struggling awoken. "No, I guess I don't need you to teach him bankai. But I do need you here. You haven't come face to face with an opponent using bankai before, and I should tell you now, it increases their strength 5 to 10 times higher than it previously was. 10 times stronger. And again I ask, why didn't Soi Fon use bankai to try and kill me?" Naruto said, his eyes hardening. Shrugged, "I'm not even carrying my Zanpakuto with me because I would rather use my hands." It's not that much of a stretch to say that she wouldn't like using it. Soi Fon isn't a flashy fighter, so her bankai must go against her style of fighting. Others are usually luckier with their bankai as it will go with their style of fighting, but none of them should be taken lightly. You should be here to witness it if he achieves it, so that you will not have the experience just thrown at you and you can at least learn the amount of ryotsu that a full release can generate. As he started to approach Ichigo, Naruto asked her, "More powers, huh? Well, I still have a boatload of moves that you haven't seen yet, Yoruichi-chan. Please don't underestimate me and think me weak. I think I'm getting used to the whole idea of fighting these Shinigami. Old soldiers like me always have a couple of tricks up our sleeves." He kicked Ichigo and left his body as he started to stir. Yoruichi asked, "So now where are you going?" as he made his way toward the spacious training area farther into the hideout. "I can't leave apparently to do some more work, so I'm going to go make sure something I set up earlier works for when I'll need it," he stated as he grew increasingly distant. Wonder Boy's awake and he looks rather pissed. "Well, I guess it's time to explain bankai and hope he isn't brick-headed enough to think he can win without it," Yoruichi said, glancing down at Ichigo, who was staring at her angrily. That evening, later, "Well, I don't know about you, Wonder Boy, but my training went great. I'm done. So all we're doing is waiting on you and your giant butcher's knife to get to bankai and we can go save your friend," Naruto said, joyfully plunging himself into a hot spring and placing his hands up behind his head to unwind. "Well, wonderful for you. My Zanpakuto is a slave driver and is trying to kill me." Ichigo, who still hadn't forgiven Naruto for pushing his hand into his wound earlier that day, glared at the shinobi and looked up at the ceiling. "This is a good spring though. Though I can't even tell whether it's day or night. You think I can do it? Get my bankai?" he asked. With his head cocked back and his eyes closed, Naruto sighed reassuringly and said, "It's up to you." "Is there a butterfly mark still on my chest?" he asked, going silent for a moment before continuing, "It's about how badly you want it. Nothing I can say is going to push you if you really don't have it in you to fight." Before examining it closely, Ichigo remarked, Yeah. I thought it was a tattoo or something. It looks gay actually." He looked down at it and said absently, smiling, "I know, it's a fucking butterfly. Would it make it any better if I said a girl gave it to me? She's so hot, she's a captain, and she'd totally kill you in like 5 minutes. Hell, Yoruichi would kill you in like 3 minutes. You better get that bankai in a hurry now," Naruto groaned. Ichigo gave him a fierce look and said, "Hey, you fought to a draw, and I already defeated a captain." Chuckling, "I wasn't trying to kill her, you were trying to kill your opponent. Hell, I heard the guy handicapped himself and you still only fought him to a draw, because if Yoruichi had to pick you up off the field and bring you here afterwards while you were out of it, you sure didn't beat him." Ichigo took that as a challenge and snarled at Naruto. He really wasn't in the mood for any snarky comments. "You think you can take me?" given the day he had been having so far. Naruto smiled with assurance. "With my bare hands. You're 500 years too soon to step up to me. I've forgotten more about fighting than you're ever going to learn. Tell me, would you pick a fight with Yoruichi-chan?" Ichigo answered, "No." The woman knew more about Shinigami and the Soul Society in general than he did, and she was teaching him something he didn't even know yet. He knew he wouldn't prevail in a fight with her because of all those factors, saying, "But you're not her. You're some guy." Naruto nodded. "Really? Because I'd pick a fight with Yoruichi-chan right here right now and feel pretty damn good about it were it not for the fact that my desire to have her fall madly in love with me greatly outweighs my desire to assert my dominance over someone strong," Unless that would get me a step closer to achieving the former, in which case I need to find her right now and call her out. He noticed that Ichigo was rolling his eyes. What, you don't think Yoruichi is awesome? You're out of your rabbit-ass mind. She's a Shinigami and I'm a human. It doesn't matter what I think about her. Ichigo continued firmly, besides, she's so much older than us. Older than you. Naruto underlined his point. I ain't no Shinigami, but I'm older than her. I can safely say that she's nowhere near my age, so I couldn't care less about that. And far as I've seen, the only difference between a soul and a human is the lifespan, which means that to me, there is no difference. He noticed that Ichigo was staring at him strangely. Oh, I didn't tell you yet. I'm immortal. Don't go spreading that around back in the world of the living. Ichigo just stared at him before throwing his hands in the air abruptly. You know what? I'm not even going to call you out on that, because let me tell you about what I've been doing. I fought a berserker that almost cleaved me in half about 30 times. Had a bonding moment with my Zanpakuto, got rescued by our cat guide, who I found out is not only female but transformed into a grown woman, who appeared in front of me stark naked. Flew off on some kind of hang glider, got within arm's reach of the person I came here to save, but then had to leave because the naked woman from before showed up and let some weird blonde guy shove his arm into my stomach and knock me out. I then realized that my sword has a second super powerful form, and to get it I have to fight the spirit of my sword and find the right sword that is actually my Zanpakuto's true form. And my Zanpakuto spirit is mean as hell. So yeah, hearing that you're immortal is huge, but with everything else going on I might as well not care. Man, this is one hell of a summer vacation. Feel good to let all of that out? Asked Naruto as he sat in the water, facing Ichigo. Ichigo nodded and inhaled deeply. Good, because that took so long. If I weren't immortal, I'd be pissed that you took up so much of my time just now. As Yoruichi appeared and started taking off her clothes, Ichigo and Naruto heard her ask, "Mind if I join you?" Ichigo and Naruto both exclaimed, "Yes, go away. No, come on in," respectively. When Ichigo heard Naruto groan in disappointment, he turned away and let himself see that Yoruichi was swimming around in her cat form. "I'm coming in." Naruto pumped his fist in triumph. "You lecher, you were really disappointed that you didn't see me naked." After hearing Ichigo exhale in relief, she grinned. "I call Naruto a pervert, but you're just as bad as him. At least he doesn't try to be something he's not." As she continued to swim, Ichigo gave her a stern look and said, "Don't let me drown you." She struck up a conversation with them both by asking, "So how was your training?" "I'm good to go, Yoruichi-chan. Just say the word and I'm ready for action," Naruto said with a smile while pointing a fist at Yoruichi. The cat or woman looked at him curiously. "What is it that you were doing? All I saw you doing was just sitting still over by yourself, surrounded by two of your clones doing the same thing like some kind of guru." "Sage, actually. And I can't tell you until I actually have to use it," Naruto said, waving his finger. "Fine, I'll just make you use it the next time we fight," Yoruichi said deadpan to him. Naruto winked at her, and she turned to Ichigo. "So how about you? What do you think of your training?" she asked. Ichigo was scratching his head. "It's rough, and I can't tell if I'm any closer or not. Man, Getaboshi sure put some work into that doll you made me put Zanjetsu's spirit into. And he made this entire place too?" "He sure did," she replied. "He built this place as a playground when we were kids, and we would train here later when he joined the Gote 13 and I entered the Onmitsukido." She circled him and passed him. When he suddenly turned back around, Ichigo was about to ask her a question. "Why did you transform back into your human form?" he asked, becoming agitated upon seeing her nude. "She's covered by the water, Wonder Boy." Naruto laughed when he saw his response. "You've got some things to experience in life, kid. Stop taking everything so seriously. You aren't in a fight, you're in a comforting bath surrounded by friends, one of whom is a hot woman. You take things too lightly. We're in the middle of a battle with tons of Shinigami that want to kill us, and all I've seen you do is joke and laugh at everything. How strong can you be?" Ichigo glared at Naruto, turning to avoid his gaze straying to Yoruichi, who kept finding his reactions at her transformations amusing. His grin fell. "You're lucky Yoruichi-chan wants you in one piece so you can learn your bankai. Otherwise I'd be dragging you out of this spring over to the training field and showing you what's what. If I took everything seriously and looked at the world the way you do, I would have driven myself insane a long time ago. Existence is a horrible, ugly thing, and just when you think you've seen all of the heinous stuff that people can come up with, something else even worse comes along. If I don't keep an upbeat outlook on everything with the way that the world is, I couldn't take it. I just don't know what I would do." Ichigo asked, "What are you talking about?" as his eyes grew wide. Naruto took a deep breath and rubbed his temple. You know, the only reason I fought those hollows when we met was because I was actually around while they were attacking. If hadn't been there and I had just heard about what had happened, I don't think I would have tried doing anything. He noticed that both Yoruichi and Ichigo were now, as he spoke, people and hollows. They really aren't that different. Hollows kill people and eat their souls. Well, at least that serves a purpose. I've saved people, entire groups of people, and then had to turn around and see or hear about those people I saved killing another group of people. Humans and hollows both have the same capacity for committing evil, and I'm certain that Shinigami do too. I'm getting out, Naruto said, putting a towel around his waist and leaving the hot spring after noticing that neither Yoruichi nor Ichigo had spoken to him and that the atmosphere had been destroyed. Wonder Boy is probably going to want to get out soon so that he can keep getting his ass kicked tomorrow. He still needs bankai. That evening, later, after spending time in the hot spring, Ichigo returned to training with Zangetsu feeling rejuvenated and prepared to take on the spirit of his sword, still seeking the true form of his bankai. Because he didn't want to have to be close to Ichigo or Yoruichi to answer any questions or even discuss what he had just finished saying to them at the bath, Naruto was extremely appreciative that this area beneath Tsukyoku Hill was so spacious. Since he was the only one who would ever live long enough to care or even have a chance of getting anything done about it, it was and would always be his particular problem. Even after thousands of years, people still don't fully comprehend one another. It seems like nobody tries most of the time. And now all of this Shinigami-related stuff as well? Inside his bedroll, he mused to himself. Like at Urahara's house or the Vizard's warehouse, the training area's ceiling always showed a sunny day, so he was never sure what time it was. He had a malfunctioning internal clock. Hey. From a distance, he heard Yoruichi ask, "Are you feeling alright?" "Yeah, I just can't sleep." Yoruichi nodded. "Why are you here and not there helping him?" Naruto sat up and nodded at her. "So Ichigo's gotten back to work on his bankai?" he asked. "Because only he can do it for himself. There's not a whole lot I can do except force him to take a break every now and then, and Zangetsu usually does that himself." Yoruichi scowled and sat down near Naruto. "Do you want to talk about anything?" she asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Naruto laughed. "Yoruichi-chan, you don't have enough free time to listen to all of my problems. It's alright. I've been dealing with my own stuff alone for countless years. Just worry about Wonder Boy and getting him and his friends out alive." "And what about you?" she replied. "If we're worrying about ourselves and you're worrying about us too, then who's going to worry about you? You say this like you don't expect me to try and help you with your problems. I'm the entire reason you're here. Immortal or not, you're still a human and you're still my responsibility. If your mind isn't right, it might get you killed when the time comes to fight. You want to know something I've come to learn? I have a dream that seems totally impossible, to bring peace to the world, and I've only come up with a way to make it work some of the time. It's not about changing the world, Yoruichi-chan. The status quo brings about the most peaceful eras I've ever seen. Changing the world causes panic and strife, anger, and fear, which leads to conflict. So it's not about changing the world, it's about doing your best to keep the world just the way it is. Less life is lost that way." Naruto shook his head before Yoruichi gave him a stern look that made it clear he was not given a choice. Yoruichi gave a slight grin to her lips. "You know, when you say stuff like that, it makes me really believe that you've been around for as long as you keep implying you have, because only an old man could say something that sounds so profound, confusing, and totally out of place." "Ah, I needed that." Naruto began to laugh at her response, wiping a tear from his eye. He lay back in his bedroll and looked up at the ceiling. "Every now and then I need to let off a little steam. I'm fine now, what do I have to worry about? As long as I stay alive, I'll have all the time in the world to work out an answer, and I won't stop until I do. It was a promise. And I always keep my promises." He felt Yoruichi crawl into the bedroll with him and drape herself on top of him, resting her head on his chest. "Yoruichi-chan?" Pulling herself close, she said, "Shut up, Naruto. Ichigo is training. You seem like you could use a friend, and I have nothing to do." "My friends die," Naruto replied. "Even when I keep them alive, they still die, and time doesn't pass for me at all." When Yoruichi looked up at him with her golden eyes, she rolled her eyes and said, "Well, this one isn't going anywhere for a long time. The advantages of being a Shinigami, you know. You grope me or do anything that I don't say is okay and I'll tear you apart." To allay any reservations she might have had about doing this, Naruto uttered the words, "Got it. Would holding you get me killed?" he asked, implying that his perversion was a manifestation of his long-term loneliness and boredom. Naruto put his arms around her and drew them closer after she said, No, it wouldn't. He then asked her, would trying to fall asleep right now get me killed? She closed her eyes to get some sleep and said, what else are you going to do? You're not leaving until Ichigo gets bankai and you told me that you were ready for the battle. Sleep. You're going to need all the rest you can get. Before rescuing Naruto from the aftermath of his battle with Soi Fon, she hadn't received any. With a nod, Naruto chose to kiss her forehead, causing Yoruichi to look at him in shock and ask, what the hell? Naruto closed his eyes. Sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission when it's something that you really want. Looking at the blonde bewildered, Yoruichi asked, something you really want? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Yoruichi-chan, you're the first friend I've decided to try and make in 1,000 years. She stared at him with disbelief. I've had acquaintances, but everyone I meet dies, so I stopped getting too close to people. I just kept moving and traveling, never returning until too much time had passed and they forgot about me or died. Before planting a gentle kiss on his lips, she muttered to him, stupid. Maybe that's why you seem so insane to me and others. Because you've only had yourself to deal with for so long. I know being around you for too long would make me go crazy. Don't be that kind of person that tries to do everything on their own. There will always be someone willing to help you. And I don't want to hear any of your nonsense about me dying before you or something like that, Naruto Oji-san. Stupid. Naruto closed his eyes again to sleep and said, whatever you say, Yoruichi Obachan. He yawned and smiled when he felt her strike him in the ribs. Since the only sounds were those of Ichigo engaged in combat with Zangetsu, the two fell into a cozy silence. This doesn't leave the cave. Why? You embarrassed? Or is there someone else? Gasp, it's Urahara, isn't it? That's it, right? Naruto, shut up and go to sleep. I can't sleep. Not with this question burning in my mind. Now who is it? Oh wait, I know, it's why you didn't want me to kill her. It's Soi Fon, isn't it? That's so hot. Maybe that should go into the book? Thwack. Good night, Naruto. The mental image was worth it. Yes, I'm sure that it was. The following day, Yoruichi stood beside Naruto, who was sitting on a tall rock in a meditative position, watching Ichigo battle in a wide space filled with blades of all sizes, shapes, and types. When he saw Ichigo defeat Zangetsu until his blade broke and he had to look for another, Naruto whistled. Ichigo was right. His Zanpakuto spirit is mean. Look at all of these swords. Unless he can sense which one it is, it's a total pick'em trying to find his blade. He's getting better though. This kid's got a good fight IQ. Replied, it's a shortcut, Naruto. It's going to be harder than doing it the long way. That would take 10 years. We were lucky that we got that extension when we first came to the Soul Society. It knocked us a few days back, giving us this extra time to train him. Still, this isn't about improving his fighting prowess. His spiritual growth isn't improving as quickly as his combat skill. Naruto questioned, flinching a little as he witnessed Ichigo being flung into the face of a rock outcropping. That's bad, right? Yes, said Yoruichi, a little alarmed. I need to do something to occupy my time because if Ichigo can't pull off his bankai in 3 days, it might be too dangerous for his soul to survive. I need to give it another day. She sighed as Ichigo grabbed a new sword and charged straight back into battle with Zangetsu. Want to fight again? Naruto asked kindly. I'm 100% again, and there's no such thing as too much preparation. We can even go light so we don't beat each other senseless, just go through the motions. Before turning back to Ichigo, she glanced at him and said, I really can't. I have to keep overseeing his training. Given that Ichigo had used a dozen swords in the previous 3 minutes, Naruto questioned, how will he even know when he finds the right sword? Before squinting and surveying her surroundings, Yoruichi urged, oh, he'll know, we'll all know. Do you feel that? She asked, letting Naruto know that her attitude had changed. I think someone's. Abarai Renji emerged from the dust of the demolished entrance, holding his Zanpakuto in shikai form, as the training ground's secret entrance exploded open, revealing, you actually have to hide to do your bankai training. I have no idea how you actually found us, but you can't leave now. You understand, right? Naruto said, standing with his arms crossed in front of Renji amid a flurry of wind and leaves. Down, boy. Naruto snarled at being compared to a dog. Any particular reason you're here, or should I let Naruto loose? He's been rather bored lately. Yoruichi appeared next to him and moved in front of him, preventing him from trying anything. Renji turned to face Naruto and Yoruichi and said, and you might want to inform Kurosaki of something. Rukia's execution date has been moved up. It's now tomorrow at noon. He continued into the training area, saying, relax, I'm not here to fight. My problem isn't with Kurosaki anymore. I'm here to finish my own bankai training too. I'm actually close. After exchanging glances, Naruto and Yoruichi held out their hands and played a brief game of rock, paper, scissors. Naruto lost, and he said, "Damn it, fine, I'll go tell Boy Wonder the bad news." 5 hours prior to the date of execution, none of the would-be rescuers had liked how quickly the day of Rukia's execution had arrived. Yoruichi advised Naruto to remain with Orihime, Uryu, and Shad until the actual attack on the Tsukyoku, despite Naruto's concerns about their whereabouts. He trusted Yoruichi to know what was right in this situation, so he obeyed her orders even though this wasn't his mission and he had no real personal stake in it. Ultimately, she had asked him to collaborate with her on this project rather than the other way around. "So do you think that he can really pull it off and obtain his bankai, because we're out of time here?" Renji asked Yoruichi and Naruto, who were still watching Ichigo train with Zangetsu and were tenaciously searching for the right sword for his bankai. Ichigo was knocked aside by his Zanpakuto spirit Zangetsu again on the training ground battlefield. "This is all up to you, Ichigo." Several Zangetsus stood around Ichigo with swords, saying, "One more time now. Just because you're getting weaker doesn't mean I'm going to make the training any easier on you. Stop yapping already, old man. I'm not going to give you an excuse to go easier on me." Ichigo growled and grinned before snatching up another sword from the ground and charging straight back into the battle. Yoruichi considered the response while keeping her gaze fixed on Ichigo. Ichigo must understand in his heart that he is capable of having immense power. She stood silently for a moment before continuing. "Do you remember learning to walk? I know he can master his bankai, no matter how hard it seems." For a moment, Renji appeared stunned by the inquiry. "What? How could I possibly recall such a thing?" Renji was still perplexed by Yoruichi's statement. "If you don't consciously remember, then you don't consciously know how to do it. If so, how are you still able to walk?" "That's because everyone is born knowing how to walk. It's instinctive, just like how fish know how to swim and birds know how to fly. When the time comes, they won't hesitate to try to develop their strength because they know it in their gut." As Ichigo battled the various forms of Zangetsu, she went on, "It reminds me of instinct to see Ichigo's determined face. I believe he knows in his heart that he is capable of doing this. I firmly think that he was born with the capacity to attain bankai." The sounds of Ichigo's struggle continued, and Renji stood silent until he turned to go, saying, "Well, in that case I'm off." With a contemplative expression on his face, Naruto turned to Renji and asked, "Why are you leaving now? Why don't you wait a bit and come with us? You must have a better chance. From what I've observed, these captains are serious business, bankai or not." With a laugh, Renji said, "This is personal Uzumaki. I want to beat my captain, and I don't think there's a better time to do so than right now, especially since I have a good reason to do so." "Need some assistance?" With a helpful smile, Naruto asked him. "Yoruichi can watch Wonder Boy. And I can accompany you to keep the riff-raff away and possibly even assist you in fighting the guy. Isn't that Byakuya?" "No, this is something I have to do alone," Renji said, shaking his head. "When you're all finished here, I'll catch up with the others." Since he had seen and heard that he genuinely cared for Rukia during the day that Renji had been there, he couldn't help but want to accompany him. The anticipation of the impending conflict was making him jittery. He hadn't felt this prepared for a fight in so long that he had nearly forgotten what it felt like. Naruto said, "Quite honestly, good luck." "You can stay with Ichigo," said the blonde as she got up and started to move to a quiet area of the building while Yoruichi continued to stare at Naruto. "I'm heading out to get ready for the fight. When it's time to depart from Yoruichi-chan, come get me." HQs of the 11th Division. One Shinigami was holding his head while the other two were busy sweeping the headquarters streets. He was suffering from a hangover from the night before, saying, I drank too much last night, damn it." "It's not just that, idiot," sneered the second Shinigami from the side. "You also smoke too much. You wouldn't be sleepy otherwise." To his partner for the day, the first one said, "Meh, shut up. Stop mouthing off to me just because you lost in that spar yesterday, or I'll just beat the shit out of you again." "What?" the other Shinigami said, tossing his broom to the floor and placing his hand on his Zanpakuto. "I'll polish you off before I start cleaning the street, so pull out your sword." The first Shinigami grabbed his own Zanpakuto and said, "Huh? Polish? You loser, that sounds so pathetic. Get ready to be kicked in the ass." Then, as a sound of ferocious charging approached, the two came to a stop. "Oi, what's that sound?" "Idiots," said Madarei Makaku, a bald Shinigami, as he ran past them after Zaraki Kenpachi flew around the corner and sped past them, causing the two to panic and rush back to work. "When you're slacking off, you should keep quiet." Next to them ran Akaku's partner, a rather effeminate man with feathers on his eyebrow and purple jaw-length hair, who said, "Leave one speck of dirt and I'll kill you both." "What the hell is going on?" the two asked, scratching their heads as they watched their superiors follow Kenpachi. "Additionally, I believe I saw two individuals on the captain's back." As he continued to run through the Seireidi's labyrinth, Kenpachi said, "And now, woman, which way do we go?" did he ask? Over one shoulder, Orihime emerged and said, It's probably." A young girl with pink hair interrupted her by headbutting her in the head to get her to move aside, saying, "This is how it is. Ken-chan believes that we ought to go this way as well," she said, gesturing in an arbitrary direction. "I think it's best if we leave it to Orihime to decide," Akaku said. Yachiru Fukutaichu's sense of direction is hopelessly poor. "Shut up, Marblehead." Yachiru spat a loogie on Akaku's head. Before Akaku tried to strangle the young girl, Yumachika tried to calm him down. This left Kenpachi unsure of where to go, saying, "Never mind, what a nuisance. The location of Kurosaki will be up to me to determine." Uryu, a heavily bandaged Ganju, and Chad were sitting inside a jail cell when a butterfly unexpectedly floated into the room and attracted Uryu's attention. "Oh look, a butterfly," Uryu said. "Is it spring in Soul Society? It's so adorable." In his own world right now, he wondered. As Chad watched with a drop of perspiration, Ganju narrowed his eyes at Uryu through his bandages. "Mumbling to yourself about butterflies, so hopeless." He sighed and said, "If you want to, you can chase it around too, Uryu. I'm not going to share this with anyone." Uryu began to sputter. Don't try to fool me. I'm not going to chase a butterfly." And lost sight of the butterfly. "I don't think we're that close yet, so don't call me by my first name either." "What?" Ganju snapped back at him. "We're not that close, in my opinion either." Since there was nothing to do in their cells and all the Sekiseki were so numerous that they were unable to use their powers, Chad just sat patiently while the two began to argue. This was clearly due to their boredom, but Chad abruptly hushed them, asking, "Do you hear a ruckus somewhere? Actually, now that you mention it, does it sound like it's coming closer?" Uryu paused and listened. "Hold on. Has it stopped?" Suddenly, the room was filled with smoke as the ceiling in the center of it exploded. However, it soon spread out, allowing Ganju to recognize some faces. Amazingly, it's Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th Division, and the bald man who engaged Ichigo in combat, and that conceited guy with the sultry hairdo. With a tick mark on his head, Yumachika turned to face him and said, "I apologize, but do I know you? I have a tendency to overlook ugly people." Suddenly, Orihime appeared behind Kenpachi's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ishida-kun, Ganju-kun, Sato-kun, I'm so happy that everyone is safe." When they saw her there with a group of Shinigami, the others stared at her in disbelief. "Inoue-san, what's going on here exactly?" Uryu asked. "Manner of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya-sama, it is almost time to head to the Tsukyoku." Looking closely at a photograph of a woman who resembled Rukia, Byakuya quickly responded, "I see. I'm going Hisana." Headquarters of the 2nd Division with a bag of chips in his mouth, Omeda strode through the hallways, declaring, "This is so dumb. Everyone is debating whether or not this execution is legitimate after these Ryoka all attacked first. The decision has already been made. What is there to discuss? Captain, don't you think so?" he questioned Soi Fon, who was walking next to him. She told her lieutenant, "What a stupid thing to wonder about. I don't give a damn if it's right or wrong. As a Gote 13 captain, my only concern is carrying out my orders. Everyone who stands in my way is an enemy. All enemies must be killed," she thought firmly, recalling the fight she had just fought a few days ago with a certain Seireidi intruder. "That's all that matters." "Are you talking about that guy that got away from you before?" Omeda asked, pausing his meal to make a comment. "That man from Uzumaki?" For the first time in a long time, he did manage to make the Seireidi Communication Monthly magazine readable. "I'm nobility after all, so I should be far more interesting than that commoner, so perhaps I should get them to do the same for me." "Everything I said goes for you too, Omeda." Soi Fon turned to face him and said icily, "Remember where your allegiances lie. You will also be my enemy if you obstruct me." "Hey, I'll remember that, Captain," Omeda said, wiping the crumbs and perspiration from his face caused by Soi Fon's intent attention on him. "I will destroy you, Uzumaki Naruto. Talented Ryoka or not, you are still an enemy to the Seireidi, and I will not betray my superiors like my former mistress. If you show your face at this execution, you and anyone else with you will die. Soi Fon said as she continued to walk from the headquarters of her division to Tsukyoku Hill, the location of one Kuchiki Rukia's execution. She assumed that there would be a particularly talented blonde there, and she would take advantage of the opportunity to kill him permanently. Headquarters of the 8th Division. On the roof of his headquarters, a Shinigami captain with long brown hair tied in a ponytail, a straw hat, and a pink-flowered kimono over his other gear was chewing on a blade of grass while staring up at the sky. He had thin facial hair on his cheeks and around his mouth, as if he hadn't shaved in a while. "Ah, Captain, there you are," said a woman with glasses and black hair that she wore pulled back when she showed up over the side of the building on a ladder. "Get up and prepare to leave, please. Time is almost here." Before speaking normally, the captain whimpered, "Neneo-chan, I have some issues that I'm not sure how to handle. Would you like to know about them?" "What is it, Shunsui Taiko?" Neneo scowled as she ascended the remaining stairs to the roof and took a seat beside her captain. She questioned him. As he started to explain, he sighed and said, "Well, I was upset and I tried to calm myself by chewing on this blade of grass, but I'm not sure if it's poisonous or not. I'm dumbfounded and my mouth went numb." The offending piece of flora was instantly torn out of Neneo's mouth. Then discarded, she got to her feet and started to return to the roof's edge. With greater seriousness than before, he said, "Neneo-chan, what should I do?" Uneasy about what to do, she turned around and said, "Why are you asking me? Don't worry about me," she said, adjusting her glasses as he gazed at her and listened carefully to what she had to say. "No matter what I say on the matter, you're still going to end up doing whatever you feel like in the end. In order to avoid getting sucked into anything, I will follow you at a safe distance." "That's bad then, because once again I'll be the only one getting scolded by Yamajii," he said with a little laugh. Hideout on Tsukyoku Hill. While meditating with two clones, Naruto discovered that he could bond with the reishi that made up the Soul Society much more easily than he could with the energy on Earth, which completely captivated and excited him. The energy that made up the entire plane of existence was Naruto's, and he was free to use and draw upon it. Because of his connection to the Soul Society's environment, he was able to sense the battles that were going on all around him, thinking, there must be more people than just Renji who think that this execution is wrong. When he found Shad, Uryu, Orihime, and Ganju, he was relieved to see that their life force was strong and healthy, but something had changed with Uryu, something he couldn't fully sense at the moment. He scowled when he felt Renji's Riryoku fade from his senses, but when he felt it gradually stabilize and start growing again, he settled down and got to his feet when the air around him was filled with a powerful yet familiar Ryotsu that made him smile broadly and roused him from his own preparations, saying, "Okay, you guys know what? We'll be alright if you remain here and maintain your focus. We'll overcome this. When I need you, I'll give you a call." As he was leaving his own area of the Seirei, he noticed Yoruichi grinning as she turned to face the hideout's cliffside entrance. "Obviously Wonder Boy was able to pull it off," he said. "Now, where is he?" "I lent him a little something so that he could get to the scene of the execution faster," Yoruichi said, turning to face Naruto as he started to move towards the hidden entrance. "Are you prepared to leave?" With a serious expression on his normally playful whisker-marked face, Naruto began to crack his knuckles. "I've been ready for 3 days," he said. "Already, let's go kick some Shinigami ass. Do we have a strategy?" Yoruichi chirped happily as they began to move in the direction of the exit, saying, "Nope." He tightened his bandana with his old village insignia around his neck and said, "So we have 3 captains already fighting each other for some reason. Our little group is still alive and well, but they're nowhere near here, and technically it's just you, me, and Ichigo against the remaining captains. Those sound like my kind of odds," he said. As she added some more details that he had forgotten to include in the rundown, Yoruichi's smile widened. "Let's take into account that we don't even have a concrete plan of getting out of here once we get Rukia." Naruto nodded at her in recognition of her analysis, which made her laugh. "Come on," he said. "You entered all of this with a certain swagger and bravado. What happened to that?" They both felt the Ryotsu from the Tsukyoku, and he defended, saying, "It hasn't gone anywhere. I just like to save my gloating for after I win and we all get out of this in one piece. Okay, let's go start some trouble." Yoruichi opened the door, and they both took off using their respective speed techniques. Site of Tsukyoku execution. Captain Commander Yamamoto, facing Rukia, was standing in front of a big halberd. "All right. The Ryoka who have infiltrated the Seirei will be safely returned by tomorrow morning, per your request." "Really?" Rukia asked with a grateful smile. "I'm grateful, Yamamoto Sutaicho." A tall young woman with short gray spiky hair that was braided on the side, Katetsu Izan, lieutenant of Unohana Retsu, scowled at what she was witnessing prior to Rukia's execution and said, "How cruel." Even though he has no intention of allowing any of them to survive, he says that. "Aizen, that is kindness, not cruelty," Unohana said, shaking her head negatively. "At the very least, this will allow her to die in peace because her demise is inevitable." Yamamoto started the execution when a group of masked Shinigami approached the platform surrounding the Tsukyoku, saying, "Release the seal of the Tsukyoku." The ropes holding the giant halberd in place started to loosen and snap as a powerful flame ignited and consumed the weapon in the shape of a phoenix. Rukia was raised off the ground and kept in the air by support beams, Kokoro. This is the actual embodiment of the Tsukyoku's leader and the person who administers the death penalty. The punishment will stop once it has penetrated the criminal's body. "I'm not scared," Rukia said, gazing down at the horrifying weapon with an unwavering expression. "I'm totally happy with my life." Through their encounters with Renji and the others, Byakuya Onisama's adoption, Kai and Dono's mentoring, and Ichigo's attempted rescue. No suffering, no regrets, no melancholy. My heart has nothing to stay here on earth for. As tears began streaming down her cheeks, she thought, "Thank you all and goodbye." However, Ichigo appeared in front of Rukia before the execution weapon approached, heavily bandaged and wearing a sort of cape. "Yo!" Ichigo used his Zanpakuto to contain the force of the weapon. Rukia stared at him in shock as Ichigo, who didn't appear to be straining at all, held the phoenix in place. "Ichigo, you idiot! Why did you return?" Ichigo stared at her, completely taken aback that she was upset with him for returning. "You know you can't defeat my brother. This time, you'll actually be killed. I don't need you to save me because I've already come to terms with this. Return." The destructive force equivalent to 1 million Zanpakutos combined, he stopped it using nothing more than his lone blade, Soi Fon said, looking up at Ichigo and Rukia without risk from the Tsukyoku. "Who is that man?" For a second attempt, the phoenix pulled away from Ichigo. "Creating room for a second attack?" he said, "Come on then," disregarding Rukia's pleas for him to stop. Something encircled the phoenix's neck before the two could clash once more, drawing attention to the recently arrived Yukatake and two of his subordinates. Shunsui jumped to his side to help him, saying, "Yo handsome. Don't you enjoy keeping people waiting for you?" In complete shock, Yamamoto turned to face his two captains attempting to halt the Tsukyoku. Yukatake said, "I'm sorry," to his fellow captain. "Although it took longer than anticipated to break the seal, we can still manage this perfectly." "Stop telling me to run away, it's annoying," Ichigo said, stabbing his sword into the platform holding Rukia suspended and shattering it in half while the main execution weapon was being handled. "This is the second time I've had to save you, Rukia," he said, holding Rukia firmly under his arm. "I told you I don't care what you say." Trying not to cry, she said, "I'm not thanking you for this, you idiot." Looking down at Byakuya, Ichigo grinned and said, "That's fine." "Let me ask you something," Rukia said, feeling burdened by the entire situation as she looked down. "From here, what are your plans? We can't possibly escape this mess safely." Ichigo said simply, "We run. We're surrounded by captains, so that's not possible," Rukia said, looking up at him fearfully. "We cannot outrun them." "Then we'll beat them up before we run," Ichigo said, turning his head away from her in frustration. "What are you looking for from me?" "But I'm not just here for you," he said, his face taking on an expression of resolve. Chad, Ishida, and Inoue arrived. Hanataro and Ganju as well. Everyone who has contributed to my success thus far. I'm also leaving them all here. As they looked down, they noticed that all of the executioners who had triggered the Tsukyoku had been beaten up. "Renji. I'm so glad you're alive, Renji," he said, smiling when he saw Rukia unharmed. "Ichigo, what are you doing?" she asked herself as she was lifted above Ichigo's head by her waist. Renji was shocked by what he was about to witness as he watched Ichigo wind up, saying, "Oh no way, you've got to be kidding me." Acquire. Ichigo threw Rukia directly at Renji all the way down from where they had been beforehand, forcing Rukia to land firmly right in his stomach like a dart and send him flying back across the ground. The two got up and started yelling at Ichigo before he cut them off, "Don't just stand there, take her out of here. Renji. That's your job. Even if it means your death, don't let her go." Renji nodded and promptly followed instructions, rushing out of the area with Rukia in tow. "Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Soi Fon asked the several lieutenants, who were watching the event in shock, to get them all to act. She shouted, "Go after them, Omeda. That also applies to the rest of you lieutenants." When Ichigo landed from his position on the execution platform in front of them, they all started to chase after Renji. While they were about to release the shikai of their Zanpakuto, Ichigo punched right through Omaida's, breaking it with one blow and eliminating him from the fight. He then curved around and hit the second one with an uppercut, quickly eliminating him from the fight as well. Unbelievable, and he hasn't even used his Zanpakuto yet, Aizen thought as she watched Ichigo break the two lieutenants with the smallest of efforts. Ichigo quickly knocked her unconscious while blurring out of her line of sight to warn her of the danger. With a savage grin on his face, Ichigo pulled Zangetsu up to stop Byakuya's sneak attack after eliminating the three lieutenants. I told you already, I can see your every move, Kuchiki Byakuya. Why? As the two blades collided, Byakuya questioned, why do you keep trying to save Rukia? Ichigo pushed back angrily, his face displaying anger, saying, I should be the one asking questions. You are Rukia's older brother, aren't you? Why don't you even try to assist her? What a pointless question, Byakuya said, dismissing the inquiry. You wouldn't be able to comprehend even if I told you the answer to that question. The two pushed against each other before launching themselves away, saying, it seems like there is only one way to end this. There's no point in continuing this pointless conversation. I will murder you, Kurosaki Ichigo, and then I will personally execute Rukia. That won't happen, Ichigo said, squinting his eyes. That's what I came here for. Blades clashed once more as the two rushed at one another. Nei-san. The female Kion, one of Yukataki's assisting underlings, rushed to her sister Unohana's lieutenant, who had been unconscious by Ichigo. Hold on, Kion. Sentaro, Yukataki's other underling, shouted to her as she rushed to the scene of the fight between Ichigo and Byakuya. Kuchiki Taiko is fighting there. You will be pulled in if you approach. Soi Fon appeared behind Kion with a look that was entirely devoid of humor or mercy, and before he could get to her to stop her, he felt himself being violently knocked out of the way. Yukataki moved to defend her right away, saying, Soi Fon, stop. Yamamoto was standing in front of him before he could leave. Don't move. The elderly, weathered leader told the two captains. A lieutenant was the one who fled with the criminal. That issue can wait. He can be killed and replaced with ease. But I can't forgive you both for what you did. Despite being captains, you have done the unimaginable. Both of you must be aware of the crimes you have committed. I see it can't be helped then. Shisui smiled at Yamamoto as he took Yukataki by the back. Yukataki, let's leave this place immediately. Leaving the elderly man behind, he clung to his friend and leapt from the hillside. Hold on, Shunsui. My people are still back there, he exclaimed frantically. The calm captain reassured him, saying, calm down. We'll both be killed if you stay there and fight with Yama-jii. Your people will be alright. The two other people are still back there, don't you think? They support us. Scum, said Soi Fon, stomping on Kion's chest while glaring down at her. You betrayed us and the honor that was given to you as seated officers, but don't worry, I won't keep you living this disgraceful life. Right now, I'll rid the world of your stench. Come on, my little bee, Era, that's not very pleasant. Naruto was standing on a nearby rock formation with his arms crossed and a serious expression on his face when Soi Fon's head snapped around. Miss me? Obviously you have, he said, glancing down at his chest, because I still bear your tiny love mark. He pointed to himself and said, why don't you come over here and we can catch up? I missed you too much, beautiful. Uzumaki. I thought you were a more skilled tactical warrior than that, Soi Fon snarled, ignoring Kion to glare at him. You could have attacked me during that moment. Rather, you're providing me with the chance to complete what I began. Naruto acknowledged, maybe, but there are two issues with that. In order for you to try it, I must first allow you to release your Zanpakuto. Second, you shouldn't be concerned about me. And that takes care of that problem, Naruto said, leaving Soi Fon alone before a blur swept her off her feet and carried her over the edge of the cliff before she could attack him or question him. He felt a presence approaching, but instead of turning to fight, he allowed it to pass right by him and head for all the injured. Go Yoruichi-chan. Unohana drew her Zanpakuto without turning to face Naruto, saying, you didn't attack me. There was no need, said Naruto, shaking his head. You didn't attack me even though you had the drop on me. He gave her a slight smile and said, besides, I was never one for trying to hurt women for no reason. Hurting a beautiful woman like you would make me feel bad. He then turned to face his chest and grinned at Soi Fon's disappearing mark, saying, well, Yoruichi-chan must be a bigger priority over yours truly. I'm not here to fight anyone, just to help some people right a wrong. With a faint chuckle, Unohana said, I'm going to clear the area of the injured. For the upcoming event, this space must be clear. Are Ichigo and Byakuya going to tear the place up that much? Naruto asked her. Before transforming into a gigantic green one-eyed manta ray, her Zanpakuto changed into a green, gas-like substance. Unohana climbed aboard the creature and let it ingest all of the injured from Ichigo and Soi Fon's attacks. Not so much them, she said cautiously. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, so who? He exhaled as he sensed a clearly intense Ryotsu from a considerable distance behind him. Whoever that is, they're coming this way, aren't they? Yes, unfortunately for you. Before leaving with her Zanpakuto, she commanded, Minazuki go. Uzumaki-san, I don't think you're a bad person. Although it would be against my position, I would wish you luck. My name is Unohana Retsu, by the way. Nice to meet you, Retsu-chan, Naruto said, giving her a brief salute. He said, I have to go fight for my life now, and vanished in a blur in the direction of where he sensed the Ryotsu. Is there any chance of you just letting us get away with Rukia? Naruto asked, reappearing in front of Yamamoto, who was still supporting himself with his cane. Giving a child the ability to save his family is not worth being executed for, in all honesty. That is really foolish. It came down from the Central 46 Council that have their power given to them by the Spirit King. Yamamoto firmly told the intruder on his territory, once a decision is made, it cannot be overturned. He squinted at Naruto, saying, you've been running around causing quite a stir, haven't you? And let me guess, Naruto said, settling into a fighting stance. I take it that you're going to stop it? Well, Yamamoto Gigi, come try it. I won't be so simple to put down. It isn't very often that I have to chase after little nuisances myself, Yamamoto said with a rather hearty laugh. So come, little one. He had to retract his earlier statement after noticing the expression in Naruto's eyes. Actually, no, not so little. He raised his cane as it changed into his Zanpakuto and said, I think that for the first time in a long time I will have to work for victory. You have the eyes of a warrior more hardened in battle than all but two of my captains. Pull out your blade. My blade? Naruto said, rising from his taijutsu stance. I'm not much for blade-on-blade work, but I don't think a kunai would really be enough to do the job this time. He glanced at the weapon in his sleeve and swiftly swung his arm out to the side as a rather long-bladed rod emerged from his sleeve. I don't really think this thing is going to hold up against yours, but we'll never know until we fight, will we? When Yamamoto pulled out his sword, Naruto was forced to take a moment to launch a preemptive strike at him, saying, let's not dally Yamamoto Gigi. I must approach you with the intention of maiming you right away, or else you will likely tear me to pieces. I can't even try to play around with you. Samsara I, Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes transformed from blue to the renowned optic orb's signature ripple pattern. I'm glad you would take me seriously enough to use such a powerful tool so soon, he said, clashing weapons with Yamamoto. Soi Fon has told you that you are capable of using this method. She's not really knowledgeable about it, I only hit her with 2 Rinnegan attacks. Since you are already essentially a soul, one won't work on you, but the others are sufficient. I knew this old guy wasn't as frail as that hunched appearance made him look. Deceptive, Naruto countered, pushing back. Is fighting really the only way we can solve this? Naruto firmly resisted Yamamoto. I have no animosity toward you. As he continued to battle Naruto, Yamamoto remarked, Silence boy. One such as you should know that there is no mercy for one that obstructs justice, he said. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you have lived for many years. Naruto growled at him as they pushed off of each other and stood at a standstill, saying, Your justice isn't my justice. Don't talk gibberish, Yamamoto said, shaking his head. Global justice cannot be subordinated to a sense of personal justice. My ass, there is no such thing as complete justice, even from those in control, Naruto said, squinting his eyes at Yamamoto and swinging the blade angrily. Everyone makes mistakes, regardless of who they are or what they attempt to do. The justice of one man is the injustice of another. Conceited. How conceited. As he threw away his captain's Haori and Shinigami top, exposing a severely muscled and scarred body underneath, Yamamoto declared, I will grace you with the shikai of my Zanpakuto, for one dangerous enough to come out of battle with one of my captains and still be able to fight mere days later. It seems appropriate. It is too late for a verbal debate. Naruto slashed at Yamamoto with his blade, which Yamamoto blocked, saying, Fuck that. He blurted out, If you think I'm just going to sit there and let you release that thing without trying to stop it, you must be as senile as you look. No dignity? Yamamoto asked Naruto in a contemptuous manner. You can have all the honor you want, but I'd rather win, Naruto said with a regretful smirk. The old man glared and recoiled at the attack before the clone ricocheted a punch off his face. The combined attack ended with Naruto delivering a spin kick to the face that knocked Yamamoto away. A clone formed seamlessly behind Yamamoto and launched a kick to the head that the old man blocked with his free arm, but this left an opening that Naruto used to kick Yamamoto hard in the body. Yamamoto halted his further stumble and aimed at Naruto and, tricky, his clone. However, what about Hideout number 32? Ukusen, Yellow Fire Flash, Way of Destruction number 32. Yamamoto held his sword horizontally in front of him, and as it fired in a broad arc at Naruto and his clone, a yellow orb of energy grew. As he hung in midair from his leap, Naruto cursed for overjumping, while Yamamoto used the opportunity to start opening his Zanpakuto and start revealing his Zanpakuto, saying, Banshu Izaya Kaijin 2. Lightning Release. Reverse Polarity, Gyakukyokase no Jutsu. When Naruto's Shikai command was interrupted by a transparent ball of electricity striking Yamamoto's Zanpakuto from his hand, the jutsu threw him back along the ground, and the old man quickly regained his feet to see that Naruto had landed and blurred toward him. Yamamoto simply blocked Naruto's blade after he reappeared from his use of swift release, but the man's slash broke Naruto's blade, throwing him backwards and up. Fuck. If only I had time to go to my lockup and get a sword before coming here to the Soul Society. Kabikaribachu would have been invaluable right now. Naruto threw the broken rod at Yamamoto, who shifted his head and avoided it. Yamamoto created a crackling rope of yellow energy in his hands and hurled it at Naruto, who was taken aback by the quick incantation and wound up with his arms and body bound by the rope in Bakudu number 4. Heinawa. Way of Binding number 4. Crawling Rope. With a grimace, Naruto began to muster the strength to break the relatively feeble Kido. You think this can hold me? Until I break it, I can still flee. I'm sure that you can. Yamamoto acknowledged, but it wasn't meant to defeat you. It was meant to keep you at bay for a moment. He raised his Zanpakuto, causing Naruto to widen his eyes as he realized what he was going to do. Naruto ran at him and attempted to kick the elderly man, but Yamamoto was able to knock him away with an undefended knee to the body. Banshu Izaya Kaijin to Nace. Ryujin Jaka. Reduce all creation to ash, flowing blade like flame, flowing blade like flame. And there isn't even a drop of water for miles. Naruto muttered to himself as the flames surrounding Yamamoto whipped about wildly, but his swift release prevented him from being instantly incinerated by Yamamoto's Shikai. Flames immediately leapt from the blade and engulfed the immediate area in a firestorm of sorts with flames so intense the sky felt the effects of the heat. Fine, Naruto said, slapping himself multiple times and shrugging his shoulders. Go ahead, Yamamoto Gigi. Is that it? The elderly warrior asked Naruto as he started to walk through his own flames. You will never be able to defeat my Shikai with that level of power, no matter how strong you are. It's clear from what Soi Fon had to say about your attacks that your abilities won't be sufficient to beat me. With his head down and his forehead beginning to perspire from the heat of the attack, Naruto's binding ropes broke off, allowing him to remove and discard his jacket. His small weapons would be useless in this situation, and the element of surprise was gone. Naruto looked up at Yamamoto with his toad-like eyes, which had yellow irises and horizontal bar-like pupils to match his Rinnegan. The outside of his eyes were marked with an orange pigment. Because the first opening you give me could be your last, Captain or Commander. You're strong enough to resist my Shikai's release without being turned to ashes, Yamamoto said, glancing at Naruto as his Riryoku exploded and he blasted the area with a stream of Ryotsu so strong that it started to blow the flames away from him with a powerful wind that cut through the fire. After all, this fight will be worthwhile. Who are you? I've told you people again and again, word should have spread, I'm a sage, Naruto said, rolling his distinctive-looking eyes amidst the clash of strong spiritual energies. Will you finally understand and remember if I kick your ass? Shunsui and Yukitake were taken aback when their overall leader's Zanpakuto was released, as they had assumed Yamamoto would follow them away from the cliff. Oh man, Shunsui muttered, poor Ryoka, Yamajai is going to burn that guy alive. He sighed, you know we've got to go back and bail him out, right? He addressed Yukitake. Maybe between the three of us simultaneously we can, Yukitake said, it would be the right thing to do, you're right. He was interrupted when a power that he could swear was almost as strong as Ryujin Jaka's brute force erupted from the same location, causing him to cough. Whoever is fighting Yamamoto-sama is powerful. He could be just as strong as both me and Shunsui when we release our Shikai simultaneously. Well, shall we go back up our new part-time comrade, whomever he may be? Shunsui laughed admiringly. The relaxed captain started to head for the battleground. Soi Fon versus Yoruichi before separating and glaring at each other. The two engaged in a series of controlled punches and kicks while fighting atop the trees. At the time, Soi Fon was dressed in her operational attire. In addition to lacking sleeves and not covering her back, it featured a slit that ran from the outside of both thighs to her waist, where a yellow obi was tied to reveal the area underneath. She had a rather nasty bruise on her shoulder from the ongoing fighting, visible above her long black armbands that went past her elbow. One hit. You got me once. It looks like that last exchange ended in a draw, Yoruichi, she said. That outfit of yours, what kind of tricks does it do? It seems to prevent me from seeing your movements, Yoruichi remarked, wiping blood from her lip. Tricks? Soi Fon asked again, grinning amusedly. She abruptly vanished from view and reappeared behind Yoruichi, holding her bladed gauntlet at her neck and drawing her zanpakuto. Is that really what you think? Jinteki shikasetsu, Suzambaki, sting all enemies to death. Hornet, she exclaimed, activating her shikai. Yoruichi attempted to quickly break free from Soi Fon's hold with shunpo, but Soi Fon outmatched her and delivered a blow that sliced her across the front before she could flee safely from her former underling. Why don't you just admit that I'm stronger than you? Does it not occur to you that I'm holding back? Soi Fon smirked as she watched Yoruichi land on a tree branch while crouching and clutching her torso. And now with your death I will make you pay the price of staying away from battle for 100 years, she said, glaring directly at Yoruichi. You remember Suzumbaki's special ability, don't you? I already got you once. The same butterfly mark that was left on Naruto during his battle with Soi Fon appeared over the area of Yoruichi's wound, saying, fuck, at least it's most likely no longer on Naruto. I'm sure you'll appreciate this. Actually never mind, I think it would have been nicer of me to make him fight Soi Fon. She then felt the Ryatsu emanating from Yamamoto's shikai from the spot where she had left Naruto. I should have made him fight her again just to be mean. Here's the second hit, Yoruichi. Yoruichi had considered telling Naruto to fight Yamamoto, but in the instant she did, Soi Fon had a chance to use shunpo and move behind her to launch another attack. Yoruichi was able to start escaping the area from her tenacious opponent after the attack missed its target. You turned your back to focus on escaping and yet look at yourself, she said. Yoruichi was able to slit both her arm and her torso during her evasive maneuver, which gave Soi Fon 2 targets rather than just 1. Running is useless. My old limit was 30 minutes, now it's as long as my will to hold the seal stays. Soi Fon chuckled at Yoruichi's tactic. I am aware of that. The one you had on Naruto lasted at least 3 days. Yoruichi thought, I'm not really running either. She stopped abruptly and swung her leg out at Soi Fon, hurling a knife from her boot at her. It was easily blocked by Soi Fon's gauntlet, but Yoruichi took advantage of the situation to deliver an axe kick. Soi Fon responded with a rising kick of her own, tying the two together. Before they hit the ground, they disengaged, but Yoruichi sustained a cut on her cheek from the close-range altercation, which soon turned into another of Soi Fon's seals. This must be your first time seeing something like this. This is a technique that combines Hakuda combat and Kido, something I've recently invented. You should feel honored. I didn't even feel this was appropriate to use on Uzumaki in our fight. That was my mistake. Since the completion of this technique you're the only one I've used it on. I don't even have a name for it yet. Soi Fon grinned at having Yoruichi on the ropes so thoroughly, saying, if you finally understand that I'm the stronger of us, I'll do the honors of ending this. No, Yoruichi interrupted, it has a name. Soi Fon squinted at Yoruichi's continued lack of reaction to the situation. It's called Shunku, Flash Cry. She raised one arm to the side, fully extended. How could it have a name? Soi Fon asked, staring at her in disbelief. What are you talking about? Not long ago, she had created it herself. As Yoruichi clenched her fist, her power began to pressurize similarly to Soi Fon's, but only hers was completely visible. Do you know why the Onmitsukido head uniform has no sleeves or back? She asked. Because the final form of this technique starts by focusing a huge amount of concentrated energy. Then through a concentrated explosion that energy is instilled in the user's arms and legs to enhance them for battle. It blows the clothing on the back and shoulders to bits. As she was saying that, the strong force she was referring to tore apart her clothes, leaving only the part she had specified. Yoruichi began to approach Soi Fon with composure, flexing her arms, saying, you know, I wasn't planning to use this against you. She held her arm up at Soi Fon, palm out, saying, be careful Soi Fon because... She fired off a powerful blast that resulted in a massive explosion, the scope of which made her laugh and put a smirk on her face. It also served to unnerve Soi Fon a little. I can't control it perfectly yet myself. Because of Yoruichi's display of strength, A huge trench was left between Soi Fon and Yoruichi. Both sides of them were completely cleared of vegetation. Her opponent purposefully left a small island of unexplored territory where Soi Fon stood. With a languid gaze, Yoruichi said, "I never showed you this technique because it's way too dangerous." "This isn't possible." Soi Fon made another unsuccessful attack on Yoruichi. "It's still too early for you to use this technique, yours is imperfect." Yoruichi simply stopped Soi Fon's hand and held it in place with ease, saying, "That's enough." Hanky, reverse demon. Soi Fon thought to herself as she was frozen in place and unable to channel any more power. Using an amount of energy equal to an opponent's Kido to cancel out the opponent's attack. "How can this be? I'm stronger than you," she exclaimed as she fell to her knees, but she quickly got back up and started attacking Yoruichi without success because she could easily defend every one of her blows. "I should have surpassed you already. You should have gotten weaker and I should have grown in strength. Why is this happening? Why are you still above me? Why are you still so much stronger?" she asked. As Yoruichi listened to her and allowed her to vent her frustrations, she continued to attack him, saying, "I was so disappointed in you. I hated you. I cursed you. I swore to arrest you with my own hands, to gain strength and surpass you. I will never forgive you, Yoruichi. You betrayed my trust and respect. I can't forgive you. She stopped ranting as Yoruichi gave her a single finishing punch, but it didn't end the fight. Why didn't you take me with you, Yoruichi-sama?" Soi Fon asked, shedding tears as he fell to the ground in front of Yoruichi. Byakuya vs Ichigo. The ground cracked under the impact of Ichigo's Zanpakuto as he smashed it into Byakuya's once more. Then the two leapt back instantly. Observing Ichigo's speed, Byakuya said, "Interesting. You were also able to master Shunpo as well, however. You're really taking it easy, aren't you?" Ichigo responded, "You've been casually analyzing my strength. Is that really such a good idea? Aren't you going to come and attack me?" He laughed, "You haven't scratched me once this time. This can't be the best you can do." His expression grew serious, "So hurry up and use bankai already. You said that you were going to kill me and then execute Rukia with your own hands." "So?" Byakuya asked in response to Ichigo's annoyance. "I don't like it," Ichigo began. "I'm going to use everything I have to beat you. I'll keep coming at you until you have no strength left. Executing your own sister with your own two hands. What a sick joke. No matter what reason you have, no matter the circumstance, don't ever say that in front of Rukia again. So use your bankai and I'll break it in front of you." "What a shallow taunt, you brat," Byakuya said, narrowing his gaze on Ichigo. "No matter what you say, I will not change my mind about Rukia's fate, or yours. You want me to use bankai? Don't forget your place. It is still 1,000 years too early for you to be worthy enough of dying by my bankai. Shire. Senbon Sakura, scatter, Senbon Sakura." Ichigo's eyes were able to focus on the tiny blade as Byakuya's sword spread out as usual, and he swiftly released a powerful burst from the tip of his sword that sliced through Byakuya's attempted attack in the earth. "Interesting," said the noble captain. "Is that your Zanpakuto Kurosaki, Ichigo's special ability?" "Yep." He laughed, "I've never been able to perform an aimed shot before today. I don't even know how I made it happen until I trained with Zanjetsu. Getsuga Tenshou, Moonfang Heaven Piercer." He drove his blade into the ground. "I'll say it again, fight me with your bankai and I'll definitely win." He flipped his sword over and dropped it, saying, "Don't worry, you won't regret it. Before you can do that, you'll most certainly be rendered to dust in front of me." "What an arrogant attack name," Byakuya mockingly said. "So be it. Since you so strongly desire my bankai, witness it with your eyes and remember well." The sword fell to the ground as energy rippled out from around it, darkening the sky. Around him and Ichigo, 2 lines of 1,000 enormous blades rose from the earth, saying, "Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, vibrant display of 1,000 cherry blossoms." The blades then dispersed into an uncountable number of tiny blades that resembled blossoms. Ichigo drew his sword from the ground and leapt into the air to avoid a sudden rush of blades before attacking Byakuya, saying, "How naive." Byakuya then remarked, "The strength of Senbon Sakura lies in its ability to attack with countless blades from all directions. Your Zanpakuto's strength is great, however it is impossible to dodge using such slow technique." This was before a torrent of blossoms struck Ichigo from above and slammed him into the ground. With numerous cuts from Byakuya's attack, Ichigo struggled to his feet and said, "I thought I had it, damn it. I guess not though, it's only logical that by using my initial release it's impossible to beat bankai. I underestimated you like an idiot. Watch what you say, brat. You make it sound like you've got bankai. Byakuya gave him a menacing glare. Ichigo laughed and said, "Yeah, that's exactly what I was implying, Kuchiki Byakuya." "What did you say?" Byakuya inquired in a menacing tone. Ichigo mockingly said, responding to a question with a question. "I know you heard me. You believe me, don't you? It doesn't matter if I say it twice or 3 times, if you don't believe my words, I'll show your eyes, Byakuya. Watch carefully, this is my bankai." Ichigo wielded his sword in front of his body while his Ryotsu gazed, tearing up the surrounding landscape and hiding him from view. Ichigo was wearing a long, ankle-length black coat with a jagged bottom and a chest closure when the dust settled. He looked back over his shoulder at Byakuya and remarked, "Tensa Zanjetsu. Heaven chain slaying moon." His sword itself was now thinner, resembling a daito with a jet black blade. Yamamoto versus Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, "It's just my luck, of course," as he managed to escape Yamamoto's Zanpakuto's flames. His fire was powerful. "And of course there's no source of water for me to use a strong enough water jutsu with," Naruto said, unable to overcome the excessive amount of flames to attack the Captain Commander directly because his wind would only exacerbate the fires. "I couldn't extract enough moisture from the air to create a raindrop because it's so dry here." As Yamamoto kept aiming his flames at Naruto in an attempt to cut him off or pull him to the side of the cliff, he remarked, "You're quite the elusive one when you want to be Uzumaki." With raw speed and momentum, Naruto was able to scurry up the side of the Tsukyoku execution platform and avoid the flames of Ryujin Jaka thanks to his Sage Mode enhanced swift release speed. "Fantastic," Naruto said sarcastically to himself, observing from a high vantage point that he was cornered and that the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. "Don't make me do this, Yamamoto Gigi. This is really going to fuck you up if I do. You aren't dodging this." The flames kept shifting erratically and started to ascend the pillar in order to get to Naruto. If he stayed on top, he would be essentially burned at the stake. If he jumped down, he would be jumping straight into the flames. Yamamoto yelled at Naruto, "You have nowhere to go. Surrender and accept your demise gracefully." He took a deep breath and punched himself hard in the stomach, saying, "Food," Renkuden, wind release. Drilling air bullet, Naruto began to make hand seals, saying, "Tell you what. You can take that flaming sword, and shove it up your ass, I don't quit." He then released a highly compressed ball of air from his mouth, powerful enough to create a shockwave around his mouth when he released it. Yamamoto's flames were blown out of its path as the ball flew in his direction, neutralizing his Zanpakuto's Shikai instant effect. "I see. Bakudu number 81. Danku. Way of binding number 81. Splitting void." Just as Naruto's volatile attack struck, a translucent barrier in the shape of a rectangular wall appeared in front of Yamamoto, exploding upon contact. There was a crater 75 meters, 246 feet, in diameter on the ground in front of the barrier as the smoke cleared. A strong Kido, but still not strong enough to break my Bakudu. Maybe on one of the normal captains that would have hit. His taunt died in his throat when he sensed an amazing focalized point of Ryuryoku emanating from the location where Naruto had been standing on the Tsukyoku. The original Naruto stood with his hand extended overhead, holding a large shuriken of raw energy over his head with a solid orb in the center, while 2 clones stood next to him, producing power. It screamed loudly, like a bell. As he crawled up after him, the jutsu's power started to either blow down or sucking away the flames. "Not a Kido, it's ninjutsu, my ninjutsu. Fuden. Rasen Shuriken, wind release. Spiraling Shuriken. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, diseased treasure, great wheel, gray fortress tower. Aim far away. Scatter brightly and cleanly when fired." Yamamoto's normally half-lidded gaze snapped open as he felt the force of Naruto's attack. Yamamoto was surrounded by 10 massive pink energy beams that were pointed directly at Naruto. "Neither of us are dodging either of these, so let's crash him and see who stands up, Yamamoto Gigi." Naruto, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes at the attack Yamamoto was preparing. Naruto then let the Rasen Shuriken rip towards Yamamoto with one final cry of exertion. Yamamoto's own attack came just before Naruto threw the Rasen Shuriken. The beams formed a single, massive beam that crashed into Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, which exploded upon impact and obliterated what remained of the Tsukyoku. Everything within 3 kilometers of the epicenter was completely destroyed. 10 minutes before. Byakuya vs Ichigo. Byakuya narrowed his eyes and said, I see. With the execution of your bankai, it appears you enjoy stepping on our pride. Then I will elicit the penalty for such. What is that thing? Byakuya asked rhetorically when Ichigo's bankai appeared. That small blade is his bankai. Isn't it just the normal sealed form of your Zanpakuto? If that pride has anything to do with Rukia's execution, then you're damn right I'm going to step on it. That's the whole reason I obtained bankai. Ichigo then flashed back to his original location as Byakuya was about to launch another attack with his own bankai when he suddenly appeared in his face, his blade on Byakuya's neck. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at Byakuya, saying, You'll regret not opening my throat when you had the chance. Miracles only happen once. I never saw him move. Why did you move your blade from my neck? Was it to show your confidence? Arrogance is often the undoing of a victory. I'll say it again. That thing you are holding cannot be bankai. It is impossible for something so small to be bankai, and it is impossible for one like you to obtain bankai. Byakuya launched his attack with a flurry of blossoms, but his attack was unable to keep up with Ichigo's movements because they were so incredibly quick. It seemed like he was circling Ichigo no matter how he used his Zanpakuto ability. Senbon Sakura Kagayoshi shielded Byakuya from Ichigo's cut by deflecting his blow. The orange-haired hero then broke off once more and started to move so quickly that it appeared as though he was leaving several afterimages. Ichigo mockingly asked, What's wrong? Too fast for you. Did you know I can go even faster? Byakuya started actively directing his attack with his hands, saying, Don't get cocky, brat. I can use my hands to increase the speed as well. Ichigo was about to be hit by his attack, but the substitute Shinigami deflected it and avoided getting hurt. Ichigo verbally targeted Byakuya as he watched in disbelief, saying, Earlier you said that miracles only happen once. He disappeared from Byakuya's view and then reappeared behind him, asking, Well, what would you call it this time? I see, you take all of the power of your bankai and compress it into a small condensed form. You then use the power granted to you to perform hyperspeed combat. Very well then, this power of yours, I will eradicate it, Byakuya said, grabbing the blade in his hand and analyzing the damage. Kurosaki, watch carefully. This is it. The form that forgoes all defenses and focuses solely on the destruction of the enemy. Senbon Sakura's true form, Ichigo said, quickly releasing the blade from Byakuya's grasp and moving away from Byakuya. The blood from Byakuya's wound glowed and transformed into energy that combined with his bankai blades to form complete glowing swords that formed 4 floating rows that circled Ichigo and himself in the shape of a column. Senkei, Senbon Sakura Kagayoshi, annihilate, vibrant display of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Ichigo decided to console some of the fear on his face by saying, Don't worry. These 1,000 swords will not strike you all at once. I swore that this Senkei would only be shown to the person I wished to slay personally. One of the swords drifted into his hand and assumed the shape of his typical, sealed Zanpakuto. He said, You are the second person to ever see this. Ichigo gave Byakuya a sly smile and said, Thanks for the compliment. The two then started repeatedly slamming blades. The blood from their wounds stained the ground, rocks, and even the raised swords that formed Byakuya's technique as the two traded blows. But as time passed, Ichigo continued to sustain more damage from Byakuya. Once more, the two clashed after Byakuya made the remark, Your moves have become sluggish, Kurosaki Ichigo. Really? Replied Ichigo. From how I see it, your sword is moving so slowly it's like you're not even moving. Byakuya responded to the impish young warrior by driving his sword through Ichigo's foot and then pressing 2 fingers against his shoulder. Hideout number 4. Byakurai, Way of Destruction number 4. White Lightning. Byakuya saw Ichigo sneer up at him and said, Did you think my speed increased after Senkei? No. Senkei increased the killing power of my attacks, it does not affect my speed. A flash of lightning shot from his fingertips through Ichigo's shoulder, releasing his blade and causing Ichigo to collapse to his knees. I'm the one who got slower, Ichigo growled as he understood what was being hinted at. As he raised his sword above his head, Byakuya addressed the fallen Ichigo, saying, You did good coming this far. You survived battle with a captain, and then after sustaining damage from Senbon Sakura you were able to keep going. But you must feel it by now, no matter how hard you push your body won't move, it's over. Ichigo's hand shot out and stopped the blade as it was about to kill him, saying, Idiot, I told you if you die then I suffer too. How is this possible? Who are you? Byakuya flinched in surprise as Ichigo stood up, still wielding his sword. Ichigo slashed Byakuya across the chest, laughing hysterically at the blood that sprayed through the air as Byakuya staggered backwards. You're really worthless after all, Ichigo. Just being in his bankai's ryotsu made your bones shake like crazy. You're such a disgrace. Watch carefully, and I'll show you how to use bankai correctly. Ichigo yelled, "Who am I?" while keeping his head low to display nothing but a snarly Kuroi Getsuga, Black Moon Fang. Ichigo slashed his sword, unleashing a black surge of energy. This ryotsu, and that mask. Are you a hollow? Byakuya was forced to block the attack, and the ensuing explosion left him with numerous wounds throughout his body. As he laughed at Byakuya's injuries, Ichigo's mask kept spreading across his face. He seemed to be able to ignore his numerous prior wounds to continue attacking Byakuya with full force, saying, "Ha! You don't need to know that because soon you'll—" His hand suddenly reached up and started removing the mask from his own face. "Let it go, damn it. Leave. Don't interfere. The one obstructing the path is you." Savagely, the hollow Ichigo roared back, "You see, if I just keep fighting, we'll win. What a damned fool you are." Finally tearing the mask from his face, Ichigo exhaled sharply in exhaustion and said, "Phew. I'm sorry about that." He smirked and held his sword in front of him, saying, "Come on. My inner demon got in the way. Let's begin at the beginning once more." With his own sword ready, Byakuya thought, "I see. Fighting like that, regardless of the harm you ended up causing me, was never your true intention, was it? Very well, I'll disregard what happened earlier," he said. "At this point, neither of us is strong enough to continue. Thus, let's deliver the final blow to conclude this." Ichigo nodded, then resumed, "All right, let me ask you a question. Why don't you attempt Rukia's rescue?" The white aura took the shape of a bird, forming wings of energy on Byakuya's back and encircling his body with a halo. Byakuya closed his eyes and said, "If you defeat me, I'll answer that question." Ichigo grinned in response, saying, "Shuki. Hakutaiken. Endscape. White Emperor Sword." All of the swords that were around the two merged into a single, strong sword that focused all of Byakuya's power. "Amazing." Ichigo enthusiastically acknowledged, "I haven't learned any amazing tricks like that from Zenjutsu." Ichigo charged in, a jagged black aura sprouting from his sword. "Kuchiki Byakuya. I only have the Getsuga Tenshou, so the best I can do is to put all of my strength into one hit, so here I go." The two strong Shinigami engaged in a power struggle that was visible from all over the Seirei. Amid the dust stirred by the attack, the two stood after passing each other motionless as statues until Ichigo's back started to bleed viciously. "No, I can't fall now," Ichigo said. The same thing happened to Byakuya as he was thinking this, but it happened all over his front as he staggered forward. "You wanted to know the reason for my support of Rukia's death." He began speaking, shocking Ichigo because he recalled Byakuya's words, "One who commits a crime must suffer the consequences. If someone is given a death sentence, they must be executed. Those are the guidelines." "Is she even your own sister?" Ichigo let out a painful, irate choke. "Are you talking about a sibling relationship?" As Ichigo turned to his back, he pondered, "What a stupid idea. All personal feelings are worthless in the context of the rules." He turned to Ichigo, his face smeared with blood, and said, "The Kuchiki clan is one of the four noble families. And something as useless as emotions, I never had them to begin with. For all Shinigami, we serve as role models. Who will follow the rules if we don't?" "I'm sorry, but I still don't understand," Ichigo said, giving him a thoughtful look. "I would definitely break the rules if I were you." He took a breath and said, "Your will has shattered my blade, Kurosaki Ichigo." Byakuya was beginning to understand this strange boy more and more as their battle intensified, and he was finally able to respond to his initial question about why Ichigo was fighting. "I was never the one he was fighting. From the beginning he was fighting the rules of the Soul Society. He is the same as that infuriatingly liberal man. I am therefore unable to pursue Rukia any further. You are the one who won this battle." For a moment, Ichigo stood silently contemplating what had just been said. "I won." A grin finally crossed his face. "I won. I won. Holy sh*t. Oh. Fuck. I can't stand." He cried loudly to the sky before tumbling backwards, slamming into Orihime and hitting the back of her head before he hit the ground while clutching his own head. "Sorry, Kurosaki-kun. How are you?" "Sorry, my head is as hard as a rock," she said apologetically. "I attempted to capture you, but..." At last, Ichigo recognized the person present. Inoue. He looked past her and saw the others, Chad, Uryu, Ganju, and another man. "I'm so glad everyone's alright," the other guy said, waving himself away as inconsequential. "We're not unharmed per se, but our injuries are insubstantial compared to you," Uryu said, tilting his glasses. Ichigo turned to face Orihime, who started frantically waving her hands, saying, "Kurosaki-kun. I'm all right. I was totally useless, but Shinigami-san and Ishida-kun kept me safe. And I was carried by Zaraki-san. I was never in any danger at all, so I'm really sorry I couldn't help you, Kurosaki-kun," she said after she had calmed down. "So I'm grateful that you're still alive. That you're all right makes me very happy." Ichigo laughed and looked directly up at the sky, saying, "Thanks Inoue." With Naruto, as he was flung from the cliff where he and Yamamoto were fighting to the ground below, Naruto muttered to himself, "Ow," and was covered in tiny scratches and singes. "Thank you, Sage Mode. Otherwise, that would have been extremely painful." Naruto got up and surveyed the area. "All right. Do I have time to go up there now and declare it my victory or what?" "I don't think you do, Uzumaki." Yamamoto was standing there with his Zanpakuto in its sealed cane form when Naruto turned around. "Damn it. How on earth did you arrive here so quickly?" "I just woke up. That hurt a lot." "Well, you had the brilliant idea to stand on top of the Tsukyoku when our attacks hit," Yamamoto said, jerking his head in the direction he had come from. "I was on the ground, not on the ground." "Okay, I'll accept that." Naruto released a drop of perspiration and returned to his fighting stance. "Now let's finish this. I didn't even use that much chakra, and it didn't hurt at all." "So, what was the reason behind your recent groaning?" Yamamoto questioned him. With a deadpan expression, Naruto remarked, "Because I bit my tongue when I landed. Do you really care? Come on, let's fight." Before Naruto and Yamamoto could continue their battle, Shunsui and Yukitake materialized in front of Naruto, their Zanpakuto ready and drawn, saying, "Hold that thought. I can't let you keep trying to kill the kid Yama-jii. My ass crack is, kid, and where were you two when all of this started?" Naruto yelled at Shunsui. "If you two had arrived sooner, we could have already beaten his ass. We anticipated that he would drive us away from the Tsukyoku," Shunsui said, turning to Naruto and giving him a sheepish head rub. "We were unaware that he would believe you were more valuable to fight than us." On the other hand, Yukitake thought, "I do have that illness so I couldn't go that far that fast, and we're his students so he probably figured he could have gotten to us at any time while this Uzumaki was the one that had run roughshod over the Seirei and hadn't be captured." Shunsui turned back to Yamamoto and shrugged, saying, "We've got your back in any case. This whole situation stinks, and I'm not at all fond of it. And you two are willing to go all the way with your betrayal and take up arms against me?" Yamamoto glared at Yukitake and Shunsui. "We are not betraying you, Yamamoto-sama," Yukitake said in an attempt to salvage what was left of the situation. "I am responsible for Rukia, and this is incorrect. I have to protect her from this kind of injustice." A message flashed through their minds before they could start the fight again. Binding successful. The Ryoka and Gode 13 captains, lieutenants, and temporary lieutenants. Speaking now as 4th Division Lieutenant Katetsu Izan. Please pay close attention. Am I audible to everyone? There has been an emergency. Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th Division and I are in charge of this emergency transmission. Every single thing I'm going to say is true. Everyone narrowed their eyes and turned back to Tsukyoku Hill as a result of the message, and Naruto snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Yes. That sword in the wall was suspicious, and I knew it." The three captains sped off the long way with Shunpo in the direction of the Tsukyoku, and Shunsui sighed, "This is probably not the best time to be doing this, Yama-jii. Like hell I'm running around and taking the long way," sneered Naruto as he watched them go and glanced up at the top of the hill. Looking up, he growled to himself, "This is going to be awful. I was annoyed that I had to climb halfway up, and now I have to go all the way?" With a war cry, he dashed toward the cliff face and grabbed onto it, pressing his fingers enhanced by Sage Mode into the rock to start climbing quickly. "Hill Tsukyoku. I knew from the moment I met you, Kira-kun, and Hinamori-kun that I could use you three," Aizen said calmly, breaking Renji's shikai with ease and seriously injuring him. "You always were the most troublesome one of the bunch, Abarai-kun. I therefore had you all placed in the 5th Division after you graduated. I immediately moved you, the troublesome one, to another division, while the other two, who were more helpful, became Jins and my direct subordinates. And my intuition was right. For the final time, set Kuchiki aside and walk away." "I decline," Renji bellowed at the rebellious captain. Rukia pleaded with him to release her, saying, "Renji, just. Rukia, I told you to keep quiet. You can't have her, you bastard." He smiled at Aizen. With his sword raised, Aizen said, "How unfortunate." In Bankai, Ichigo blocked his slash that was intended to kill Renji. "Renji, Why are you on the ground? Does Rukia weigh that much? I'm available to assist. Renji averted his gaze and said, Ichigo, I'm sorry you had to come and save. You look pretty beat up considering that you were only carrying Rukia around. Ichigo interrupted him in jest. Did you find the load too heavy to run with? The two began to argue before settling down and taking note of the situation. So that's Aizen. We won't be able to outrun all three of them, so can you still fight? He mentioned that Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin were observing from behind him. With a nod, Renji said, Zabumaru's broken form still has its uses. Ichigo looked menacingly at Aizen and said, then let's get this started. I can only do this once, but it will definitely make an opening, Renji said, raising his sword for a specific maneuver. You can only hope for a slight advantage against a captain like him. You'll need to move quickly. Bite of a broken baboon's fang, or Higazeku. Aizen was attacked by the fragments of his broken shikai that levitated in the air around him, kicking up dust from the damage but providing Ichigo with a window of opportunity to charge in and strike. But before he could strike, Aizen used one finger to halt his assault and cut Ichigo across the abdomen, saying, Oh, it seems my swing was too shallow. Stand up Kuchiki Rukia. When she couldn't stand it, he shook his head and said, Of course. Aizen then disappeared and reappeared behind Renji, having already cut him down as well, leaving him alone with Rukia. You're having trouble standing because of my Ryotsu. He took her by the prisoner's collar and started pulling her along. You must really hate the fact that your strength doesn't equal the level of your vitality, though it would be best to cease with that recklessness, he said, laughing at Ichigo, who was still conscious. The only thing keeping your body together at the moment is your spine. Your body would be destroyed if you got up. Simply lie there in silence until you die. Your mission is over. Ichigo gave him a startled look and said, I directed everything you've done so far since your initial attempts to enter the Seirei. You made our movements very simple. You don't even know why Urahara Kazuki really sent you here, do you? He said, shaking his head at Ichigo. For the one thing that can enable a Shinigami to transcend their most tangible boundaries, he sent you here. Urahara Kazuki produced a material that reacts in ways that go beyond Soul Society physics. Something that can quickly break down the Shinigami hollow divide. The crumbling sphere, or Hogyoku. Because of its danger, he attempted to destroy it, but he was only able to do one thing. He positioned it inside the depths of a person's soul and surrounded it with a barrier. He concealed it inside Kuchiki Rukia, in case you haven't guessed it yet. You would eventually have lost all of your Riryoku and turned into a human to conceal his device, Aizen said, pointing at her. He never helped you. You look troubled, he said, laughing at her expression. Before he could finish explaining, a big captain with a wolf's head charged into the room and attacked Aizen, saying, I will not spare you for your deception and betrayal of all of us. And you Tusen, do you have anything to say? He asked, noticing Kanami behind him. Nothing at all? The man said, remaining silent. Bankai, how disappointing. Aizen materialized before he could muster the strength to summon his Bankai, saying, Hideout number 90. Kurohitsugi. Way of Destruction number 90. Black Coffin. Goodbye Komamura. Spells that high in number are truly more difficult to handle, said Komamura, as a mass of energy spears pierced a black box of energy that surrounded him. Komamura was quickly defeated. The incantation's attack was not as powerful as it ought to have been. Where was I now? Aizen returned his focus to Rukia. Oh yes, he said, returning to his topic, I killed the Central 46 and used my Zanpakuto's power to hypnotize people into believing that everything was fine after I found you in the human world. Ever since I pretended to be dead, I have been there. And the recipient of the technique was unharmed. But sadly you are no longer of any use to me. He looked down at Rukia, whose wound was healing, and said, and the recipient of the technique was unharmed. But sadly you are no longer of any use to me. His arm took on an odd shape and impaled Rukia through the chest, extracting a tiny ball covered in a barrier that looked like crystal. It's so small. He turned to Jin and Kanami and said, one of you kill her. As Jin and Kanami approached, Jin produced his Zanpakuto and said, Ikoros. Senjutsu. Rasenrengen, spiraling group spheres, sage technique. Taking advantage of the confusion, a badly injured Byakuya freed Rukia from Aizen's clutches. Naruto slid across the ground hard, leaving a scratch in the ground as he came to a stop, then glared at Aizen from a crouch, saying, I should have just played pack-rat and grabbed that little sword in the wall when I first saw it. Naruto had approached Jin and Kanami from behind and struck them both with twin Rasengans in both hands, sending them both flying. That would have completely ruined your plans, wouldn't it? After throwing away his sage coat to battle Yamamoto without getting it burned, Aizen pulled out his Zanpakuto, and Naruto swore. However, before he could engage in combat, Yoruichi and Soi Fon surrounded him, with Yoruichi clutching his Zanpakuto and Soi Fon holding hers to his neck, saying, "If you move even a single muscle you'll lose your head." Aizen said, "Very well." Yoruichi and Soi Fon were genuinely thinking about letting him go in order to protect the Seirei, but just as he did, two giants, the keepers of the other gates, appeared and destroyed a lot of property in the Seirei. "Not even you two can come after me while fighting those giants at the same time." Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, Shinra Tensei. Naruto's sage mode dropped. Great, too much time passed for me to put that much behind Shinra Tensei and keep sage mode when an invisible blast of gravity tore up half of the cliff he was standing at the edge of and hit the giant men, pancaking them into craters in the ground and quickly defeating them in one move. Alright, the first clone lasted a long time, and I have one more left. Once he felt the sky rip open above the Tsukyoku, he turned back to Aizen. The other captains had Aizen, Kanami, and Jin surrounded until the opening was created, and several Menos Grande were trying to spill out. 3 beams came out of the hole and grabbed the 3 offenders. Naruto's eyes angrily entered Sage mode once more as he quickly formed 2 Kage Bunshin while they were slowly levitating away. They then quickly formed a Rasen Shuriken, saying, "No you don't, you son of a bitch. This is all your fault. I'll vaporize you right here." Fuden. Rasen Shuriken. Spiraling Shuriken. Wind release. The Menos Grande were all at the mouth of the hole in the sky when Naruto launched the attack. "No, Naruto." After he started the attack, Yoruichi screamed at him, "From here, nothing we do can touch Aizen. Technically, he is in a different dimension of light." Each Menos Grande was destroyed in the ensuing explosion when the attack struck the hollow hole's interior from the air. Naruto glared up at Aizen and raised his hand, saying, "Get down here, damn you. The heavenly attraction of all creation is Banshu Tenin." No matter how much force Naruto pumped into the jutsu, none of the conspirators were pulled down an inch. "What are you trying to do? You betrayed all of these people, your comrades." He yelled at Aizen. "You killed so many people and planned the death of an innocent person. What on earth was the purpose of it all?" He gave Aizen a roar. "You really have fallen, Aizen," said Yukitake, shaking his head. Aizen stated plainly, "To go higher, no one starts on top of the world. Not even the gods, not you, not me." However, he removed his glasses as his appearance drastically changed and said, "From now on I will be sitting on it." He turned away from everyone and said, "Goodbye Shinigami, and goodbye young Ryoka. For humans, you are a truly fascinating group." As the sky closed, he vanished into the portal. "Not again, never again, I'm never letting anyone like that gain power ever again." Naruto yelled in rage as Aizen fled. To the surprise of everyone around him, he yelled, "Calm down, Naruto," Yoruichi said, approaching and placing a hand on his shoulder. "He is no longer there. We are unable to follow him from here. Look around. There are more important things to do right now," she said, pointing to the area around them and all of the injured people not just on the hill but throughout the Seirei. "This place needs to heal because it has been completely upended." The 4th division was all about healing the others, and Naruto saw Urahime tending to Ichigo, Rukia sitting next to her severely injured older brother Byakuya, and the other wounded receiving treatment. Naruto calmly shrugged off the attempts at medical attention, slowed down his breathing steadily, deactivated his Rinnegan, and then plopped down on the ground and took a seat. "So, you still want to kill me?" he asked, glancing up at Soi Fon, who was standing close by with Yoruichi. "No," Soi Fon said, glaring down at him before shaking her head and lowering her gaze to her typical apathetic expression. "It's all over. As Yoruichi-sama stated, more significant events are taking place at the moment. It's unnecessary to be upset with you." When Soi Fon rolled her eyes and left, huffing and heading to find her lieutenant, Naruto stood blinking and turned to Yoruichi, saying, "I thought she didn't want to kill me anymore." Naruto nodded and hopped to his feet, saying, "Okay, so let's try this again, but more pleasant this time." He held out his hand and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you." "And she doesn't," Yoruichi said with a little chuckle, "she just doesn't like you much either." Yoruichi patted Naruto on the head as he knelt down and played in the dirt, muttering, "Why doesn't she like me? It's okay, Naruto, she'll come around, or not. Come on now. Let's go see how the others are doing." When Yoruichi handed him his sage coat, Naruto got back up and brushed himself off, and as they went to see how the other members of their group were doing, he smiled and put it back on, but his eyes narrowed and strayed back up to the sky. Things were starting to settle down after the chaos that had erupted throughout the Seirei had subsided a little more than 2 days earlier. However, with all of the injured and the problems that are undoubtedly preventing people from going home, the more. Indeed, those who were more restless had to combat boredom to the best of their abilities. Quite honestly, you are all not that bad at all as far as a squad of ninja would go. For most people, you'd get the drop on them and kill them. Unfortunately for all of you, I'm not most people, and I wound up kicking your asses in fast forward. Naruto paced around in front of a darkened room, wearing a stern expression. Any questions? He asked, waiting a moment for no response before continuing. Okay, good, moving on. One of the things that I noticed is that you all don't use that many traps. I expected the entire 2nd Division HQ to be booby-trapped to the hilt, not a single one. Today's lecture will be to teach you all the nuances of trapping and the sweet science of the ambush. Questions? He said, taking out a dry erase board and starting to draw crude diagrams. Again, nobody said anything. Good, then let's start. Now how do you know you're in an ambush? You're probably thinking, when things don't feel right. Well, in that case you're wrong, and being wrong means you're dead. You're being ambushed when everything feels right. When everything seems like it's going your way, things are going too well, and that means you're being ambushed. An individual from the Special Forces asked, what about diversions? That is a very good question, Naruto said, pointing to him. A good trap feels like a simple diversion, something threatening enough to get your attention to divert it from something else. If it feels too easy to get out of, and the answer to the issue is too basic and spelled out for you, it is a trap, and doing the obvious will get you killed. Likewise for situations that feel too comfortable when they really shouldn't. Naruto then blinked and his face went stark in realization. Speaking of traps, this is one, isn't it? The room fell silent and motionless. Yeah, this is a trap. There's no way in hell I'd be getting in here without Soi Fon trying to take my head off for doing it, which means... Naruto was interrupted when he burst into smoke as a fist passed through it. Soi Fon thought to herself, damn, I just missed him. She got up and turned to face the force she had ordered, saying, that was acceptable as a diversion. The execution on my part was flawed. I waited until he realized something was wrong to attempt to strike. Remember, never let your quarry have time to deduce that something is wrong or else your ambush is compromised. Now back to work. She left the room. Rule number 1. I'm number 1. Rule number 2. There is never just one of me in a room. Rule number 3. The more you have to convince yourself I'm not there, the better chance there is of me actually being there. You're all dismissed. Naruto said, vanishing in a whirl of leaves and wind, as the dry erase board changed back into him as she left. He then cracked his neck and smiled at the elites. On the roof of the 2nd Division headquarters, Naruto reappeared outside, grinning and saying, ah, I love this place, it's awesome. So many people to mess with, it's like a hidden village kind of. As she stood behind him, Soi Fon said, I'm glad you like it so much, Uzumaki. Any last words for trespassing on my division grounds? She asked. Before using a kunai to block her Zanpakuto, Naruto turned to face her and exclaimed, hello my little bee. As kind of you as it is, I don't really want another one of your love marks, beautiful. People will start spreading rumors about us. With her Zanpakuto up and her eyes narrowed at him, Soi Fon said, I don't really want to hear this from you. Alright, so what are you doing right now? Don't you need to get back to your office? Everyone in any position of influence or power I've ever met had tons of office busy work to take care of, said Naruto, putting his kunai back up his sleeve and out of sight. Then, recalling what she wanted to discuss with him, Soi Fon coughed in her hand and said, I have to speak to you about a few issues. Well, I'm efficient unlike many of the other captains, and my seated officers handle all but the most pressing of affairs for my squad. All I really do is work for the Onmitsuki. Like what? What do you need from me? Naruto asked, tilting his head in perplexity as he glanced at the small captain. Before disappearing as she used Shunpo, Soi Fon pivoted on her heel and left, saying, follow me to my office, we can talk freely there. Before vanishing in another whirl of leaves and wind, Naruto rolled his eyes at the contemptuous way she had just given him an order. Woman, you could have at least walked with me to the office, never mind the fact that I know the way. That's not the point. Headquarters of the 4th Division, Medical Bay. Ichigo remained confined to his bed, getting nearly cut in half, hurt like hell, and even though Orihime immediately healed him on the spot, saving him from critical condition, it didn't really matter that he asked the head of the healing division to leave 2 days later. Additionally, he discovered that anyone attempting to create a disturbance in her headquarters while being supervised by Unohana Retsu would undoubtedly be terrified to death by the apparently submissive, kind woman. Stupid wounds. I'm so damn bored in here. I want to go find everyone else. And where's Rukia at? Ichigo sighed as he looked out his window, bored to death. Ichigo turned to face Yoruichi, who was looking in from outside his open window, and said, I'm kind of bored anyway. I can find everyone for you if you need me to. Ichigo. Hey Yoruichi, why did Naruto come to the Soul Society with us? I mean, I don't know him like I do Chad, Uryu, and Inoue, and he didn't know Rukia at all. He sat up and looked at the attractive woman. No, he said. Everyone doesn't need to be in here messing around with me. Putting her cheeks in her hands, Yoruichi leaned on the windowsill and said, Why do you ask, Ichigo? I guess you could consider it him doing a favor for me. I wanted to come back here to look things over anyway, and I wanted someone else I knew could handle themselves to come along to help me keep you all out of too much trouble. Ichigo sighed. I don't know. He's a strange guy, and he's strong. He's really strong. How did you even convince him to do it? It wasn't that hard. Yoruichi replied with a devious smile. Of course it didn't hurt that I transformed right in front of him after I asked. He's a pervert, but he's a reliable person, and you already know about his immortality thing. Do you believe it? I don't know what to think. Everything he said sounded 100% serious. Do you believe him? Ichigo scowled in response to the query. And eyes like that can't fake pain when recalling all of the time that has passed for one person, Yoruichi said, nodding gravely. Absolutely I do. He's knowledgeable about too many events in the world of the living that no one should know about, and he can give me first-hand accounts of certain times in your human history. It's his eyes. No matter what, they will always convey the feeling he tries to hide from those who are good enough to look for it. Ichigo returned to his bed and said, Well, either way, I trust him. I didn't at first, but after this whole crazy thing and all of the stuff we did I can't help but respect the guy. Hey, how strong is he by the way? Yoruichi looked up. I don't really know. I fought him before, but that was before both of us were in actual fighting shape. It was mostly us messing around before we traded one good attack, and that was that. He fought the Captain Commander Yamamoto without too much damage being done to either of them, so I don't know how good he really is. When he fought Soi Fon he held back too much on my account and got himself hurt badly. So if we fought could I beat him? Ichigo asked, recalling everything. Yoruichi snorted and burst out laughing, marking the substitute Shinigami's head with a tick. All you had to do was say, not yet Ichigo. Or better yet, you could have just said no but you had to laugh didn't you? Ichigo asked. Headquarters of the 2nd Division, Soi Fon's office. Naruto watched Soi Fon patiently finish her work while he sat comfortably in a chair in front of her desk. He just decided to look around the office he had previously visited with Yoruichi, but he was unable to examine everything because he had a claw mark on his face. Soi Fon, who was not looking up from her work but was fully aware of what Naruto was doing, said, Stop sizing up my office, Uzumaki. She added, I'll be done in just a moment. With a smile that she was unable to see, Naruto said, It's okay, you can do what you want. I have all the time in the world, literally. There's no rush for me, my little bee. First of all, will you stop calling me that? Only Yoruichi-sama has ever called me that, and I would like that to remain as it is. Soi Fon remained silent until she was done and put her completed documents aside. He cleared his throat and went on, I have no idea where I'm going or what there is to do for any kind of relief around here. What do you do in your spare time? Naruto considered it for a moment before asking, Will you go out with me? He could feel her Ryotsu spike at the implication. To explore the Seirei? Damn, let me finish first Soi Fon. I train. Soi Fon said, giving him a slight glare. Training their bodies and spirits for times of strife is what a good warrior is supposed to do in times of peace. Defying the urge to sigh, Naruto said, I meant when you're not training. You've got to have a cool-down hobby. He received a prompt response from Soi Fon. I meditate. Leaning forward in his chair and placing his hands on her desk, Naruto smiled again and said, There you go, that's something. I meditate all the time too, it's relaxing. So what else do you do for fun? Come on, you've got to have something. As Soi Fon began to grow irritated with Naruto, she responded, No, I don't. Speaking of Naruto, he gave her a sardonic glance before suddenly getting to his feet and snatching her arm, shocking Soi Fon with the unexpected move. Ow. Close aren't we? Didn't even have to buy you dinner first, I'm awesome. He had gone halfway to the door when she pushed him face first into it while reversing his grip to a dominant position for her behind his back. What do you think you're doing, Uzumaki? Speak quickly before you lose this. Soi Fon jerked his arm to an awkward angle, adding more torque to his arm to emphasize her point. Oh, all right. I just wanted to get you out of this stuffy old office, Naruto said, attempting to calm her down. You're too attractive to spend all of your time working. You've been doing this for how long? 100 years? When she jerked his arm to get him to be quiet, he opened his mouth to respond cleverly, but Soi Fon was no longer attempting to break his arm, but she was close enough to hiss lowly into his ear, I don't like you, Uzumaki. Shut up. You are incredibly skilled in combat. You defeated me in our battle and brought Yamamoto Sotaichu to a complete halt. Even though you have a lot of power, you still act like this. Even when you're in combat, you always act like everything is a big joke and never take anything seriously. What's wrong with you? You really don't like me? Naruto asked, looking over his shoulder at Soi Fon and remaining silent for a while as her stony eyes attempted to penetrate his mind. No, she stated firmly, Yoruichi-sama respects you for some reason, so I put up with you. If that weren't the case, I probably would have tried to eradicate you as a nuisance by now. But it's obvious that killing you would upset her, so it's not worth it. At last, Soi Fon released Naruto's arm and allowed him to turn to face her. As he rubbed his arm to relieve the tingling sensation, Naruto said, I see. Yoruichi-chan, huh? Yoruichi-sama. You will address her properly, Soi Fon yelled menacingly. Yeah. No, Naruto said, picking at his ear. I don't properly address people. I've never done it in my many years of life, and I'll be damned if I do it now. Now, let's go look for Yoruichi-chan. I am capable of doing it. She had originally intended to chastise him for using Yoruichi's name in an overly familiar way once more, but after taking in what he had said, Soi Fon's eyes widened and she said, really? With a smile, Naruto said, really? Now? With the chance to spend time with her idol for the first time in over a century hanging over her, she pondered, I have to stay behind in case of work. It's my responsibility. Hanged into Soi Fon, Naruto created a cage bunshin and sent it behind the desk in her place, saying, blah, blah, blah. Punching it in the face is the only way to demonstrate that it is not you. Does anyone under your supervision have the courage to do that? Soi Fon shook her head, so you're clear, at that. Let's go because my clone is not a dummy and will leave for you anything it is unable to do when we return. If I find her and you're not with me, I'm not sending her over to you, he said, opening the window in her office and leaping out while gesturing for her to follow. Soi Fon only needed that to get going because she was tired of that stuffy office anyhow and didn't really care if she went outside for a little while as long as she got her work done because she was a damn captain and could do whatever she wanted. With that in mind, Soi Fon and Naruto jumped outside and set out to find one Shihuan Yoruichi. Alright, she wasn't in the hiding place. The only reason we went up there is because you insisted on seeing it. Naruto sulked, you didn't even want to use the hot spring while we were there. I knew that was going to happen, Naruto said as he and Soi Fon strolled through the Seiredes streets. Shinigami moved out of their way as the two walked, and Soi Fon joked dryly, not with you I didn't. This was immediately apparent to Naruto, who said, Oi, are the other Shinigami afraid of you or something? The question, my skill and strength would make me unapproachable by most, it would be natural that I would intimidate them, didn't really register any interest on Soi Fon's face. To be honest, you are the only person who has ever done anything like this with me since Yoruichi-sama did years ago. Feel privileged, Uzumaki. It's not your power that really does it, it's your demeanor. If they weren't me, then they'd obviously think that talking to you would cost them their lives. Naruto felt the impulse to give the attractive assassin a face, but instead he chose to try to continue talking to her, asking, so where are we and what's special about this place? This is the 8th Division headquarters and barracks, Soi Fon explained, as the road opened up into a rather large area with several buildings surrounded by them that were meant to serve as living facilities. Under Captain Kyoraka Shunsui, this division is led. He appears to be a person who is similar to you, Uzumaki. Why you would bother me in my division for so long when you could come here is beyond me. To get Soi Fon to open up, Naruto threw up his hands behind his head and said, I keep hanging out around the 2nd Division because it reminds me the most of my original home. He kept the conclusion of that comment to himself, saying, that, and I am going to find a way to talk to you if it kills me, and you're probably going to be the one to do that yourself at this rate. Why? Since fighting was a subject she felt comfortable discussing, Soi Fon began answering his question casually, saying, my bankai goes directly against my fighting style. A covert ops specialist shouldn't use this kind. When I use it, I am unable to move as I need to, and the attack it causes is not particularly subtle. Naruto nodded, saying, I have a lot of moves like that. In fact, his whole career was built on using moves that were far too damaging for him. Can I see it? Shall I show you mine? When he felt Soi Fon glaring at him, he blinked and considered what he had just said. I didn't mean for that to sound the way it did. Kind of. I meant your bankai. And it's not really the kind of technique you use for exhibitions or demonstrations, Soi Fon said, justifying his failure to do so and allowing his possible innuendo to be ignored. It would tire me out for no reason at all. Even though he understood, Naruto said, boo, half of his attacks weren't really things he wanted to use in front of people he didn't currently have a strong grievance against. Do you think Yoruichi-chan is here? When he felt Soi Fon glare at him, he rolled his eyes and said, I won't call her Sama. If it's truly bothering you that much, you might as well try stabbing me. It's worth a look. Soi Fon firmly stated, and don't question or complain to me. Kyoraka Taiko, she said, leading him into the division grounds main building and directly to Shunsui's office, where she simply let herself in. You were the one who requested that I give you a tour of the Seirei anyway, and this is as close as you're going to get to one. The man leaned back in his desk chair and looked up to see Soi Fon and Naruto standing in the doorway. Hey, you're the guy that was about to help me fight Yamamoto Jiji, Naruto said, pointing to the calm-looking captain. You're the kid who was going toe-to-toe with Yamajii and smoked all of those Menos grande with that one attack. Shunsui pointed back. Please tell me your name once more. I seem to recognize it quite well. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said with a sardonic expression. Now that I'm not fighting with you all, it's nice to meet you. Who knows, maybe you'll like me. After a brief run around during the invasion, Soi Fon and I are now very close friends. He tried putting an arm around her and wound up eating a jab to the breadbasket that had him sucking air. See? His voice was squeaky as he said, that was a friendly little love tap. At the exchange between Naruto and Soi Fon, Shunsui nodded and laughed. So what can I do for both of you? Would you just like to grab a drink with me, or do you need my help with something? With a raised hand, Naruto said, I vote we do the second one. Soi Fon lowered his arm firmly, saying, oh, why not? She refused to back down, saying, damn it, fine, maybe I'll come back later. I want to get you drunk, because you look like you'd be more fun that way. Where have you seen Yoruichi-chan? All day, I haven't seen her, we're trying to find her. I can't say that I have, Shunsui thought, rubbing his stubble. One of your other friends, the ones you came here with, might want to ask. He shrugged his shoulders and said, aside from that, I'm not sure what to say. If you go over towards the 4th Division way, the Ichigo kid should still be in the medical ward. Nodding, Soi Fon said, anyway, thank you. Then she turned to leave the room, saying, until we meet Kyoraka Taiko again. He reached into his desk and took out a familiar orange book, and Naruto was about to follow suit when Shunsui called out to him, actually I do remember where I know your name. Would you do me the honor of signing this for me, Naruto-sama? I apologize, but I had to keep it a secret from Soi Fon Taiko and my lieutenant. Of course, Naruto said, smiling and taking out a pen after searching the outside corners for Soi Fon. I'm glad to have Shinigami fans. We ought to get together sometime. Headquarters of the 4th Division, so, why were you back there conversing with Kyoraka Taiko? You had a satisfied look on your face when you caught up to me, Soi Fon said to him as they strolled through the medical-based squad's hallways. With a sly smile, Naruto said, oh, nothing. I simply have more admirers of my writing than I ever would have thought. I need to check my account shortly. I wonder how much money I have in the Soul Society now compared to the money from the living world. With a skeptical expression, Soi Fon said, you write? And it really brings in money for you? That is shocking. Consider your options. When the time comes, my bank account should tell you everything you need to know, Naruto said dismissively. The hospital, to my complete delight and surprise. I managed to avoid a lengthy stay in here this time. He claimed to be quite proud of the fact that he had not touched a single scrap of hospital fabric. Soi Fon, however, was blind to the significance of that achievement. Uzumaki, say whatever you want. Now assist me in finding the brat from Kurosaki, Soi Fon said sharply. All right, said Naruto, I'm going to make you smile before the day is over, and I don't mean a smirk like I get hurt. I mean a genuine, sincere smile, Ichigo. Quiet you idiot, don't be so loud in here, Soi Fon turned to him, almost fearfully, if he didn't know any better. In a whisper, she hissed, you don't want to annoy her. You sound shaken up, Naruto said, glancing at the Onmitsukido leader as though she were a total stranger. You didn't appear to be as shaken up as you are now when I threw you against a barrier and stuck you to a huge ball of random debris. And who is upset? Again, Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth and said, Ichigo, everyone in this division seems so laid back. Hey, punk, where are you? He yelled, and Soi Fon winced at the tone of his voice. When Unohana Retsu appeared behind Naruto and Soi Fon, her soothing voice made one of them shiver and the other smile. I'm glad you like the atmosphere of our division so much, Uzumaki-san. However, I would appreciate it if you took Soi Fon Taiko's advice and toned it down while you were here, she said. Here, we have individuals recuperating from their wounds. Sorry, Retsu-chan, Naruto said, turning to face Unohana and returning her lovely smile with his own. We were only trying to find Ichigo, and I had a feeling that causing a scene would bring you here. To put it simply, I wanted to say hello without having to worry about fireballs flying all over my head. As long as you keep your volume down, feel free to search for Kurosaki-san. Hello to you, Uzumaki-san. Unohana said, bowing slightly to him. In any case, you are on the correct path. It should be simple to locate him if you continue in this direction until you reach the medical bay. With a nod, Naruto committed the information to memory. I understand. I'm grateful, Retsu-chan. Before I go, I'll need to return and speak with you. Given how often I get beaten, it would be pleasant to get along with a doctor. Particularly such a lovely one. He concluded, giving her a wink and receiving a wave for his trouble as he and Soi Fon left. Are you deviant or incorrigible? Honestly, Unohana Taiko is a captain of the Gode 13, and here you are throwing that hapless attitude of yours around like this. Soi Fon asked as they moved away from Unohana. It's impolite. I don't think it's that disrespectful because first of all I'm not a Shinigami, so your ranks don't really mean that much to me, Naruto said, turning to face the beautiful Unohana, who waved again before returning to her own affairs. Secondly, don't you guys grow tired of people scuttling past you like they're navigating a minefield? Everyone kisses your ass all the time, so you can only talk straight to other captains. She must be constantly getting a little sick of it. She appeared to like my speech pattern. Observing that Naruto effortlessly managed to dispel Unohana's tense smile, which typically accompanied someone disturbing her division headquarters, Soi Fon nearly had to concede the matter, saying, I see your point. I mean, wouldn't you want at least one person in your division who isn't a yes man? Naruto said, nodding. He noticed a smirk form on Soi Fon's face and said, there you go, I'm getting you there. From what I've seen, even your lieutenant is, and he's pretty cocky most of the rest of the time, so having a guy like that fall in line is really something. He said, he kind of recoiled that one time when I was doing that lecture on throwing killing intent into your ryotsu. That was pretty good. You appear to possess a hint of mischievousness. I enjoy that. As she and Naruto went on, Soi Fon's expression softened even more. Well, I haven't wanted to kill you since we left my headquarters, so I guess it is something. So are you sure that Kurosaki Ichigo can help us? Soi Fon asked. With his hands in his pockets, Naruto continued to walk with his day's companion, saying, well, if I don't know where Yoruichi-chan is and you don't know, he's the only other person I can think of besides Byakuya who would know, and he's here too, so we'd have to head here and find him anyway. He smiled at the woman by his side, saying, I'm not as dumb as I look and act all the time. Even when he's not fighting, his Riryoku is abnormally high. Soi Fon shook her head and said, one inconsistency cannot make up for an entire acquaintanceship leaning towards the contrary. Soi Fon stopped abruptly at a door and said, Kurosaki's in there. She noticed Naruto and wondered how she could find him so easily. He is the kind of person that anyone with good spiritual power sensing skills can find. She turned to face him, almost teasing him. Hold on, she was teasing him. Holy sh*t. Ha, 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 Naruto said with a phony laugh. So, feel free to sue me. This whole spiritual energy sensing thing is new to me. It's more common for me to search for and locate the living. Managing primarily physical abilities. Naruto pounded his chest, give me a little time, and I'll grasp it flawlessly. When it comes to the fighting part, at least I'm back in the saddle now. Naruto opened the door and motioned for Soi Fon to go in first, saying, Oi, Ichigo. How are you? Ichigo heard Naruto's voice coming from the door, but he was with Soi Fon. I'm just great for a guy that almost got cut in half not too long ago, Ichigo said. However, why are you both here, and together at that? Are you two on a date? He asked, tilting his head inquisitively. Soi Fon, if you kill him you'll get in trouble and Yoruichi-chan will be pissed. Or amused, but for Ichigo's sake I'll keep that one to myself. Naruto held Soi Fon in place before she could go over and hurt Ichigo anymore, in order to prolong his stay in the hospital. He released her when she calmed down, and he ended up taking a sharp elbow to the ribs that he was prepared for this time and handled like a champ. Anyway, we need your help. Did you catch a glimpse of Yoruichi-chan today? Ichigo arched an eyebrow. You don't have her with you? After she left here, I assumed she would have gone looking for you to play tricks on you. I have no idea where she is right now. Naruto sighed, deciding not to use Kage Bunshin because it was becoming a matter of pride. He would be damned if he had lost his touch to the point where he couldn't track Yoruichi during his free time, and he was determined to find her before sunset, regardless of his ignorance of the area layout. Alright Ichigo, thanks anyway though. Both Naruto and Soi Fon turned and walked away, but at a slower pace so that Ichigo could stop him at the door and say, Hey Naruto. Naruto turned to face the young man at the doorway and asked, So are you two actually on a date? Blinking, Naruto gave a direct, very serious response, saying, Yes. Yes, we are. He gave him the thumbs up while maintaining the same look, and when he eventually left the room, he discovered Soi Fon standing there, glaring at him. Yes, I knew you were there the entire time. Take action. He's going to tell people, and it will be hilarious, so I did that. With a serious expression, she cautioned him, wait until we get outside. It won't be funny in a minute. Yes, it will. Naruto, unfazed by her overt threat, emphasized, because you and I both know that there's no way in hell you're going to be caught chasing me all over the place in broad daylight, my little bee. 45 minutes later he was correct, she was not apprehended. Naturally, Naruto had forgotten that Soi Fon was only second to Yoruichi in terms of Shunpo mastery, and that when people attempted to watch her move, all they would see was a blur if she moved quickly enough, and if she didn't stop, they wouldn't recognize her at all. And evidently, after she used her shikai to give him a quick, shallow cut on his chest and then the most evil expression he had ever seen on her face, Naruto realized she was actually pursuing his ass down and used swift release. From that moment on, all bets were off. If he stopped to seek assistance, not that any of the random Shinigami they flew past at full speed could genuinely assist him, she would have one chance to kill him before he could even utter a word for help, and she would take him down before he could even scream in horror. So, despite his best efforts, he was unable to lose her because neither she nor he stopped. At this point, he was genuinely impressed and terrified for his life, but he hadn't looked over his shoulder in more than 10 minutes because she would still be there. No amount of Kage Bunshin could distract her from her because she would kill them as quickly as he could make them. They would only buy him a half second at most, and she would be right back on him. Damn it. Stop chasing me. Seireii is running low here. As the enormous gates that separated the Rukongai from the Seireii approached, Naruto yelled, What the hell are you going to say when we rip up half of the Rukongai running all over the place? Soi Fon responded as she would have if the matter had been presented to Yamamoto. It's my word against yours and I have tenure to say the least. The Ryoka was getting out of hand and I had to stop him. Uzumaki, you can't do this all day. Soi Fon had gotten too close once more, so Naruto rolled his eyes and formed another Kage Bunshin to take a hit for him. Are you kidding me? Did you truly forget, or did I really drop you on your head during our argument? Naruto, I'm fucking Uzumaki. Over time, I'm recovering more chakra than I'm losing at the rate this is depleting it. As she pursued Naruto, Soi Fon grinned and said, It's not like I'm losing that much energy either, Uzumaki. You'll make a mistake eventually, and I'll be right there. Soi Fon's speed with Shunpo was the best at it, aside from Yoruichi. Naruto's speed was based on his use of his Kekkei Genkei, which combined lightning for sheer speed, wind to reduce his weight and move quickly enough to occasionally leave afterimages, and yang chakra to reinforce his entire body so that he didn't damage parts like his eyes, and so that he could use them to see while moving so fast, to move his legs as quickly as possible and haul ass. This was ideal for someone with his stamina and regenerative abilities, as moving his legs that quickly could be dangerous otherwise. Open the gate, Jidanbu. Knowing that they were getting close, Naruto yelled frantically, Open the damn gate for Kami's sake or I will perish. Damn it, she already tagged me once, he said, opening his sage code to show a butterfly mark on his chest. After stopping his fellow renegade gate guardians, the giant man with extraordinary hearing had grown fond of the borderline insane blonde, and he had no intention of seeing if the infamous captain of the 2nd Division would actually carry out his plan to kill him. Don't stop running Naruto, I'm on it. Just as the two hurried beneath him to leave the Seireii, the man raised the big door. You big man, I'll give you the volume for free. I give one to everyone I owe favors to. Jidanbu lowered the gate and smiled to himself. I hope it's the new sequel he hasn't published yet, I already have the first one. Naruto's voice reverberated as he and Soi Fon ripped through the streets, leaving the town's civilian soul denizens in their wake. Home of the Shiba clan, Kuakaku and Yoruichi were sitting in her main room, just relaxing and drinking sake. It's been a while since we've been able to spend time like this, Yoruichi sighed the Shiba clan head, leaning back on the several pillows on the floor. It's good to see you no longer in your feline form. In an attempt to offend Kuakaku, Yoruichi pointed her saucer at him and said, "Hey, I just so happen to like my cat form. Don't you think it's almost as cute as the real me? You must leave right away because you are not allowed on the property," to warn the two women inside. One of Kuakaku's enormous bodyguards yelled from outside. "Stay out of my way, or I'll smash the door with your skull." Yoruichi and Kuakaku both stood up and looked out of the room when they heard a loud crash followed by the sound of bodies falling down the stairs. They saw Naruto standing on the two men's unconscious bodies at the bottom of the stairs, jumping off and repeatedly kicking one of them out of annoyance. "Naruto, what the hell are you doing here?" Yoruichi asked, grabbing the man's attention and preventing him from kicking the clan's fallen servants repeatedly. "At least he took his shoes off before he drop-kicked my servants down the stairs," Kuakaku said, shrugging as he glanced at Naruto's feet. As Naruto turned to face Yoruichi, he nearly started crying. "Oh, you gorgeous, lovely, kind, generous woman. It's a dead end, so I'm so happy I wasn't mistaken about you being here. Why were you so difficult to locate? I thought I was dead like 8 times back there," he said, instantly leaping to her feet and encircling her legs with a tight hug. She simply kept coming. However, everyone in the vicinity recognized me and rushed to get my autograph when she stopped to fight me. The best human shields in history. As Kuakaku tried and failed to contain her laughter at seeing the powerful warrior reduced to a blubbering heap, Yoruichi arched an eyebrow with a chuckle. "All right, calm down, Naruto, and tell me what's wrong," Kuakaku said. "Who is after you? I don't know why you took refuge in this strange house Uzumaki, and I don't care, but your Riryoku is so panicked and wild right now I could find you halfway around the Soul Society." At the sound of the voice, Naruto's head nearly turned completely around, and he leapt to his feet and ran into the room where Kuakaku and Yoruichi had been. Soi Fon came downstairs with her shikai on her arm, searching for Naruto before realizing who he was. "Yoruichi-sama?" "He's in there," Yoruichi said, grinning mischievously as she gestured to the side where Naruto had swum to hide. "It's impossible to leave that room." "Yoruichi-chan. You should know better than to poke at a bee, Naruto. Least of all my little bee," Yoruichi said with a little laugh. "She has a really strong sting." "I saw. Call her off now, for Kami's sake. We're going to destroy this place if I have to fight in here, really." "Oh no." Before Soi Fon could enter the room and attempt to kick Naruto's ass, Kuakaku yelled, "You're not ruining the house I worked so hard to set up. How much time did it take to get this whole house ready for this theme? Go outside?" Now that it was safe enough, Naruto left the room, saying, "I won't be going outside anytime soon. You know, you can turn this thing off anytime you want to," he said, glancing at the mark on his chest and squinting at the woman. "Not while Soi Fon's still mad and has her love mark on me." "I know," she answered, her simple delivery of the words masking the cheekiness of her tone. "Okay, if no one is leaving, I'm going to go back to what I was doing before this," Kuakaku said, throwing her hands in the air in frustration. As she returned to the room, she remarked, "I'm getting drunk." "Hey, right here." As Naruto followed her inside, he said, "Let me have some of that. Maybe if I get drunk, I'll forget about my impending doom." Yoruichi shrugged and followed her inside, pulling Soi Fon along. "Come on, Soi Fon, we haven't been able to sit and talk like this in a long time." She grinned at her and said, "You should really thank Naruto for whatever it is he did. If he hadn't, you would still be in that office of yours right now. Come in, Yoruichi. We need a judge because this baby-faced punk claims he can defeat me in a drinking competition. Hey, I'm untouchable because I've spent years hanging out with alcoholics of all kinds." The following day, as he awoke, unable to move, Naruto lay on the floor of Kuakaku's audience room and said, in the quietest voice ever, "Greatest wake-up ever." Kuakaku was using his right arm as a pillow instead of all the other pillows nearby, and he discovered that his arm was placed between a rather soft and ample area on the woman's chest. Yoruichi was also using his left arm as a pillow, positioned farther up on his shoulder toward his face, so that he could feel her breath tickle his ear. Soi Fon, a very light girl, was using both his and Yoruichi's legs to rest her head. Yawning and resting her head on his shoulder, Yoruichi said, "I was looking for you yesterday to tell you that Yamamoto Sotaichu wanted a meeting with you today." She opened her eyes slowly and a smile began to spread across her face. "I'm glad you think so." Yamamoto Gigi wants to see me today, Naruto said, squinting his eyes at her. Why? Yoruichi closed her eyes and said, I'm not sure, but you ought to come. Before his eyes widened at what his clone from yesterday had given him when it dispelled in his sleep, Naruto said, Of course I am. Damn, Soi Fon and I need to wake up now, he said. Along with the other captains, Yamamoto Gigi is expected to be present for the event for which she wants to see me. The meeting was supposed to start at noon, so please don't tell me that we slept until then. With a sigh of disappointment at having to get up, Yoruichi released Naruto's arm and carefully stepped out of Soi Fon's hold. She went into Kuakaku's bedroom to look at the time and came back, saying, It's 9:34. You have more than 2 hours. Naruto scowled after he said, I should never have to repeat that sentence ever again. Great, Naruto said, confident that he would have time to gather himself and return with time to spare. Now can you help me get these women off of me? She's still a lightweight, I see, Yoruichi said, laughing softly as she assisted him in gradually removing Kuakaku from his arm. She had very little at all. Don't make fun of Soi Fon, Naruto said with a smile as he yanked him off his legs. We cannot all be alcoholic giants like me. Do you like her? As she assisted him in standing up and observed him shaking his legs to restore blood flow, Yoruichi smiled at him. Well, yeah. Naruto stretched himself lightly and said, I'm more than a little convinced that it was just her playing, even though it was absolutely terrifying when she was chasing me yesterday. If she had caught me, she wouldn't have killed me, he said, glancing down at the captain who was still asleep. We were playing like that all day long, as far as I could tell. Yoruichi motioned for him to go, saying, Now go towards the Seirei. Well, the mark is gone, so I would say she wasn't really mad at you, not like after your fight. Naruto put on his sage coat, saluted her, and left the house after saying, I'll wake up Soi Fon and send her right after you. 1st Division Headquarters, 2 hours later. Given the speed at which Naruto had returned to the Seirei, it had not taken long for Soi Fon, who had just woken up and showered, to catch up with him. She seemed to be free of hangover effects and memories of her sleep from the night before, and so the two fell into step as they made their way to the Captain Commander himself. So do you even know what this is about? Naruto questioned her. The order that was given to the clone playing you was really unclear. Soi Fon answered, No idea Uzumaki. Just don't look foolish in there. Every captain will be present, and you will want to appear somewhat dignified for whatever reason you are there. Naruto gave her an odd look and said, How about that guy with the spiky hair and eye patch? Well. Or how about the strange man wearing strange headdresses and a pasty clown face? That is honorable. I'm not. As they moved through the hallways, Naruto kept interrupting her, saying, And if you think for a moment that I'm going to go around acting like Byakuya, you might as well forget about it. I'll find a middle ground. I would kick you in the head, but we don't have time for this today, Soi Fon sighed in frustration. Anyway, Naruto grinned, you would require a ladder to get there. Or perhaps I could help you by getting down on my knees. He saved himself from her wrath, at least for the time being, by pointing to an open pair of double doors that stood in for the captain's assembly hall before she could strike back. As the two entered, Naruto stood at the other end of the two even lines, facing Yamamoto, who soon started talking, Uzumaki Naruto, while Soi Fon fell in line with the other captains. He began with a small joke that made Naruto and a few captains smile. First of all, I would like to thank you for cleaning the 1st Division headquarters after all of the unpleasantness was over with. Sheepishly, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, No issue. After all, my clones were the ones who did it, and they were the ones who cleaned it. After Aizen's betrayal, the rather depressing atmosphere was somewhat lifted by the sight of 50 Narutos cleaning the building. I apologize for that. When they don't have orders, they can be a bit crazy. Well, I have some questions for you, and I'm pretty sure the others here do too, the elderly captain said, clearing his throat. Naruto nodded his agreement to the proceedings and gestured to the man with the almost skeletal face, who was actually the same man Naruto had been referring to earlier, saying, I'll be opening the floor for them to do so before I ask my own. He introduced himself to Naruto and said, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division and president of the Shinigami Research Institute. He then asked, among many other irregularities that typically accompany your race, you have a very strange balance in your Ryukyu for a human. At some point during your time in the Seirei, I would like to look into that. The gleam in his eyes and the fact that he actually didn't ask him if he could examine him, instead saying, yeah sure, just find me if you need me later, seemed to be lost on Naruto. For at least another week, I or one of my clones ought to be flying everywhere. The scientist captain, who was only really worried about appearing, stepped aside to let someone else ask a question. This time, it was a rather big man with an eye patch and bells in his spiked hair. "Are you any stronger than Ichigo?" Naruto shrugged and said, "Well, yeah." He noticed a malevolent smile on the man's face and began piecing together some old information at that precise moment. "You're Zaraki Kenpachi, aren't you?" The man nodded, never taking his eyes off of Naruto. "Shit. Are there any more inquiries?" "Well, Uzumaki-san, I have a few questions for you myself," Yamamoto said to the captains after receiving no response. "I know how old Kurosaki Ichigo and his pals are, but I don't know how old you are. What is your age?" "I'm probably 200 years older than the current calendar system, but I stopped counting until that system was abandoned because it was pointless to know, so I'm not really sure," Naruto said, scratching his head and giving it some serious thought. "Are you younger than me?" This actually made Yamamoto laugh. "No, I'm still older than you. Despite appearances, you are as old as my two students. Additionally, you still appear very young." "That's because I was at this age when everything that ultimately made me immortal fell into place," Naruto scowled. "However, it's kind of cool." He grinned and added, "I can walk both sides of the line because I'm apparently at the age where children and adults are separated in this era." He turned to a small captain with spiky white hair and said, "You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I was just an adult in my time, so I didn't get any privileges as a kid, ever really." The captain, who looked like a child, gave him a straightforward eye roll. Getting the meeting back on track, Yamamoto interrupted, teasing Hitsugaya Taiko aside. "Uzumaki-san. What specific elements combined to make you immortal?" "My family had a natural life force that far outstripped any other," Naruto sighed. "I possess the inherited eyes of the Rinnegan, a man who was revered by many in my era as a god. The best part is that I have the most powerful entity in the world trapped in my body for as long as I live. I have a perfect synchronization with nature in the living world that keeps me healthy and my body strong. A being called the Jubi." Yamamoto's eyes widened a little. "What is this creature's strength? And how are you avoiding it?" "This is just the spiritual embodiment of it," Naruto said, lifting his shirt and directing chakra to his abdomen. "This keeps the power at bay." An intricate seal marking spread across Naruto's torso and appeared on his belly. "It's physical and spiritual energy, or as I would call it, chakra." There was a chuckle or two, and he said, "All right, don't believe me, I don't care. The physical body is trapped in the moon orbiting the earth. I don't even want to share this with any of you." "Then why are you doing so now?" Yukitake asked, staring at Naruto bewilderedly. "Because now you guys know who I am and are going to try and keep tabs on me in the world of the living," Naruto said, turning to face him and lowering his shirt. "I have a very good track record of destroying those that try to destroy me," he said, crossing his arms. "You would have discovered it eventually, and this way at least I can explain things or answer your questions before you start making snap judgments and ordering my extermination or something." Taking Naruto's words as a threat, Komamura took a step forward and moved in front of Yamamoto, asking, "What are you saying? With the Soul Society and the Seirei, what do you want?" "I just want to keep existing," Naruto said, looking at the wolf-headed Shinigami without fear or alarm because he had witnessed much stranger things. He told them this because he still had secrets about the Jubi's power that he had been keeping to himself, secrets that no one else needed to know, at least not yet, because at least one of them would cause a panic. "There are too many things I have to do for the living world for me to simply die or cow to the will of another. I have a proposition for you, Uzumaki," Yamamoto said, stroking his long beard. He could tell Naruto was paying attention because his eyes met his. "We plan on giving Kurosaki Ichigo a position as an official substitute Shinigami, but we have another proposition for you." Naruto's expression stayed composed as the elderly man went on. "How would you like to form a frontier division in the world of the living?" "Division Frontier? I don't want to work for anyone or take orders," asked Naruto in a suspicious manner. "I will not be used as a weapon by anyone to simply point, shoot, and destroy." "Nothing of the sort," Yamamoto clarified. "I'm just saying that if the Soul Society had more eyes abound, a lot of this current trouble with Aizen could have been avoided. There must be a group that can deal with unforeseen problems or request help when needed, and that has no real standing orders. An ally in the midst of the living world." Naruto was about to respond when Yamamoto repeated, "Of course I have no authority to authorize such a thing. What if Kuchiki Rukia had had a potential safe area she could have gone to once everything had gone wrong during her stay?" "Well, then why are you telling me this if you can't even put it together?" Naruto nearly collapsed on the ground. "Because," Yamamoto stated, focusing both of his eyes firmly on Naruto, "we still need to replace the Central 46, even though it's the only power I need to pay attention to. Therefore, I assume their regular responsibilities until then. I only answer to the Spirit King now, and I'm confident that I can give plenty of good reasons to allow this to happen if it comes up. Among other things, he might be especially interested in you because of your lifespan, Uzumaki-san. Naruto blinked in perplexity. How does a 10-year trial period sound? After giving it some thought, Naruto decided that 10 years was nothing and that he could simply back out at any time. Alright, so here are some rules, he said. Yamamoto interrupted Komamura as he was about to chastise Naruto, saying, I don't work for you, but I will work with you. Listen to what you have to say, and we'll have a mutually beneficial relationship. Rule 1. I don't take orders, from you, from anyone. The second rule is that I choose who you want me to lead on this division. I will not accept your prisoners, exiles, castaways, or anything else. In any case, why do you want me to? With his kind old man demeanor restored, Yamamoto said, You're not going anywhere for a long time. True, Naruto acknowledged before going on. Rule 3, or, perhaps more accurately, Condition 3, is that you will tell me the location of that Aizen guy. I mean, when you pinpoint his location, Yoruichi-chan told me he was in the hollow plane Hueco Mundo. I'm curious. We were going to tell you anyway, Yamamoto said, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. In the impending battle with him, you would be a priceless ally. Rule number 4. I don't really have a rule for that yet, so get back to me, but will I be paid for this? Naruto asked with a satisfied nod. The ninja in Naruto was satisfied with the terms thus far, and Yamamoto nodded. Then I guess for now anyway we have a deal, Yamamoto Gigi. Naruto grinned, but he had a persistent feeling that he still didn't fully understand what he had gotten himself into. Yamamoto chuckled briefly and said, It seems that we do, brat. He was secretly amused by the frown that appeared on Naruto's face when he was called a brat. Uzumaki Naruto is my name. Age, I don't know, I thought we had already gone through this. Hometown. Any place, please, or at least Karakura town for the time being, I believe. Favorites. Yoruichi-chan's sexy smirk when she has a secret, ramen, every Shinigami female I've seen so far because they're all so adorable, discovering exactly what the hell makes the world beyond ours tick. The rush I get from using Sage Mode in the Soul Society, making fun of Ichigo and his friends, and everyone else I can get away with it on, asking some members of the Soul Society why I'm older than them, and the adorable expression on Soi Fon's face when I annoy her. Dislikes. I still detest waiting for ramen to cook, I still detest raw vegetables, I still detest everything I mentioned earlier, but I'm starting to dislike some things more than others. I also detest Yoruichi-chan's seductive smirk whenever she shares a secret, because her secrets are usually unpleasant. Finally, I detest older men who are still legally older than me calling me a brat. It's going to take me at least a lifetime to figure out all of this stuff about the world of spirits, and most of that knowledge is probably going to hurt me to learn. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I still have no idea what the hell is going on. I know enough to smile, nod, and go somewhere else to figure things out on my own, or I can yell and bitch about it. I guess I'm farther along on that than any previous so-called sage. I may never be as well known as the Rikudo Sennin of my era, but I'll definitely have a closer relationship with the afterlife. Believe it, oh well, a sage is supposed to be a wise man, a man of the world at one with all of nature and existence. I promise Kami that I will fix that, no matter how many years it takes. Damn it. With a pen in his hand and a piece of paper in his lap, Naruto sat on the floor of a guest room in Kuwakaku's house and said, Let's see. Who do I want? They need to be able to see ghosts and the like, and they need to not be dead. That narrows it down a bit. He was grinning as he felt a cat hop on his shoulder. Yoruichi-chan. You do know that every time you get into that form all I can think about is you being naked, right? Don't scratch me. He turned to the cat, who had her claws out, then put them behind her back sheepishly. As she leapt off his shoulder and onto the ground, Yoruichi questioned, So what are you doing in here thinking so hard, Naruto? You're thinking so hard I think I can hear your brain cooking in there. After glancing at her icily, Naruto turned his notebook over and wrote Ichigo's name on it. He's the only one I can think of that can and might help me. Of course he'd probably turn me down just to spite me, damn brat. With an odd expression, Yoruichi asked, What about the others? Naruto sighed, I would have said Uryu too, but I can't sense any power from him anymore. Did he lose it or is he really good at hiding it? Yoruichi's dejected expression told him it all. He lost it. He continued to go through the list of Ryoka, shaking his head, saying, Well, Chad is a maybe, but he doesn't seem to be all that into the fighting thing. He seems like a reactionary kind of guy. Not the type suited for the work I'm going to be doing. Well, you have them all figured out, what about me? Yoruichi nodded, then gave him a cunning look. Naruto watched her with astonishment as she started to circle him, stopping behind his back so he couldn't see her. Don't you give me that look. I'm strong, I'm willing to get my hands dirty on this, I'm experienced. Give me a reason that my name wasn't the first one to hit that page. He felt her change, then she draped herself over his back, her arms gently wrapped around his neck. Well? Come on now Naruto, I'm waiting. She said sweetly, smiling next to his face. Kami. I wish you wouldn't tease me like this Yoruichi-chan, it's so not fair. That should be the first reason you're not on the list, because you're an eternal tease. Naruto felt her tighten his hold on him and made the decision to explain why he hadn't considered including her. I didn't think you'd want to do it. I thought you would stay here and rejoin up with the Go Day 13, or if nothing else keep working with Urahara. It twitched his eye. Surprised by this, Yoruichi scoffed and, when I left all of my positions and titles behind. I would have to start from the very bottom if I came back, and I'll be damned if I go back to school and work my way up from ground level all over again like some kind of chump. Besides, working with people like Kazuki and you is way more fun than being a Shinigami for them. He would probably even help you out too. So, I can mark you down as wanting to be on this little team of mine? Naruto said, holding up his pen. So how should we celebrate the occasion of you offering your services to my little squad? I choose the have sex option. The dark-skinned beauty nodded joyfully, sweet. Now my team has sex appeal. His smile turned somewhat lecherous. How about we pick the I get dressed, and you pick your jaw up off of the ground option? Yoruichi smiled, enjoying her power over the strongest newcomer to the spiritual world she had ever seen. Soi Fon would kill you if she could smell you on me anyway. So as having sex would get you killed. She let him see her in all her glory, seemingly unconcerned as she held her hands on her hips, allowing her breasts to jiggle. Naruto said in a dry voice, I don't care. I've lived a good, long life and you're a damn goddess. I'd die for it. She watched her laugh and leave the room, saying, I'm not giving up Yoruichi-chan. He shouted after her, I'm going to win you over once and for all one of these days, and you will love me, and make love to me. After giving it some thought, he added, and if Soi Fon ever wanted to join in too, that would be just okay with me, Dadbeo. He sighed, pinching his nose in frustration, and sigh, fuck, still? He hears Yoruichi shout, Dadbeo, from somewhere else in the house. Aw, that's so cute. You have a little verbal tick. Kuakaku. Guess what Naruto says from time to time when he gets worked up? He says, laughing loudly. As if it mattered now, Yoruichi whispered to the lady of the house, I don't know, after he heard her answer. Dadbeo? Are you serious? I thought it might have been something cool. Does that even mean anything? Kuakaku exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably. After putting his list in a ceiling scroll with his other belongings, Naruto said, okay, that's enough making fun of me. It's time to go somewhere where I can get some respect around here. He put on his sage coat and walked out of the house, passing by the two boisterous laughing women who saw him and made fun of him even more. The final straw was hearing them call for Ganju, and he went into overdrive after that. Shinigami Research and Development Institute, headquarters of the 12th Division, Seirei. Alright Uzumaki-san. In just a moment you'll be receiving your physical. Miyuri apparently noticed Naruto's arrival as soon as he entered the division grounds because, within 15 minutes of entering the research institute, he was sitting on a medical table in a small room while a man wearing a lab coat over his Shinigami uniform, brown spiky hair, and a few small horns in his forehead checked something off on a clipboard. Naruto repeated, physical? With curiosity. Was he there for that reason? I could have gone to Retsu-chan for a physical. She's hot. Why am I sitting here for a damn physical? I'm as healthy as a horse, an immortal horse. This is a much more enticing alternative to going all the way there for a physical, which he didn't need, by the way. The blonde was left to pout to himself as the man bowed to Naruto and walked out of the room, shrugging rather apologetically, saying, You volunteered for this the other day, Uzumaki-san. Now the lieutenant will be here any moment to commence with the physical and primary experiments. If you need anything in the meantime, I am Akon. He sat on the table with his arms folded, staring around, and muttering to himself, I can't believe this crap. This sucks. It's cold in here, and some weird lieutenant is going to come in here and poke at me. I hate trying to be helpful. She closed his eyes and tipped his head back to look at the ceiling when he heard the door open. Oi, alright, let's get this show on the road. There was nothing in the room but the table he was sitting on and a chair close by. Naruto turned his neck down so quickly that he received a miniature head rush when a delicate female voice said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Uzumaki-san." He caught a glimpse of a young woman with green eyes and black hair that was pulled back in a braid. Her face had a rather depressing expression on it, with two bangs framing either side of it. "Shall we begin?" she asked, wearing a Shinigami outfit with rather loose sleeves that hung down much shorter on her legs than any other he had ever seen. She was also wearing white fingerless gloves. "You're the lieutenant I'm supposed to have been waiting on?" Naruto asked, blinking and scanning her surroundings to see if anyone else was arriving. She gave him a bow and nodded. "Yes, I am Kuretsuchi Nemu. Kuretsuchi Taiko's daughter and lieutenant of the 12th Division as well as vice president of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Same here. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, so what am I here for, Nemu-chan?" Naruto said with a smile and a hand gesture. She looked pretty sweet. He vowed that by now his tail would have been wagging if he had one. With a constant expression, she glanced at his hand before turning back to his face and asking, "What's wrong?" Looking at a clipboard, Nemu shook her head and said, "Nothing is wrong, Uzumaki-san. Why do you ask?" As he observed her pacing slowly and going through whatever was on the clipboard, Naruto blinked and withdrew his hand, saying, "Well, most people would have shaken my hand or something. It's alright, I guess. So what am I supposed to do here?" he asked. After giving him a quick glance from the clipboard, Nemu replied, "First, we'll need to take some blood to study." Naruto said, "Okay, cool, then what?" with a nod. "Then I was instructed to get your physical specs such as height, weight, age, and come up with a way to label you." Nemu replied with knowledge. Nothing particularly strange was happening at the moment, so Naruto nodded once more and smiled at her comfortably. "Okay, all of that is still easy except for the age thing. I don't think I can be exact. I don't really go year by year anymore. Is there anything else?" he said. "Yes." Nemu replied without deliberation. "The last thing meant to be collected from you is potential reproductive material. I was intended to assist you with that part in particular." Then, as his mind struggled with the possibility of what she said, Naruto's smile turned into a rather strained one. What in the hell did she just say? He could have come to his own conclusion, but he still needed to ask her, "And by collecting my reproductive material you mean, to make sure he was correct?" "I am to engage in intercourse with you, Uzumaki-san. It was meant to be the final thing, but if you would prefer, we could proceed with it first." Nemu didn't miss a beat as she replied, "Is there a problem?" as she started to undo her obi but was stopped by Naruto's hand. "No way. Let's get this done." What the hell was wrong with him? He wanted to say that aloud, but damn him and his chivalry, he had to quickly put an end to that line of thought. It was wrong, and he was losing out on a chance to get laid. Nemu was adorable as most Shinigami girls he had encountered, but this couldn't have been acceptable to her. He prevented her from doing anything else by saying, "Nemu-chan. You don't have to do that, don't. It is an order from Kuretsuchi Taiko, and I have read the issue of Seirei Communication Monthly that you more or less commandeered. Wouldn't something like this be enjoyable to you?" the stoic girl said, tilting her head in confusion and blinking at him. "Yes." Naruto freely acknowledged, "Yes, it would. And I'm fairly certain that I'd wind up putting a smile on that pretty face of yours too, but this isn't right." In addition, he certainly didn't want to give him any reproductive material if the man was willing to send his daughter to perform such a task for him. The fact that he would outlive his children never appealed to him, so he never tried it. "Wait, could I even get a soul pregnant?" He shook his head, "Never mind, don't answer that. I don't even want to know." He leapt up off the table and said, "Where is this guy? He and I are probably going to have a problem or two." There was no way in hell that he was allowing a lunatic like that to get hold of any potential future awesome, which is all that any of his children could ever end up being. Nemu gave him an indifferent look before leaving the room, saying, "Very well. If you wish to see the captain, then follow me, Uzumaki-san." Pulling on his pants, Naruto yelled after her, "Wait, let me get redressed first. I'm not walking around here naked, hey." It didn't take him long to put on his shoes and shirt, so he could follow her while putting his sage coat back on. As she led him to the location of that strange-looking captain he had volunteered to do this for, he swiftly caught up and fell into step with her. Why does she always appear so aloof? As they passed a lab with numerous bodies that looked like humans but had stopped being created at the muscle layer, Naruto said, "Whoa, what are those? I don't think I can get a smile out of this girl," he thought to himself as they moved through the facility's hallways. Freaky. Nemu pointed to the lab they were passing and responded, "We designed them here. This is one of the things that our division is known for taking care of." Those are Gigai, faux bodies. They're how Shinigami conduct long-term missions in the world of the living. After a Shinigami hosts one, it takes on their appearance and can be seen by humans in the living world. Fake bodies ready for a soul to inhabit, huh? Naruto asked, glancing at the Gigai until they were out of sight. That would have been a wonderful idea for Orochimaru. Oi, scientist Captain Man, I think that you and I have a gripe here. They eventually arrived at a somewhat dimly lit office with 3 computers and a rather large formation of objects behind them that at first glance seemed to Naruto to be a pipe organ. The somewhat gaunt man who was seated at the computer turned around and said, "Really, and just what sort of grievance do you have against me?" before rising and approaching Naruto. "What's this about wanting to collect my seed?" The attractive blonde pointed at Nemu. "First of all, I appreciate the sentiment of sending her because she's super adorable, but then again I resent it on so many levels." He pointed resentfully at himself, saying, "No one's making any more me's anyway. There can be only one." As if it were already done, Mayuri said, "I see, well, I had intended to be nice about it and use one of your offspring as a test subject instead of you yourself. Collecting the blood and other things from you were just means of a control for the eventual experimentation, but you say that there can be only one, so I'll have to experiment on you then." A couple of steps back, yeah, about that. I'm not really too stoked about being stuck in some kind of observation cell being prodded and stuff, so how about we don't experiment on me and I don't blow this place to smithereens trying to escape. He then tugged at his own cheeks. Besides, there isn't too much special about me when it comes down to it. I'm a human. When the insane scientist turned to face Nemu, he was prepared to run for cover when Mayuri corrected him, saying, "A human that claims to be immortal and has a rather high level of strange power. You weren't supposed to tell him that you were intending to do such a thing to him, you useless creature." He raised his hand and delivered a backhand slap, but she vanished in a puff of smoke before it hit her, and a chair fell to the ground in her place. Naruto held Nemu to his side and snarled, "Don't do that. What the hell was that all about? You don't just hit girls, especially girls that are supposed to be your daughter, you bastard," Naruto said. His trademark grin remained on his face as he replied, "Nemu is my daughter, yes, my artificially created daughter. She can take a lot more damage than a simple tap like the one I was planning to give her. And I don't see how your opinion would matter, seeing as how test subjects usually don't get an opinion on anything." Naruto was brushing his hair. "If you lay a hand on me or you hit her in my presence again, I'm taking the hand that you used right off of your body. Then you can study exactly how I kick your ass. We can run a test on that if you want to," he was threatening. Mayuri was aware that Naruto was willing to fight him here and that he was more than capable of destroying the place if he attempted to simply grab him and take him away for research, because Naruto had been fighting Captain Commander Yamamoto on more than equal grounds during the Seirai's chaos and had emerged largely unscathed. His body wasn't quite ready for battle yet, and he had only just recovered from the incident involving the Quincy boy who had fought him and forced him to flee. Additionally, he lacked sufficient knowledge about Naruto's fighting prowess to engage him in combat. No, a battle here would ruin too much research and injure too much of his laboratory. Since Naruto claimed to be immortal, he would have to overlook his impudence for the time being. This implied that he had plenty of time to figure out how to observe the man, learn something about his fighting style, and then catch him to find out what motivated him. And Naruto assumed he had a pretty good way of learning some of this information about him based on the way he had jumped to his daughter's defense. At the scientist's silence, Mayuri let his Ryotsu begin to seep out, and he nodded stiffly to Naruto, who had not taken his eyes off of him. Naruto accepted this for the time being and allowed the pressure to subside. "If you ever need some help or if you want to talk about something, Nemu-chan, just see if you can find me. I'm always willing to help certain people out," he said, turning to Nemu and trying to smile reassuringly. Sinker, line, and hook. And Mayuri didn't even need to set everything up. "Nemu, it seems like I'll have a use for you after all. I want you to grow rather close to Uzumaki and find out how he goes about doing anything, everything, find out anything that you can. This is your new mission," Mayuri said as Naruto started to leave the building and head back through the hallways. Nemu just gave a silent nod, making Mayuri's smile even wider. Dojo Room, Headquarters, 11th Division. With his eyes closed and his shoes and sage coat off, Naruto was sitting in the lotus position in the center of the room. The division members who were present sat in a single file line in front of him at a distant wall when they finally snapped open. Naruto was in a foul mood after his brief visit to the 12th Division and decided that he might as well have vented his frustration on a group of people who were only interested in fighting. When he saw the men arguing over who should go first, he interrupted them, saying, No, you're all coming at me at the same time. That way it's a little bit more fair. Now bring it on." He stood up straight and pointed at the group of men, selecting 3 of them and saying, you, and you. All of you get up and take me on. One of the selected Shinigami shouted to him, any other way would be dishonorable to us. We only fight one-on-one in this division. Fine then, tough guy. Naruto replied. I was trying to make it fair so that I might take a hit or two, but if you're going to be that way then you can be first, now get in here. After drawing his Bakken and jumping into the battle with great anticipation, the Shinigami saw that Naruto was just standing there with his arms crossed. Do you need a weapon? He asked. Naruto shook his head and said, just attack me already. I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing, and don't give me any of that fair fight crap. My hands are the most dangerous weapons in existence. Now begin. The man rushed at Naruto and started swinging the wooden sword and trying to jab at his belly, but each time he hit nothing but air. Konoha Repuu, Leaf Gale. Naruto swung out of the way after a single stab to his torso, then swept low with a spinning rear sweep kick. The kick sent the man spinning on his back quickly into the lineup of the other members seated in the room, knocking out a number of them. With his body in his taijutsu stance, Naruto straightened up again and said, now anyone who wants to try their luck please come on down. The members of the combative squad then attacked Naruto one by one, but Naruto easily brushed them off. One of them entered with a series of horizontal and vertical swipes before a barrage of innumerable punches to the face rendered him unconscious. Another one slashed down at Naruto, who grabbed his wrist and whirled around to knock him unconscious by jerking him off the ground and into a wall. One man rushed at Naruto, hoping to try his luck next, but he was dropped with a hard side kick to the stomach. In order to pants the attacker and divert his attention long enough for Naruto to knock him out with a rising palm strike that landed just under his chin and lifted him off the ground, the blonde then dodged a swing that was headed for his head and tore off his belt. After letting him fall limp to the ground and cracking his knuckles, Naruto grabbed a Bakken and dragged the person who had swung it in, saying, Rariato, lariat. He pulled him in and struck him with his bicep and the inside of his elbow, knocking him out. Come on, who's next? I've got all day, and a whole can of whoop ass for each and every one of you. Get a seated officer in here so I can get a fight. Naruto exclaimed as he watched the man hit the ground and shook his entire body. Then he felt a tug at his pant leg and turned down to see a little girl with pink hair wearing a Shinigami outfit. Yes, can I help you? What's your name? He asked politely, and she smiled. Brightly, she exclaimed, I'm Kusajishi Yachiru, until she could see his face clearly. Whiskers. She exclaimed as she scurried up his body and landed on his back, grabbing at his cheeks and tugging on his whisker marks. As the girl tugged at his cheeks, Naruto chuckled a little. After the shinobi era ended and clan markings and the like became less common, it was very common to him. Regardless of age, everyone seemed to like the whisker marks, especially the other sex. You can call me that if you want to, I guess, Yachiru-chan. After another member of the 11th division shouted, Chance. Naruto turned to face the attacker and gave him a menacing glare before unleashing a level of Ryotsu that stopped him cold. I can stop people just by bullying them with this stuff? Fantastic. Then, frightening the assailant even more, he said, not with the girl on my back. Dropping his weapon, the man backed away, trembling. BB, but she's the lieutenant. You're the lieutenant? He asked inquisitively, blinking and letting go of the crushing sensation of his Ryotsu to gaze at the adorable young girl on his back who was still tugging at his cheeks. He was aware that the Hitsugaya man appeared youthful and was a captain, but he actually exuded an adult demeanor despite his childlike appearance. This was something completely different. As she leapt over his head and landed on the ground in front of him, Yachiru cheerfully replied, Yep. You're really strong, Whiskers. Ken-chan is going to like fighting you. Ken-chan? Naruto questioned. Who the hell is Ken-chan and why would he want to fight me? A strong aura emerged from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw the enormous captain with the eye patch and bells in his hair. Oh, Zaraki Kenpachi. He scowled at the difference in their height and weight and said, fuck. He then exploded into smoke as a half-cut log fell to the ground. When Kenpachi saw the log hit the ground, he grinned bloodily and asked, where did he go? And where did he get the log from? That is not the question you should be asking, Naruto shouted from just outside the dojo window while leaning on the sill. The question you should be asking is how to make the log appear for you. He gestured grandly to the world around him, saying, there's always a log. But you have to believe that it's there. He lowered his voice to a whisper. You have to believe. He then ducked as a few hair follicles separated from his scalp, saying, Oi! That was close, you jerk. He let out a girlish scream as he avoided another swing and fled as the big captain roared through the window with Yachiru on his back, laughing gleefully. As he kept running after Naruto, Kenpachi questioned, "Why are you running? Why don't you fight me like you did the old fart?" Naruto turned around. He was faster than Kenpachi. He probably could have escaped if he had to run, so he said, "Okay, let's play." Naruto smiled at him, since he never really liked to turn down a good fight. "Because, this is how I fight." Naruto turned around and threw a kick, which Kenpachi blocked with one arm, saying, "Strong." He then vanished in a blur before Kenpachi could sever him. The big, combat-loving captain smiled as he took a number of strong blows to the face and body that he was unable to see. "It took Ichigo almost dying before he could even start hurting me," he said, licking his lips evilly. "Yachiru, hop off of my shoulder would you?" he asked, letting Naruto land those punches to test his strength, and judging by the bruises that were starting to form on his mostly bare torso, he was pleased with the outcome. "Ken-chan is going to play," she exclaimed as she leapt off and landed on a nearby rooftop. Kenpachi swung at his side before Naruto could strike him again, causing a loud clang to indicate that Naruto had blocked him. In addition to being pushed back, Naruto noticed that the sword had sliced his kunai. He grinned and remarked, "Damn, you're so lucky I have my good swords stashed in the world of the living." "That's a shame. You really could have used one right now as far as I can see." Kenpachi grinned back, driving Naruto back into a nearby wall and destroying it in the process. After being flung from the wreckage and debris, Naruto exclaimed, "Wah!" and rolled to his feet holding a kunai with a tag on the back. "Eat this then." Naruto threw it at Kenpachi, who caught it in his hand. "Is that the best you can do?" asked Kenpachi. "Where's the power that put the old fart Yamamoto on edge? I thought you were dangerous." The tag on the kunai he threw at Kenpachi finished burning down and exploding in his hand and face. "I'm supposed to be unpredictable." Naruto smirked and pointed at his head while tapping his temple. "This is the most dangerous thing about me." Boom. He then began laughing uncontrollably. "You still want to fight, don't you?" A figure in the smoke from Naruto's explosive attack matched the laughter. When the smoke cleared and only a few faint singe marks were visible on his clothing, Kenpachi exclaimed with delight, "Absolutely. Let's see what's more dominant. Your unpredictability or my insanity." Note to self. Against stronger soul's explosive notes do all of nothing except make pre-distractions. Naruto cursed as the big man charged back towards him. He rolled under Kenpachi's opening slash and stood up inside his guard, unloading a heavy right hand to his body that made him smile when he heard him exhale. But when he looked up at the man's face, all he saw was a smile. "Nothing? Really?" he asked. "You're not as flimsy as you look, Uzumaki," Kenpachi said, shaking his head. "Oh, it rattled a few ribs around for sure, but that's nothing to me. You'll have to fight me with intent to kill to even come close to wounding me bad enough." He then grabbed Naruto's arm and said, "I know how to fight you now. You like using space to get angles on opponents and jumping back out of range once you do your damage. Well then, how about this?" He attempted to slash at Naruto, whom he still had in his grasp, but Naruto caught his blow with his one free arm, rendering both of their arms useless. As he struggled to contain the strong man, Naruto flashed his teeth. He was so strong that he was like a rhino, saying, "I'll take that as a compliment." He gave himself a headache after hitting Kenpachi in the chest 3 times. He glanced back up at Kenpachi, who was still unable to move and was attempting to cut him, but Naruto's arm was trembling dangerously. With a defiant glare, Naruto repeatedly headbutted Kenpachi, saying, "Come on you big bastard. Drop the sword." Headbutting Kenpachi was like hitting a brick wall. It hurt, but he knew it was painful. Each time he struck with his skull, he felt Kenpachi's breastbone and ribs give way. Apparently pleased that Naruto was hurting him on the inside, Kenpachi exclaimed, "Those are good hits. Now for mine." He eventually overpowered Naruto, as though he had been playing before, and sliced Naruto across the chest. As he refused to yell from the slash, Naruto gritted his teeth in agony and said, "Fine, now it's my turn again." He created a blue ball of energy in his newly free hand and slammed it into Kenpachi's body, saying, "Rasengan, spiraling sphere." He watched as the attack started to carve into a yellow aura that eventually broke through and he began inflicting wounds on the man. Naruto rooted his feet into the pavement, but Kenpachi's hold on his arm would not let go. "This guy, I like this guy," he thought as he raised his sword and slashed into Naruto's smaller frame once more, smiling maniacally when he didn't let go of his attack. He wasn't getting blown away by this attack. After apparently receiving the all clear, Kenpachi started slicing openly into Naruto's torso, inflicting cuts all over his body. With each blow from the formidable captain, Naruto's force on the Rasengan weakened more and more. I wish I had used some Kage Bunshin for Sage mode before coming here. How could I have known that I would end up facing Juggernaut Man here? Alright, I suppose he can tolerate my slight attempt to murder him. A concealed kunai that Naruto used to channel wind chakra into appeared from his sleeve. Heen, Flying Swallow. Naruto cut Kenpachi's sword arm and slashed at him with the blade before stabbing the arm that was holding him, which made him release his grip and ultimately let Naruto escape. Many members of the 11th Division watched the battle closely as the two faced off. When Naruto examined his wounds, he discovered that, happily, they were healing rather quickly. Even the bleeding had ceased. Okay, that's enough fun for one day. Kenpachi's battle-hungry expression remained unwavering despite the fact that he had a deep wound through his left wrist and blood flowing from a rather deep spiral groove drilled into his chest. Almost incredulously, Kenpachi asked, "You're running away?" Naruto hadn't taken a step back since the fight began, and he was having fun. He hadn't fled, he hadn't flinched when he was apprehended, and he hadn't given up or even acknowledged that he might lose. He also appeared to be extremely durable. How disappointing. Kenpachi knew he had cut deeply because of the amount of blood still steadily dripping from his Zanpakuto, even though he wasn't breathing heavily or faltering at all from the wounds he had taken. Naruto smiled at him, classifying his injuries as slashes, which are currently considered to be minor injuries. "Well, I'm not really at my best here," he acknowledged. "Yeah. I would destroy too much stuff around here if I started going harder. I tore apart a third of a forest fighting Soi Fon and Yamamoto Jiji and I blew up the Hogyoku thing. Remember?" He noticed Kenpachi's smile widen even more. "Something tells me that I shouldn't have reminded him that I can do way better than this," he said. Now that Ichigo's bankai was well known, Kenpachi conceded, "Then we'll have to do this some other time, Uzumaki. You and Ichigo. Now I have two people that I'm just dying to fight again." He laughed, expecting a full-on battle against both of them. "You'd better keep getting stronger." "Yeah, well you should probably beat Ichigo first. He's a good warm-up for me. Once you beat Ichigo I'll find you and fight you, and you won't even have to look for me." Naruto gave a thumbs up before he fled with swift release. He could have been responsible and just accepted his new barbaric stalker, but he wasn't feeling very responsible at the moment. Hell with that, even though he didn't really want to put Ichigo in that situation. He already had enough enemies in front of him and on the horizon, and he didn't need any more people who wanted to kick his ass. After his image blurred, Yachiru shouted, "Bye Whiskers. Come back and play again sometime." Later, Captain Unohana's office, quarters at 4th Division headquarters. As he sat on the woman's desk with bandages covering his bare torso from a brief medical procedure, Naruto rhetorically asked, "Is there something in the water in this place or something, Retsu-chan? First there's that Miyuri guy, who I want to punch in the face, and then there's Zaraki Kenpachi who seems to want to fight me to the death at full power now." Sitting at her desk, Unohana grinned at him and said, "We have a few eccentric cases abound in the Seirei. You learn to live with things around here. As a matter of fact you actually aren't doing that bad of a job at fitting in." She peered critically at a slightly exposed area of one of Naruto's wounds and said, "You have a very high speed level of healing, Uzumaki-san. It's more along the lines of damn near being regeneration. I heal really fast and I don't get scars. I don't know if I could lose a limb and grow it back, but thankfully I've never had to test that out." Naruto smiled at her and prodded at the wound she was examining, causing her to slap his hand away lest he exacerbate it. She blinked as Naruto darted to the opposite side of the room, asking, "Do you think that I would be able to examine and study it? What's the mat?" "Oh, Kuretsuchi Taiko?" she asked, recalling what had been said at the previous captain's meeting. Naruto nodded. "I see. I wouldn't worry too much about it. He has to actually find a way to capture you and keep you for anything to be done to you." After giving her a sardonic glance, Naruto said, "You know, that doesn't really make me feel any better about an insane scientist after my manly juices among other things." He then chose to pose a question to her. "Hey, weird question, Retsu-chan. I'm a human, so do you know whether or not I could even get a soul pregnant in the first place?" "You know, I have no idea. I don't have any recollection of that being in our records, so I wouldn't know. I would assume you could." She shrugged. "I would guess that it would be something to think about. Do you have any offspring in the world of the living?" The smile vanished from her face as she gave it some thought. Quickly nodded his head. "No way, how could I do something like that? I could never. I would outlive any kid I wound up having by years and years. Besides, the world doesn't need another ninja like me." They do a good enough job of killing themselves without more human weapons. Is that all you think of yourself as Uzumaki-san? Unohana asked sorrowfully, with a bit of rage in her tone. You cannot rightfully call yourself nothing more than a weapon, that's not fair to you. From what I've seen of you, you're a very kind and considerate person. Yes, you are very powerful, but to be so cruel to yourself as to label yourself a weapon. Here you would be a Shinigami, not a weapon. You're not that much different from us, and we're more than just weapons. She smiled at him briefly. Just look at me, I'm a healer, not just a fighter. After putting his cut-up shirt back on, Naruto walked over to her desk and said, and you don't have to call me Uzumaki, you can call me Naruto if you want to, Retsu-chan. He laughed and said, yep, I'm feeling better just looking at you, beautiful. Unohana put fake tears in his eyes and said, whatever you say, Uzumaki-san. She was pleasant, but she was also warning him that she wasn't going to become that familiar just yet. However, do you think that you're really ready to leave the HQ yet? Your wounds are still rather fresh. Her tone was slightly menacing. Retsu-chan, I'm probably the easiest patient you're ever going to have, Naruto said with a sly smile as he pulled his shirt up and patted his bandages. It takes an obscene amount of punishment to actually kill me, and I'll heal from pretty much anything that can be thrown at me in a single day at the longest. He took his sage coat and tossed it over his shoulder, saying, I wish I could wash this right now though. I don't like having a bloody jacket. Naruto was taken aback when Unohana stood up and reached out to take it from him. She said, I could always have my division wash it for you and return it if you'd like. It's no problem since they will be washing loads of things anyway. Thanks a lot, Retsu-chan. Naruto grinned at her and handed her the jacket. That jacket is really important to me. I've had it for a long time and I take really good care of it when I'm not getting it stabbed, slashed, burned, and shot through, he said, mostly to himself, but Unohana's giggle indicated that she had heard him too. Anyway, I know you and your division will fix it up. If you need a favor from me, then feel free to ask me anything. She waved him away, saying, I will keep that in mind, and I'll most certainly take good care of your jacket, Uzumaki-san, Dadbeo. He looked horrified, embarrassed, and angry at her last statement. Even when Unohana's sweet laughter filled the corridors of the 4th Division headquarters, the expression on his face remained unwavering. He nearly stormed out of her office in a temper tantrum, saying, I'm going to go hang out with Ichigo for a bit. This did nothing to stop her from laughing at him. Can't believe it, I lost my cool in this place just as quickly as I got it. He complained to himself, and the Shinigami in the hallways gave him a wide berth because they could sense the malice radiating from him. It's okay. I think it's rather cute, Unohana exclaimed, interspersing her bursts of laughter. Oh, come back, Uzumaki-kun. Soi Fon's office, quarters, 2nd Division headquarters, that evening. Soi Fon sat in the center of a rather empty room that she used for meditation and to practice the movements of her Hikuda, which she was doing at the moment. She asked in a frustrated tone, even though she didn't really mind, and what are you doing here again, Uzumaki? Her eyes suddenly snapped open and narrowed. Do you want me to kill you for trespassing? She asked. Naruto said, come on now, Soi Fon. He emerged from his camouflage jutsu and stood against the room's wall, smiling at her. I've done things much worse than just dropping in to say hello for you to want to kill me for this. He then walked over and sat down similarly next to her, asking, so how was your day, oh captain, my captain? It was fine, she sighed boredly, closing her eyes and feigning to be attempting to return to a meditative state. Although she gave off the impression that Naruto was bothering her, she actually didn't mind his company at all. It was pleasant to have someone who genuinely wanted to talk to her occasionally, and she knew he was competent and not overly silly when the situation called for it. Another plus was that he rarely took offense when she pulled her Zanpakuto on him. But I've heard that you've been making a little ruckus with the 11th Division. Like Soi Fon, Naruto scowled as he closed his eyes in a simulated attempt to enter a trance. Just in case she actually wanted to meditate and he was disturbing her, he was sitting like this. So you heard about that, huh? Kami, that Zaraki Kenpachi is kind of crazy, isn't he? He wants to fight me at full power. I want to fight you at full power as well. Soi Fon stopped Naruto's response by opening both of her eyes and saying, I will admit that you were more powerful than me when we fought, but that won't be the end of the issue. We will fight again one day. I will return the favor that you gave me, and maybe you'll be graced with the sight of my bankai the next time around, or maybe my improved new special technique Shunku once I finish training it with Yoruichi-sama. Naruto was about to comment that it was a bad idea for them to fight again when he started to concentrate on the peace in the room and saw that Soi Fon had not mentioned any malice in her statement. That made him laugh. Well, anytime you feel like playing, feel free to look for me, Soi Fon. I'll play with you anytime if that's what you really want, as long as you don't kill me while we fight. We're supposed to be friends. Well, if you survive me attacking you from the shadows when I find you, I'll think about sparing you after I embarrass you and defeat you, she said, closing her eyes once more and returning to her fictitious meditation to conceal the fact that she was truly enjoying the conversation. With a toothy grin, Naruto said, well, how about this? Every time you try to get the drop on me and fail, I'll give you a big hug. And that will be how we say hello from now on. To her surprise, he put one arm around her shoulders and pulled her smaller body closer to his in a one-armed hug, saying, because you know I love you, my little bee. Naruto deliberately ignored the growing annoyance on Soi Fon's face, choosing instead to interpret the redness on her face as something good. How mistaken he was. Members of the 2nd Division hurried past Soi Fon's door as they passed the HQ near her office and quarters. The sounds of crashing and conflict, along with Soi Fon's irate curses and a male voice's crazy laughter, were all audible. They recognized the male voice right away as that of one Uzumaki Naruto, and they chose to keep their distance after he started causing mayhem throughout the Seirei and taunting their captain while endangering his own life. Captain? Are you alright in there? Soi Fon's lieutenant, Omeda, cautiously knocked on the door and pressed his ear to it to hear the sounds of crashing and yelling coming from inside. Soi Fon is just showing me how much she loves me right now. Oop, I think she's about to try and give me another love mark. He heard a gleeful male voice respond, she's fine. When Soi Fon's Zanpakuto's power was released, Omeda retreated and yelled, hold still Uzumaki and just die already. Jinteki Shikasetsu, Suzambaki, sting all enemies to death, Hornet. Before the sounds of the fighting subsided, there was a clash of metal, but Naruto said, Soi Fon, I know you love me, you know you love me, and I can guess that your entire division knows that you love me. So just stop with the games and come out with it already. Before it abruptly stopped, Omeda heard her growl. Okay then. You're right, Uzumaki. I love you so much. Omeda inferred from her tone that she was smirking and tauntingly saying, Datbeo. I need to go deal with this little problem I'm having today with a certain kitty cat. By Soi Fon. By Soi Fon's lieutenant guy. Naruto exclaimed in shock and horror, she fucking told you to? Before a solid blow and a grunt were heard, along with the sound of his body hitting the wall. Omeda backed off about 10 feet as Soi Fon swiftly opened the door to her office after a loud burst of speed. Before heading down the hall with her Zanpakuto's shikai still active, she glanced at him and said, I'm going for a short exercise run. I should be back before midnight, Omeda. You're in charge until I return. Before she disappeared with a burst of shunpo, he exclaimed, You've got it, Captain. He looked at her whereabouts and then picked his nose and scratched his head, thinking, maybe that Uzumaki guy is right. I've never seen her so fired up for anything. The following day, it never occurred to Naruto that he would genuinely want Yoruichi to avoid him. So Naruto, are you going to get into any more fights before we leave today? Datbeo? The dark-skinned goddess asked him with a humorous smile. He would have slapped the taste out of his own mouth if he had told himself that on the day he had met her, but being around Yoruichi today was anything but enjoyable. Somehow, all Naruto wanted to do was silence her. However, he was unable to stop her from talking. Why did she have to outpace him? What a dumb shunpo. Yoruichi-chan, sighed Naruto, please stop talking about that. I almost never say that anymore. Only when I'm pissed off or get really worked up somehow. At the 4th Division headquarters, Naruto had kindly picked up his sage coat from Unohana. What about me could possibly get you flustered him? She asked, smirking, as she approached him and bumped him with her hip. Oh, so thinking about me got you all worked up now, did it? They were walking towards the former location of the Tsukyoku to be taken back to the living realm. Naruto smiled at her. I could start listing things, but the first half-dozen things I'd describe would be parts of your anatomy. He then sighed. Did you have to tell everyone about the Datbeo thing though? I would have been taken way more seriously around here if you had managed to keep that little piece of information to yourself. I mean, even Retsu-chan laughed at me. Not with me, at me. She'll never think I'm cool if she thinks of that word every time she thinks of me. Yoruichi appeared to be a cat who had simply gulped down the canary. Oh, who am I kidding? I can't stay mad at that face. You're so sexy. Before she reached somewhere on her person and handed him a note, Yoruichi said matter-of-factly, I already knew that, Naruto. This is from Yamamoto Sotaichu. I don't know how he kept finding me to give me these things when he could have just found you. You weren't that hard to pin down in one place, were you? Naruto simply accepted the note with a sly smirk, causing her to palm her face. Never mind. You probably were. She saw his expression turn thoughtful. What's the matter? Put the note in his pocket. Well, Yamamoto Gigi wants me coming back here regularly with updates on how my team is going, so I'm probably going to be working Urahara a lot more these days since he has the only Reishi Henkonki, spirit exchanger, in the world of the living that I know about. He then looked at her with further reflection. Do you think he'd want to be on the team, or do you just think he'd rather yank favors out of me unofficially? Probably the second one, just to mess with you even if he did want to join. Did the note say anything else? Yoruichi rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Naruto replied, he's going to accept my request. I'm going right into Hueco Mundo when they all figure out Aizen's location. Yoruichi's eyebrow went up. What about a way to get back? She had to ask because she was so worried about this. Before he was forced to cover up and crouch due to a sharp blow to the back of his head, he responded quickly, don't need one. Ow. Why would you hit me? What did I say now? He said. You are not going into Hueco Mundo just like that because you're angry at Aizen. Do you think you're the only one that wants to get a shot at him? Yoruichi kicked him in the side and pushed him onto the ground. When he attempted to get up, she pressed her foot on him and said, even if you could get there you wouldn't be able to get yourself back. Can you open a garganta? Ow. What? That was a legit question, he said, pressing her harder against his chest. What's a garganta? He asked. She smiled and said, that's the point exactly. You're strong. You're really strong, but Aizen is too, and he knows more about the situation than you do. Why do you want to fight him so badly anyway? You weren't even manipulated the way the rest of us were by him. I can see that someone like him is the lowest of the low. Naruto sighed. From that little interaction I had with him I could tell that he's the kind of guy to turn existence into his own little chessboard. And his ambition, whatever it is, to become God, like he said, is going to cause a lot of upheaval, which is going to lead to fighting, which is going to lead to many people being killed for what? For one man's grievance against nothing. He gently stroked Yoruichi's leg in an attempter before taking it from his chest. I don't know what he did to make you so angry, because you seem madder than just for him escaping from here, but he's obviously been playing too many sides against another. As he began to get up and dust himself off, Yoruichi gazed down at him with softened eyes and said, Naruto. The rest of the Ryoka were waiting to be sent home via the Shinigami portal to the world of the living when Naruto broke his neck and moved to where they were. He glanced over his shoulder at Yoruichi. I'm telling you this right now, Yoruichi-chan. When I was young I was too weak to stop things like what this Aizen guy wants to do before too much damage was done, and even now there's a chance that I can't put this guy down, but you know what? That doesn't matter. The first swing at that piece of crap I can get I'm taking, because I've learned that some people just do not need to exist in the world. Yoruichi couldn't think of anything to say in response to the calm, comforting assurance on his face. Yay. Be you. Naruto you. Naruto's golden hair and open jacket blew in the wind, making him appear like some sort of superhero on the windswept, desolate Tsukyoku Hill. She could only smile back at him and say, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you know that you have my support. Besides, I owe you one insane, utterly suicidal trip to somewhere I'm not guaranteed to return from anyway. That's the spirit. Besides, wherever that Hueco Mundo place is you and I can just pretend that it's a romantic getaway or something, Naruto said, his smile returning as he took her hand and led her to the unopened portal where the others were waiting. Yoruichi tightened her hold on his hand and thought, you're so stupid, but for some reason I really like it. She looked at him and wondered why the sun was hitting him in that way and making him appear so strong. And you're going to need my help because if anyone knows things about the Soul Society that someone in your position will need to know, it's going to be me. You're going to need my help, and I think I'm going to be more than happy to give it to you, he informed her earlier. Was she going crazy? Or was it simply that, nature responds to me, thing? When they eventually approached the others, she grinned. Yukitake, who had accompanied Rukia to open the portal, gave Ichigo an odd pendant. Yamamoto seemed to want to believe in Ichigo as well, and Yoruichi knew exactly what it was. Now everyone, how about we all go home? She said, laughing to herself. Captain Yamamoto's office, quarters, 1st Division headquarters. Do you really think it was wise to give the Kurosaki boy free rein to be a proper substitute Shinigami? More so to allow that Uzumaki to form his own group in the world of the living? Asked Sasaki Choujuru, Yamamoto's lieutenant, a man with short, silver hair who seemed to be in his middle years. Without intending to offend, Yamamoto accepted his underling's doubts about his choices regarding Ichigo and Naruto. The older man acknowledged that he was only concerned about the repercussions of his actions, saying, we have become predictable, Choujuru. This allowed Aizen to play us against one another and take advantage of the Soul Society's chaos generated by our lack of ability to bend and change with the situation and work his schemes without our knowledge to the wiser. He stroked his rather long beard and said, I have a feeling that the decisions I have made on those two will provide the perfect wildcards that we need to weather this coming storm. The youngest members of the group, Ichigo, Shad, Uryu, and Orihime, were taken home by Urahara and Tessei after returning from the Soul Society and being picked up on what could only be described as a flying carpet. Since Naruto had nowhere else to go, he and Yoruichi returned to Urahara's house. Well, how was it? Did you bring me anything? Got a postcard? Any messages for me? The group asked as they sat around the table at Urahara's, the hat-wearing man grinning down at his fellow blonde. After saying, nope, firmly, Naruto changed his mind and said, oh, actually yeah, I do have something for you. He had been kidding, and Urahara blinked in bewilderment. Really? What is it? He asked, not really expecting anything to return to him from the trip. Naruto gave him a fist to the face, which knocked him across the room. Naruto got to his feet, his hand formed from an angry punch, and a tick mark appeared on his head. He breathed deeply and settled down. That was for everything since we met, up to and including introducing me to the Vizards and sending me half-cocked into the Soul Society without so much as a word of warning or any advice. With a bloody nose, Urahara sat up and asked, and that's all I'm getting for that? He was not particularly upset about a single blow that left him conscious and able to think clearly. And what about Yoruichi? She's half the reason you even went in the first place, he said incredulously. Ignoring Yoruichi's squawk of indignation, Naruto wiped Urahara's blood off his knuckle and continued, saying, besides, since she was the one who asked me to do this, she has to pay me now. I would say that this qualified as an S-rank mission. He began to do math on his hands, saying, okay, 1 million ryo was the going rate for an S-rank mission back when I was a kid. That exchange rate would be 10 yen for 1 ryo. He pointed firmly at Yoruichi and said, you owe me 10 million yen. And aren't you rich? Couldn't you do something out of the kindness of your heart for once? Yoruichi said, her jaw dropping as she began to sputter nonsense before she was able to form coherent words. 10 million? What the hell are you talking about? I can't afford that, she said, getting to her feet and pointing accusingly back at him. Ignoring her cry of, what clientele? Naruto shook his head and said, I'm a mercenary Yoruichi-chan. If I don't charge you for stuff like this, then I'll have to give other people breaks, and I'll lose my clientele. He felt the former noble's yellow eyes staring at him as Ururu handed him a cup of tea. Just because I'm loaded doesn't mean I can start doing things for free. The economy is tumultuous these days. He continued to reason, I can give you a friend's discount though. 50% off, that means you owe me 5 million now. Isn't that better? He said, taking a calm sip of his tea. Yoruichi cracked her knuckles and yelled, I'll show you tumultuous, you stingy bastard. Naruto stopped her with a hand gesture. What now? She asked. You could always work it off. Naruto replied, you're supposed to be on my team that I'm building anyway. Just do this one mission for me and we're all even again. Ready to pay off the debt she had put herself in, Yoruichi said, fine, what do I have to do? Sleep with you? He saw his eyes flicker to hers and said, I'm not sleeping with you over a debt. Before turning serious and pointing at her, Naruto rolled his eyes and said, I would never ask you to do that anyway, Yoruichi-chan. You're not going to be able to use that excuse. When I wind up sleeping with you, it's going to be because we have something between us that made you feel it was appropriate, not because you owe me something. Are you done? Yoruichi asked, crossing her arms and twitching her eye. Naruto nodded and took another sip. Then what's the mission? He asked. Urahara, Naruto said with a smile as he lowered his cup, I'm going to need a very, very good gigai. The store owner asked, huh? Before explaining, I'm sorry, I tuned out after you said she had to do a mission for you. I assumed that would mean sleep with you, and I kind of went scatter-brained for a second imagining me in your place. He felt Yoruichi's death glare shift to him, and he got to his feet right away. But you said gigai? I heard that. Follow me, sir, we have a wide selection of gigai to choose from. He pulled Naruto out of the room by his arm. Hey wait, what do you need a gigai for? You're human already, said Yoruichi, glancing at the open door as she, Tessai, Ururu, and Ginta were the only people left in the room. Yoruichi firmly said, no. Urahara was behind Naruto, holding up a blank gigai with joy. Yes. Naruto said brightly, this is your mission and requires a gigai, unless you'd like to front me your pay when we start getting it for our work. With a slight shiver, Yoruichi turned away from them and said, I don't think I even care that much. The fact that you're going to even try to have me do that, I don't think I could bear it, she said. To stop her from shivering, Naruto put his arms around her and said, yeah, I know. I'm going to be doing it too, but that's why I need you there with me. So that I don't die of boredom or kill someone while I'm there. Keep me in line. Looking up at him, Yoruichi whirled around in his grasp and said, but why? Why would you possibly need me to go with you for what you're about to do? I don't want to go anywhere, let alone all the way around the world. Naruto sighed. Because it's going to be a long fucking trip and I need you to come with me so that I don't get bored. Don't you want to learn more about me anyway? Why can't I just keep going as a soul? She grumbled, or as a cat. I could go as a cat, that would be just as good, right? Naruto nodded. Nope, I can't talk to a soul or a cat in public without being seen as totally insane. And besides, as far away as we're going, I need a sexy companion to make myself seem more awesome. Urahara materialized before her, brandishing the gigai and saying, come on Yoruichi, he's paying top dollar for this gigai. You know you want it, well, you know that I want him to buy it so that you have it. Come on, it's going to be a good one. Gigais is something I detest. Fine, I'll use the damn gigai and I'll go with you on your stupid trip to nowhere. Where are you even going anyway? Yoruichi said, biting her lip as they continued to bug her about the gigai. To a drooling Urahara, Naruto wrote, I'm just going to swing by somewhere and grab someone that may or may not be useful for this. He seems like he would be if my memory is correct. Before putting the check inside his clothing, Urahara was muttering to himself about how much money he had just made. Uzumaki-san, I have one request of you. Whatever it is you're going to do, he said, reaching elsewhere and grabbing Jinta, pushing him into Naruto's face. Take this guy with you. Before avoiding a pair of tiny legs that kicked out at him, Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, why'd I want the angry, red-haired, bat-swinging runt to go with me? Jinta, writhing in Urahara's hold, exclaimed, I'll, runt, you. Naruto laughed. Ooh, he's got a little bite to him. Fine. I'll drag him along but don't cry to me if he winds up dead or something, doesn't he have school? Jinta said, don't you? As she was placed on the ground. Naruto scratched his head and turned to face Urahara. Technically I do, but I'm never going to go. And it's summer vacation. Oh, answered my own question. Why do you want me to take Wonder Brat? He's going to cramp my style. As she held the gigai she would have to use and gazed at it disgustingly, Yoruichi asked, what style? What possible style could you be talking about? As he looked down at Jinta, who was looking up at him with his typical punkish expression, Naruto complained, don't worry about it. Are you going to be a good brat or am I going to have to tape your mouth shut all the way on the trip? He asked. So where are you going and why are you even going there in the first place? Urahara interrupted, asking Naruto, you don't seem like the kind of guy that really goes anywhere with any real purpose in mind. I need a team. Naruto replied, I'm supposed to be building something of an observational first response team here in the world of the living since all of Aizen's plans apparently danced around every single person in the Soul Society. He smiled at Urahara and said, you probably wouldn't want to but I'll ask you anyway, do you want to help me out? Holding his fan in front of his face, Urahara uttered the words, maybe, what am I going to get out of it? Naruto said, money, and began to list things. A better rapport with the Seirei, money, you get to hang out with me, money. He then stopped, saying, I'll have more when things get underway I guess. I'm doing this because it has to be done. Urahara paused his pacing and gave it some thought, saying, I need to think about it. Things are going to be getting a lot more hectic soon. He then snapped his fan shut and said, I'll tell you what. You go on your trip and come back and I may have an answer for you. Cool. Naruto replied, I'll leave tomorrow and should be back in 4 days, hopefully with everyone else intact as well. Oh, and I'm going to need another gigai as well. The best you've got, because I've got an idea. After 2 days, Jinta, dressed in his typical t-shirt and shorts, Yoruichi, dressed in a casual purple dress and a black short jacket, and Naruto, dressed casually for travel in a dark blue button-up shirt, black slacks, and shoes. Naruto appeared to be blazing as if he knew exactly where he was going, and the three were traversing a particularly deep section of woods. It was a long walk, but it was quite peaceful, so Yoruichi had no trouble following him around the wilderness. However, Jinta had been bugging them both the entire trip, and they were both wondering how much trouble they would cause if they left him there. Regardless, Urahara would receive it upon their return to Karakura town. As Yoruichi watched Naruto move deftly through a heavily forested section of the forest, she asked him, why did you agree to take the kid? He looked back and said, Hopefully we lost him back there. He should be fine if we leave him here, right? When I was his age I probably could have made it home from a place like this. Naruto shrugged and continued to lead the way, saying, a little adventure is good for a kid like that every now and then. Yoruichi smiled mildly amusedly and said, so why are we even out here? You mentioned that you wanted to come out here to check for something, but you never mentioned what it was. As he leapt up a small rocky outcropping and extended his hand for her to take, Naruto smiled back at her and asked, can you feel that? Although her Gigai body was extremely well made, Yoruichi was just as weak as a human in this form, so she gladly accepted his assistance. She said, actually yeah. I can. It feels like a very dull underlying of power. Where are we? After he had lifted her up and steadied her. Nowhere but a simple national nature park, Yoruichi-chan. Naruto said as he continued to guide her, but back when I was a teenager this place was actually a place that belonged to my friend's clan, and he used it to make sure that a certain someone was bound here for all of eternity. Yoruichi raised his eyebrows. Then why are you coming here? Are you actually going to let him out? Naruto replied. Why? You just said he was supposed to stay here for all eternity. Is this person immortal like you? Naruto looked around before yelling, Jinta. Where are you? Yep, he said, then took a step back. Well, not exactly like me, but he is immortal, in pretty much every sense of the word. I can't kill his body, it's already dead. But I can still handle this guy. I'm over here, you lousy old fart. Yoruichi laughed, and Naruto received a tick mark on his head. They kept moving in the direction of Jinta's voice while Naruto muttered angrily about respect and how he wasn't elderly. What the hell is this single spirit doing here in the middle of nowhere? It's like he's a demi-hollow or something, but he's the most chill demi-hollow I've ever seen, Jinta said as they finally arrived at a clearing where he was sitting on the grass waiting for them and appeared to be staring at a spirit that was chained to the ground by a small hole in his chest. Of course he knew someone who was turning into a hollow, why wouldn't he? Yoruichi said, glancing at Naruto. When Naruto greeted the spirit, she thought, resisting the impulse to sulk. Naruto said, hello Hidan, with a smile, and the soul turned to face him, wide-eyed. Yep, I'm back again. Oh man, said Hidan glumly. He wore a black cloak with red clouds on it, which was tattered and frayed. Damn it, I forgot. The scythe is too far away from where my physical body is, or else I would have cut this loud-mouthed runt down before you got here. He sank unceremoniously to the ground and glared at Naruto, saying, so what do you want this time, kid? The last time you were here 20 years ago you stood here and gloated about how you kicked the Akatsuki's ass and blah, blah, blah. He grunted, so what do you want now? To get you out of here. Calmly replied Naruto, I want you to work for me. I can get you out of here and get you back to living in the real world again. And seeing as how you didn't age just like me after all of these years, you're still immortal. Thank Jashin, sarcastically responded Hidan. It was cool until right when I got buried here by what's-his-face. I survived for around 2 years and then I died. My body needed nutrients. Jashin-sama couldn't take away that little disadvantage. And then I didn't go to hell or heaven or whatever. I was just stuck here in the stupid sacred forest. Alone. I forgot how long it's been. In response, Naruto said, I told you that last time I was here, over 2,000 years. Hidan's gaze widened. I haven't killed a single person in over 2,000 years. How have I not been excommunicated from Jashin-sama? As she approached Hidan, Yoruichi asked, Jashin-sama? She examined Hidan's face intently, making him uneasy, but there was little he could do to separate them. What is that? And how have you been here for 2,000 years and not turned into a hollow yet? It should have happened after 1 year, Yoruichi said. Jashin-sama is my god. He is the embodiment of slaughter and violence. I don't know what a hollow is, sexy lady. Hidan interrupted, anyway, what are you doing hanging out with the stupid blonde kid? Are you really so sure we can use him? He doesn't seem like he'd be easy to control. How would you even get him out? Yoruichi turned to Naruto and jerked her thumb over at him. For now anyway, I'm supposed to be working with him and I'm more or less his guide of sorts to the Soul Society, the place that souls go when they die. In a minute, Yoruichi-chan. He said prior to concentrating on Hidan, so how about it? You get to fight tough people that are going to stomp a mudhole in your ass and might be able to kill you for real. And you might just get to meet Jashin for real if he's really a hollow. What does he look like? Hidan grinned because he hadn't discussed Jashin for hundreds of years. Jashin-sama has the appearance of a normal human white skeleton. He wears an ornate crown on his head, bracelets on his wrists, and has a royal purple coat with black fur lining it. Every time I activated my curse I saw that regal sight, the embodiment of death. Except for the last time when I lost that battle here. With a nod from Naruto, Yoruichi turned to face him and mouthed the word. Hollow, probably Vasto Lord. How are you going to get him out? Yoruichi asked. He saw Hidan's mouth open to lash out at him when he went on, but you'll get the chance to fight a ton of enemies, and you'll even get the chance to see Jashin firsthand once I find a way to reach his realm. Naruto approached Hidan and asked him directly, if I let you go you're going to work for me. I'll pay you, but you can't go around just killing people anymore. The idea made Hidan's eyes sparkle, even though he would no longer be able to express his faith. But he had nothing to do with that. After seeing his god for himself, he would say to Jashin, okay. Get me out of here and I'll do whatever the hell you want. Cut the chain, Yoruichi-chan. Naruto said, cool. Naruto. Yoruichi screamed at him suddenly, clutching his cheeks as though he were a child. If I cut the chain, he'll turn into a hollow very painfully, and I can't do a konsu, soul burial, on him. Even if I do the konsu, he'll go to Rukongai, and we'll have to search for him again, which could take years. Besides, he's bound to this land or else he would have likely turned into a hollow millennia ago. As he began to make hand seals, Naruto snorted, fine, I'll do it myself. Your way actually would have been more pleasant for him, he likes pain. Gedu, outer path. Naruto's Rinnegan activated as a demonic-looking, ethereal head appeared from a purple border at his feet, lifting him off the ground as he stood on it. Sorry Hidan, this is going to suck until I can get you what I need. Hidan questioned, what the hell are you doing? Before the head's tongue seized him and tore him free from his chain, then sucked him whole and retreated into the earth. Come on you guys, I only rented that car for 5 days. We have to go back now, Naruto said, turning back to Yoruichi and Jinta with a satisfied expression as the head vanished. Okay, I've got what I came for. Let's head on home. The other two watched as Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets and whistled a lively tune before leaving. Did he just call up some weird creature to eat that guy's soul? Who the hell is he? Jinta asked, gesturing with a trembling finger to Naruto. After telling the boy to follow Naruto, Yoruichi simply said, just go. The more questions you get answers to, the more pop up later. After 2 days, in the evening, the highway returns to Karakura town. So are you going to tell us what the hell we just saw you do back there? Yoruichi asked, sitting in the passenger seat of a black convertible that Naruto had rented to drive across the country. Her eyes were fixed on Naruto, who kept his own blue eyes on the road. After briefly panned his gaze to her, Naruto turned to face Yoruichi and said, I could pull you right out of that gigai of yours if I wanted to, right now. I'm pretty much the bridge of balance in the world of the living. I can interact with souls and I kind of could before I could freely see them. Now I can do more than just rip souls out of the bodies of others though. After giving him a smile, Yoruichi turned to face Jinta, who was dozing off on the seat. How could a human have amassed so much power? Even before you knew what you were really doing you had the power to affect life and death. She closed her eyes to catch a few Z's and turned back forward. I can't imagine having a role like that, something that's so far beyond what your species should be able to do. I wasn't really that far ahead of everyone else at first, Naruto said to her discreetly in case she was actually trying to fall asleep. There were a lot of humans that were really powerful. They were scary strong people. If they were spiritually aware then I could only imagine the trouble a lot of them could have given the Shinigami and Hollows. He smiled at Yoruichi and said, I know that all of this stuff is going to be more trouble than I've had in more than 1,000 years, but meeting people like you guys has really made me think that it'll be worth it. He reached out and rubbed her cheek with the back of his hand, saying, I haven't had anyone other than myself to fight for in a long time. Don't just think that goes one way. I'll fight for you too, Naruto. Yoruichi kissed his hand and said, what? You act like a pervert and an immature idiot sometimes, but when you're alone or around me you're actually really deep. Do you really trust me that much? She saw that he was staring at her strangely. You're what I would call my first real friend in hundreds of years, Naruto said with a shrug. Likewise. She laid her head on the armrest between them and said, and I keep thinking that you're going to be way more important than anyone will ever know. When I left the Soul Society, the only friend I was able to keep in contact with was Kazuki. And then after 100 years there was you. You're very good company, Naruto, and you're cute. I'd like to say that you're wrong, but the last time I said that I ended up saving the world, so I'll just agree for now. She muttered a drowsy reply. Good night Yoruichi-chan. We'll be back in Karakura town by the time you wake up. Naruto took a chance on whether or not to annoy her by running his free hand through Yoruichi's hair, and she gave him a surprisingly satisfied sigh, which encouraged him to continue. Karakura Town, Urahara shop, the next morning. Urahara was holding a blank gigai when Naruto, Yoruichi, and Tessai entered the shop's training area. So what exactly are you going to do? The shopkeeper asked his fellow blonde. I'm going to have to train him to fight hollows and stuff, but hey, it should work, right? Naruto said, smiling. I'm going to grab someone's soul and I'm going to slam it into that gigai, and that person is then going to work for me, because that's how I recruit. He scratched his chin and made a set of hand seals. Gedu, outer path. His appearance wasn't what Naruto had anticipated, but he said, oh shit. As a crushing Ryatsu settled over them all, momentarily immobilizing them, Yoruichi, Urahara, and Tessai gazed at the re-emerged Hidan in a strange way. The men in the curious hats eventually pointed at him and said, is he supposed to look like that? Tessai, get Aikido ready. Like the strongest Bakudo you've got. Right now. With a curious tilt of his head, as if a new viewpoint would change the appearance of his old foe, Naruto said, kind of? But hold up on that for a second. Did you ingest any blood? I don't see how you could have, you're a soul. Still, what's going on? When Hidan saw that everyone was staring at him oddly, he asked testily, what the fuck are you all looking at? Am I that interesting? He asked rhetorically, receiving a resounding, yes, from everyone in his vicinity. Really? How? He asked. Perhaps it would be better for you to witness firsthand Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, Naruto said before sealing his hand. No fucking way. Hidan was shocked by what he witnessed Naruto change into. In addition to having real eyeballs and his typical purple-pink eye color, Hidan's face appeared to be an actual skull, with his slicked-back silver hair still visible on top of his head. He hadn't changed his size, which is why he was still wearing his battered black robe. Based on what was visible of his body, his skin was completely black, with white skeleton fragments showing through in certain places. For example, a hole in the middle of his chest and the outline of his entire rib cage were visible over his black skin. He also had 3 blade-like plates protruding from the underside of his forearm on his left arm, and a long, thin blade-like plate protruding from the middle finger knuckle on his right arm. I look so badass. What is this? He asked. Are you telling me that you broke his chain of fate when you yanked him inside of that thing? And when he came out he was a hollow? Not only that, but he turned into a damned Vasto Lord. Yoruichi asked Naruto, taking a small step back before addressing him. How? That doesn't just happen. That takes years, she said, grabbing Naruto by his collar. Is anyone going to tell me what's going on here or what? Man, I look so awesome! Exclaimed Hidan, still in awe of his new look. Yeah, someone tell me too. How do hollows even get to be Vasto Lords in the first place? Naruto was asking Hidan if he was real. Urahara then joined him, deciding to use a notepad to participate in the analysis of Hidan's new hollow form. While Hidan was still tame for the time being, Urahara was scribbling down his appearance. Jillian-class Menos are made of tons of hollows. Only those that have a particular soul that can assert dominance have the potential to evolve to the next level Vajukas. Then they have to devour an obscene amount of souls to stop from devolving and even possibly evolve further to Vasto Lord. I think it takes another requirement, but I don't really know what that is. The question Naruto chose to pose to Hidan was, Hidan, I've never had my soul pulled out by the Gedu, so can you tell me what that was like in there? Maybe that would help us understand. Hidan then turned to Naruto and said, you have so many freaky monsters in there, it's not even funny. I couldn't even count them all. From the moment you shoved me in there to the moment you took me out I was fighting these ugly monsters, all with weird masks. There were some huge ones the size of massive buildings, and then some that looked more like deformed humans. Long story short, I fought through all of them right up until you pulled me out. I didn't even know I had been changing in appearance the entire time. Honestly, it felt like I was one with Jashin-sama again the entire time. It was a blur. A bloody blur. Yoruichi asked him, how many did you kill? He must have eaten them too if he couldn't recall much. He must have killed a ridiculous number of hollows in order to evolve in just 2 days, and he must have been a terrifying power in the first place. So many, Hidan replied with awe. Man, blonde demon kid was so spot on when he said he'd get me tons of fools to slaughter. I'm definitely working for him now. There were so many left too. It was like an endless flood of them. Naruto looked at him blankly. Okay, then the Gedu has tons of souls in it from when Pain used it, or the original Rikudo Sennin, and they were all in there so long that they turned into hollows because time is super distorted in there seeing as how they were all intact. That's my theory and I'm sticking to it. I wish I had known that a long time ago. At least I've never pulled anyone's soul out and kept them in there like I did with Hidan before now. You turned your first recruit into a hollow. He's a mindless killing machine now, Yoruichi said, palming her face. With an eyebrow raised, Naruto looked at her and said, he seems the same to me. He then turned to face Hidan and asked, how do you feel, Hidan? He said fluidly, I can feel how strong you guys are, and I have a barely restrained bloodlust only held back by the fact that it's really inappropriate right now to kill you. Then, tired of being prodded, he pushed Naruto and Urahara off of him, saying, still doesn't mean I won't do it anyway if you don't back off. Hidan nodded in agreement. He would just randomly kill people all the time for his religion. Naruto and Urahara caught themselves and regained their balance before Naruto prodded the former Shinigami captain with his elbow. See, he's fine. He was like that all the time back when he was alive too. There's a reason for that. Hidan acknowledged, the only way I really stayed immortal was by killing people like that, and activating my curse. I really don't feel very different at all. I mean, there's a part of me telling me to kill you all, but it's not really any different from when I was alive after the ceremony that made me immortal took place. He stuck his finger inside his chest and said, I'm going to miss the stabbing myself in the heart thing. It never killed me. Yoruichi looked at him with wide-eyed eyes. So you really were a human touched by a hollow. Your hollow hole is where your heart used to be, and if you could stab yourself there when you were a human you must have been developing a hollow hole the entire time. Finally, Naruto exclaimed, alright, enough teasing, Hidan. He's not insane and intent on murdering us all. Absently, Hidan added, yet. Naruto reiterated, glaring lightly at the baby hollow, so he's still cool. And if he ever feels the urge to kill overwhelming then I'll just pull him into the Gedu and he can kick some more ass. It's simple. He picked up the Gigai that Urahara had dropped nearby and held it up steadily, saying, now I'm going to. When he realized what was going to happen, Urahara asked, are you sure that's going to work? I've never seen anyone put a hollow into a Gigai before. Before the hollow spoke, Naruto and Hidan exchanged glances. I'm a soul ain't I? Why can't I go into it? He said. And that is all the reasoning that I need for attempting this. I do stuff that no one has ever done before all the time. I'm a trailblazer, Naruto said, grabbing Hidan by the face and slamming him into the Gigai, watching as it took the form of Hidan's human body. And now we need to get him some clothes because nobody wants to see that. Naruto turned away from Hidan, covering his eyes like practically everyone else, before Urahara could come up with a response. Sweet. Heh, this is awesome. And I don't feel like killing you all any more than usual, Hidan grinned as he looked at his naked human form. Right, I'll work on not wanting to kill people so much anymore, but can I go back into that Gedu thing soon? That was great. He saw that everyone was staring at him dryly. Yeah. Naruto replied, if he's a Vasto Lord and that's supposed to be the strongest kind of hollow he'll be fine, plus he'll need the practice in battle won't he? Urahara was quickly entering information into his notebook. The Gigai steadies the volatile forms of the more powerful hollows, keeping them from having to devour other hollows to keep their level of strength. Hence the lack of the empty feeling in Hidan. This is a major breakthrough, it's seriously important. He dashed over to Naruto, I'll definitely join your team if stuff like this happens to you all the time. And as long as I can study Hidan here. Tessai said, as long as I get paid and get to beat up more of those hollows I don't give a damn what you do with me. It's my job now. Hidan had just been given blue jeans, a black shirt, and underwear. Urahara approached Naruto and gave him a handshake. Then you've got yourself a handsome scientist, Shinigami, humble shopkeeper on your team Uzumaki-san. Hidan's Gigai is the kind that will suppress his Ryotsu from those that can sense it since he clearly can't control it himself and it would alert far too many people. This is so exciting. Alright. I'm human for the first time in 2000 years, and I'm hungry as hell. And there's only one thing I want to eat, Hidan exclaimed angrily as he finished getting dressed, making everyone stare at him, ready to fight if he was ready to devour their souls. Spare ribs. Let's go Uzumaki brat, you're paying, he said, walking out of the training room. As he slowly followed his former adversary, Naruto sighed and put his hands in his pockets. And once again I find someone older than me to call me a brat, he said. I have to go take care of this guy and make sure he doesn't fuck up on his first day back in the world again. I'll catch you guys later. He passed by everyone, stopping at Yoruichi and kissing her on the cheek without saying anything else before leaving. So what was that all about, huh? Urahara asked teasingly. The new guy's getting all sweet with you, isn't he? And you didn't kick his teeth down his throat after he did it? Urahara smiled and slid up next to a somewhat stunned Yoruichi, who had his fan in front of his face. Her expression changed from one of shock to one of playful prowling, and she said, "Now why would I kick his teeth down his throat unless I didn't want him to do what he just did? I guess the game is finally afoot, Naruto. You're going to fall for me before I ever fall for you. I'm Shihu and Yoruichi, damn it." With Hidan and Naruto. Okay, so you can't just go off and kill anyone or else an entire force of people will come and kill you. There are way less places to hide out when you do that because pretty much the entire world is settled. There are very few open concealed areas to turn into hidey holes and the like. The forest I picked you from is one of the good ones left, Naruto said as he and Hidan strolled down the street together, the latter eating a full takeout tray of spare ribs to keep him obedient while he explained the work that needed to be done. Hidan had discovered that his Gigai could use chakra, but his reserves were very low in comparison to his original body. "So how strong are we?" he asked, gulping down some food. "You know, as far as humans go, because it was actually pretty crowded at the top when I got buried." He responded quickly, "I'm number 1 by a serious long shot. As far as humans go, with you in that Gigai you should be around number 2 if not number 2 outright because you can actually use chakra, and you're probably going to start making it so that you can use more chakra while in your Gigai. You won't be able to use any ninjutsu in your hollow form though, there's no physical energy for you to manipulate." As the people and traffic in the streets passed them by, Hidan continued to eat and said, "I already know how I fight as a hollow. Man, the future is noisy, but yeah, it's kind of instinctual, not that much different from how I go berserk to get someone's blood when I was alive, plus I have a ranged attack too, you want to see it?" he asked. No, Naruto responded with a sarcastic tone, because I know that you would just shoot off a big-ass Sero, hollow flash, and blow 10 blocks of this city to hell. I'm glad you don't know how to get out of that Gigai yet. Yeah, that's right. How am I supposed to fight if I can't even get out of this body? The hollow me would tear this wimpy human me to fucking shreds? Chakra or not, Hidan said, blinking in realization as he stopped eating. Naruto raised his right arm in front of Hidan's visage. "All I have to do is slap you on the back of the head with the black glowing hand I threw you in there in the first place and then you can fight. That'll have to do until Urahara gives me a Gikongan, artificial soul pill. So you can get out all on your own without my help." He then let out a deep breath. "I'm sorry though. We're enemies a long time ago but I never wanted to turn you into a hollow." Hidan started to chuckle. "You're sorry? Why are you sorry, Uzumaki brat?" "This is everything I could have wanted," he replied with a smile. "If I hadn't been bound to that sacred site I would have gone to hell, wasn't looking forward to that. It would have been nothing but personal torment, no one to kill. And that Soul Society place you told me about, don't make me gag, a place like that would have been torture for me. But now I'm free, I have a cool new form and more power than ever, and the instincts I've always had have a purpose now. I think I was made to be a hollow in the first place, and I even get the chance to maybe one day see Jashin-sama so that I can properly thank him for the gift he bestowed upon me all those years ago that my human body still has." Naruto exclaimed, "What? That's not your same body." "I know. While you were getting the food I tested it in the bathroom with one of your kunai that I swiped, hurts so good brat," Hidan said, grinning and pulling up his shirt to show a badly bandaged wound over his heart. With a quivering eyebrow, Naruto said, "I can still kill your soul." As he disposed of his tray in a nearby trash can, Hidan exclaimed, "Not the body though, so where are we living, Uzumaki brat? Unless you're going to mooch off of the guy with the bucket hat." With assurance, Naruto declared, "I'm handling that now." Hidan, who was a little taken aback by the size of the establishment Naruto had purchased, inquired, "When the fuck did you buy this?" Not far from the eatery where they had eaten was an old 6-story office building. They didn't really care that it was in a rather dilapidated, deserted area of town. The privacy was just a cherry on top. The location was completely empty, but given Naruto's idea for a team of sorts, it was ideal for a pair of ninja to set up shop. Naruto examined the location, grinned at the purchase. "I had my clone look for the place when we were getting food and I was showing you around. I wrote it a blank check to fill in once it found a place and it did not disappoint. I know what I like apparently. There's like no one else around either, that's perfect. Now I just need to get Urahara over here to set me up with that cool training place he has under his shop and in the Vizard's place." "How did you afford this building and how are you going to furnish it?" Hidan asked the blonde who had purchased the property as he circled the bottom floor. He sighed and proceeded to check the second floor. "Aside from the fact that the place was dirt cheap, I'm rich. Actually rich would be an understatement. I've been alive roaming about for centuries upon centuries. Do you really think that I haven't made a ton of money? I'll have spaces filled out in no time. Now come on, we're going to go pick offices, rooms." I've got dibs on whichever one is supposed to be for the boss. After 3 days, Naruto was merely meditating while sitting on the roof of his new headquarters. Despite the absence of nature, the place was remarkably quiet, something Naruto had grown accustomed to since he was a young boy due to the world's changes. Shinji's voice cut through Naruto's meditation, but he was aware that the man had been there. "So this is where you've been hiding since you came back from that little run to the Seirei?" he asked. "So what are you and that weird silver-haired guy doing all the way out here doing nothing?" he asked, sensing his approach. "Setting things up." Shinji raised an eyebrow in perplexity. That Aizen guy was able to run circles around the Seirei higher-ups, and whatever he did to you might have been prevented if there existed a group that didn't have to cow to the Soul Society norms. I'm supposed to be that group. Naruto opened his eyes and got up to face the de facto leader of the Vizards. Shinji crossed his arms and questioned, "And Yamamoto is letting you do this? That doesn't sound right." Naruto took his pants off and dusted them. "He was the one that asked me to do it. I'm not under his command. I'm not under any kind of order from him. This is a separate entity from anything in the Seirei. I'm in control. I'm getting up to speed really quickly about all of the things I need to know in my position, and I want you and the others to work with me." Shinji sighed and shook his head, saying, "No deal, Naruto. You're a good guy, but we still don't really want to deal with this. It's still too close to the Go-Day 13 for us." Naruto looked at him with a grimace. "I was going to go after Aizen once I found a way to get to him. I'm still going. I just hoped that you guys would be up to being on my side once everything got started." "We'll see, Naruto," Shinji said as he adjusted his hat. "If we stick our necks out too far they might get cut off, you know. Aizen was the one that forced our hollow powers onto us. He's the entire reason that we were forced to leave the Soul Society. If we hadn't we'd have been executed. Having hollow powers is the ultimate taboo. We're on your side though." Naruto nodded and placed his hand on the man's. "Same here. If you guys ever need my help I want you to call me. You guys are good friends." He then laughed. "I also think I know someone that you're all going to want to speak to. Has Urahara told you about a little someone called Kurosaki Ichigo yet? Yoruichi-chan thought she was able to keep his hollow powers away from me, but that's something she can't hide." Shinji laughed. "He has. We're going to wait until school starts back up for him before we try to do anything though. Do you think the kid will let us train him though? He's going to fight you all the way. He doesn't want that power. Good luck with that," Naruto uttered, laughing at the idea. He smiled and said, "Actually, there is something you can do for us that might end up with us working with you. A gesture of good faith, if you will." "I don't really like the way you worded that. This is going to be something I'm going to hate doing, isn't it? I'm the leader of a fledgling unit of fighters and I have to babysit a newly turned hollow that used to be my enemy 2,000 years ago. There's no way I'm going to go to school at a time like this." Shinji's smile widened as Naruto's brain attempted to swiftly process what the man wanted him to do, ultimately settling on the only option that would make sense in context with their conversation. "No, I'm not going to do it. There's no way." He crossed his arms in a X pattern. "And you think I want to be caught dead there? The only reason I'd possibly be okay with going to school would be because of all of the cute girls there in the school uniforms." Shinji laughed heartily at Naruto's quick arrival at school and trailed off when he saw Naruto's face considering his last remark. "You want to go now, don't you, pervert?" He gave him a light glare. "You're calling me a pervert? Half of you and your crew are all perverts, and I swear Hiyori's hiding some kind of latent streak of it because she's too defensive whenever something like that is brought up." Before Naruto grabbed him, Shinji muttered to himself, "You would know considering what you did the day before you left." "Oh, you don't remember what you did?" he said with a cunning smile. "No, I don't remember," replied Naruto. "Does it have anything to do with why I woke up naked? And what does it have to do with Hiyori?" Shinji brushed it aside. "Oh, it's better if you don't remember it. Her too. Otherwise she might hunt you down and kill you." He crossed his fingers. "Hey, that's it. I can just blackmail you into going or else I'll tell Hiyori what you did when you were smashed." Naruto was about to argue angrily and possibly even throw the man off the building's roof when he stopped to consider how violent Hiyori was in general. If Shinji's statement was accurate, then what he intended to say to her would enrage her more than Naruto had previously believed was feasible. Naruto also appeared to have trouble avoiding irate women. "All I have to do is go until I can shove Ichigo your way, right?" "That's all you have to do," Shinji replied, "and you still have another month until you have to go. It should be simple for you, Mr. Immortal, and drop by sometime. Everyone misses you." A tiny smile appeared on Naruto's face as he sneered, "Yeah, they miss beating me up. Tell them I'll be by soon. I just have to get all of this stuff in order first. I'm building this thing from scratch, you know." As he calmly descended from the roof into midair, away from Naruto and the building, Shinji said, "Will do. Catch you later, Naruto." Inside Naruto's Gedu, Yoruichi and Naruto were attempting to determine the precise nature of Hidan's fate on behalf of Urahara. "So what do you remember happening in there?" asked Yoruichi, who had come over and marveled at the work Naruto's clones were doing to fix up the place. She then went to the roof so they could start working. As Hidan sat there thinking about what had happened after Naruto had dropped him off inside the Gedu, he said, "Well, it dropped me inside of this place that was filled with freaky silvery trees. Trees so tall I couldn't climb them to get to the top, then I felt a ton of pain and blacked out." "Go on," Yoruichi said, nodding. "That must have been your hollowification." Hidan carried out the instructions. "When I woke up there were all of these wimpy monsters just hiding behind the giant trees staring at me until I stood up and asked them what they were looking at." When the new Hollow's boss looked at him, Naruto and Yoruichi gave him a sour look and said, "I'm getting the feeling you said more than that." Hidan sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Okay, some offensive slurs and threats of disembowelment were made. But then they started attacking me and that's when all hell broke loose and I started running through them like my scythe through some soft gelatinous material with not much give to it. Eventually stronger ones showed up, and I killed them too, then everything just starts blurring together. Strong enough to butcher a seemingly endless wave of Jillian-class Menos, and even a few Ajukas from the sounds of it right off the bat," Yoruichi said, taking in all of this information. She turned to Naruto and grinned, saying, "I guess you were right about how strong a few other ninja of your time were." She then turned back to Hidan and asked, "And for the last week you haven't felt the need to go and kill anyone? No hunger or anything?" "Again, not any more than usual. When I was alive I felt the same all the time, I don't feel any different. And if I'm hungry I'll make a sandwich." Hidan concluded in jest, shaking his head. After a moment, Naruto said, "I need to go into the Gedu and see what he's talking about." Without hesitation, Hidan held up his hand and exclaimed, "I'm going too. I haven't killed anything in a week, Uzumaki brat." Before turning to face Naruto, Yoruichi remarked mockingly, "I'm so proud of you. Why in the hell would you want to go in there? That place will be teeming with hollows." As he explained, Naruto put his cheek in his hand and said, "I can spit myself back out on this side when I want to leave. I've never been inside of it before but I've seen it done with Pain's other bodies." He noticed her giving him an even look that suggested she wasn't completely convinced, and he said, "Because as the current Rikudo Sennin it's my job to know what exactly goes on inside of my own technique. While Hidan's the only person I've used it on like that, Pain used it on tons of people. It doesn't hurt." Hidan continued, "Well, it doesn't hurt until you wind up on the other side and fall to the ground." After grabbing a few items, Naruto headed downstairs to his office, saying, "And on that note I'm going to go grab some stuff and then me and Hidan are going to go on into the Gedu and check it out." Yoruichi stopped him at the stairwell entrance back downstairs and said, "Wait." Naruto nodded confidently and continued walking, closing the door to the lower levels behind him. "I'm going too. As long as you're sure you can get us all back out." In an attempt to persuade her to comply, Hidan added after Naruto had left, "The Gedu thing will just appear and snap you back up and spit you out on the other side. He can summon it here or there since it appeared there too. Of course if you don't go that's just fine with me too, sexy lady that has a crush on Uzumaki brat." He smiled at her when she glared at him, "You can't kill my human body. My name is Yoruichi, and Naruto's going to pull you out of your immortal body when he uses his Gedu," Yoruichi said, turning his scowl into a smirk. As he lumbered past her down the stairs, Hidan muttered, "Shit. I keep forgetting, the body is immortal but the soul isn't." Naruto's living quarters and office. "Alright, are you guys ready to go?" he asked, channeling the yin chakra to his hand, turning it black, and reaching inside Hidan's body, pulling out his hollow form as his Gigai fell to the ground. A few minutes later, Yoruichi and Hidan were standing in Naruto's room, and he was wearing the same gear he had worn to the Seirei. He started hand sealing after receiving nods from Yoruichi and Hidan. "Then let's do this. Gedu, outer path." With the purple energy barrier at the ground, the demonic head rose from the earth and pulled the three of them into its mouth with its tongue. As the Gedu spat them out on the opposite side, Naruto and Hidan let out a loud cry and fell freely to the ground below, where they crashed in a heap. Yoruichi landed on her feet close to them, staring at the unkempt heap in which they were entangled. As he was about to ask Yoruichi how she accomplished that, Naruto got up first and said, "Oh, never mind. I already know how you did that. Cats always land on their feet." After giving him a victory, Yoruichi looked around and said, A human, a hollow, and a shinigami. One hell of a team to investigate the middle of nowhere. She then went to one of the trees Hidan had been referring to and said, "He's right about these trees though." She looked up at tiny holes at the top of what would be the canopy and said, "They're huge, and they're not made of wood, this is some mineral. I'm just here for the kick-ass fighting that I'm going to get into. You two can sightsee," Hidan said as he got up and looked around. "It's like a forest of trees made of rock. Is this really the inside of the Gedu?" Naruto asked, referring to the extremely solid tree he had knocked on. "The Numeros have been hearing things about activity in the forest of Menos. Would you mind heading up a small scouting party to head down there for me?" Aizen Sosuke sat on a large throne inside a palace room as a figure approached him. "Ah, Haribel. Thank you for coming so quickly. It should be nothing really, there were rumors of a powerful new hollow that appeared there. Maybe we can recruit this new hollow." The woman with whom he was speaking appeared to have rather dark skin, green eyes, short, untidy blonde hair that was braided in 3 locks, and an elongated collar that covered the lower half of her face. She was dressed in a white hakama, black and white boots, a black sash, and a fully zippered white jacket with the previously mentioned long collar. The jacket was cut extremely short, exposing her entire lower torso as well as a large portion of her rather ample breasts. A zanpakuto, a rather short and broad weapon, was on her back, and she had a pair of black gloves on her hands at the end of her sleeves. She gave Aizen a bow. "I will have my Fracione head down with me to check the area. If there is anything there we will find it." In response, Aizen simply gave her his typical calm, assured smile and said, "I know that you will, my dear."
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.